Go to ladies' night. Patiently.
Oh.
Impatiently. Hurry up.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Here we are. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. It is March 4th, 2022, and we're here for another ladies' night. So tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your family. Everybody wants to come in for a Flat Earth 101. Ladies' night's always a good time. Or if you want to come in for a hardcore debate, or you just want to recite your globe belief dogma, we're available for any of those things. Got KJ here. Hello, KJ. I'm giving you a ton of wait time because you.
I think I'm having mic problems. Hey.
That's okay. I heard you just now.
Okay.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How's it been going in the server? I know you're always holding down the live stream here.
I'm pretty slow for the past few days.
Okay, well, let's see if we can change that tonight. We can always go into cognitive dissonance and give them the early release program. That's always fun. We've had a lot of good contestants that way. So.
Okay, so if I could make a short announcement.
Go ahead, Sunny.
Okay, so my next door neighbor, Chrissy here, she does have her own login, but I think she maybe just, is it okay if she uses my mic since I'm all set up and everything's just really great? Is that okay?
Oh, that's totally fine, of course. Yeah, I think Karma, didn't Karma used to always talk on Dre's microphone for a long time before she got her own? We've had that happen many times. It's perfectly fine.
So, yeah, we got to set up and then look. So you're watching the screen up there, you can just mute yourself and
Okay, yeah, Chrissy, whenever you want to say hello to us, feel free to jump in anytime. Level Up is here. How has your week been?
Oh, same old, I guess. Not bad. Can't complain. How about you?
Good. Spring's coming. I'm ready for that. Yep. Until it's on the way, the chickadees are giving their mating call. You know that.
And the cardinals, yeah.
Cheeseburger. I like to call back to them, although I think it's slightly cruel, because I'm not actually an available chickadee.
Teasing little birdies.
That's right. It's good practice anyway. Okay, so do we have any globe believers in here? There's a lot of people in here.
So Chris can say hi. Sorry.
Oh, good.
Hey, Jen.
Hi, Chrissy. How's it going?
It's going good.
You're a neighbor of Sunny? Is that what he said?
Yes.
Oh, good. So is this your first time joining us, or have you talked to people on his mic before?
This is the first time on Ladies' Night that I've actually been on his mic, but I've been on it before.
A couple times.
Cool.
She did the 3 points with us.
Oh, great. Oh, so if you ever get your own account, then we'll have to give you the 3 points participant role and the Ladies' Night role.
She already has the 3 points. But, yeah, darn, I wish we could log her in. But, yeah, for now, I guess we'll just leave her logged in mine. Because I don't want to
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do already have an account. Okay, that's all. Yeah, I have to look for that. Good. Okay.
It's at Chrissy, Krissy, though. I think you can still look her up.
Okay. So were you familiar with the concept of Flat Earth before Sunny? You met Sunny, or is this like...
No, I didn't know nothing about it until I actually met Sunny.
and so what do you think about it now? Like, where are you at this point?
I like it.
Is it KRISSY number 6516 VC verified ladies night Tartaria?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, she doesn't have the 3 points, but since you're verifying that she went through it, I'll give it to her. And she won't have to do it again.
Did it twice, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I have done it twice, Jen.
Okay, well, now that you have the roll, then you won't have to do it a third time. Did it surprise you to find out that there's actually no verifiable evidence of curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
That's pretty surprising. I was surprised. I was sure somebody had that scientific evidence laying around somewhere, and yet here we are years later, and still haven't found any.
Right?
Good. So is it like how long has it been since you started hearing about it?
It's been a long time.
Oh, okay. So it's not like shocking. It's not like that shocking to you now.
No.
Okay, that's good. Because the beginning can be kind of shocking and sometimes even stressful for people. Sometimes people run away from here and never come back. It's so scary. So I'm glad you're sticking around. That's a good sign.
Thank you.
Agnemos Opus says VC check-in needs a lady. I don't know what that means. There is somebody in VC check-in, Paro G. We also have somebody else here, doesn't have a role, which is, oh no, Slew Guy's VC verified. There's somebody else I saw. Oh, there it is, down there by Sunny, Reem Dream. So, Reem Dream, if you're interested in being able to unmute and join the conversation, you could go up to the VC check-in and, oh, Nathan's up there now, so that's cool. So there's somebody in there, yeah, for anybody who's in the live stream that doesn't have a role, and also for anybody listening on YouTube or elsewhere. If you haven't joined Discord yet, just type into your browser discord.gg/flat earth. That's discord.gg/flat earth, all one word. And then it'll take you right here. And it's very easy to sign up for Discord. It's not difficult at all. And in addition to that, I've said this many times before, but somebody just the other day was telling me how people in their messages, when they try to get them in here to discuss, will say things like, oh, they'll just mute me or ban me. Oh, no, they'll just shut me down. They don't want to hear our evidence. So I'm here to tell you, whatever experiences you've had in the past, just wipe them from your mind. Just be a tabula rasa, clean slate. Come in here, pretend you've had no other experiences. And I promise you that on Ladies' Night, we will keep you around. We will have a discussion with you. Unless, you're like horribly obnoxious or like screaming profanities and stuff. But if you just want to tell us about your globe beliefs, that's why we're here. So, just give us another try. Usually that's an excuse, because I've also given people blanket guarantees that at least, I'll give you 1 hour, guaranteed no ban, no mute everyone else in the room, like set up conditions just incredibly favorably where all of their whining and concerns are taken care of, and they still won't come in here. So I'm just putting this out there, not just for those cowards who refuse to come in and talk to us about their globe belief, but also for other people who deal with that on a regular basis. Just call them on it. Just say, Dandelion said you could come in and she'd mute everyone in the room and you'd have a one-on-one and so on. I mean, I'm not the only one who says that. We're all willing to talk to people about their globe beliefs. That's why we're here. So anything, and things have kind of changed around here. So it could be sincere. I'm not saying that the person is only saying that because they're cowardly. So I apologize for using that word. I'm trying to be kinder and gentler. In the past, we were rough on Globers because we had them coming in, 20 times an hour, trying to take a swing at us. And a lot of them were rude, had nothing but fallacies and insults and so on. So, people were, rightfully so, quite strict about it. But these days, hardly anyone wants to defend the globe. I don't blame them because there is no defense. You have no science. You have no evidence. The debate's over before it begins. Most people don't even know anything about their globe model, and they have nothing but fallacies and insults. So I don't blame you, but, just come in and tell us what you think, and we can just have a normal conversation. Right, ladies?
That's right.
Okay, so Ream Dream hasn't gone to check-in, so he doesn't have any roles, but since check-in person's available, I'm not going to unmute him because Matrix, Red Pill, and Nathan are both up there. You have two wonderful people up there. Very reasonable, kind folks. No reason to be concerned. You just have a little conversation, and they'll give you a role so you can unmute yourself. Now See You Guy is deafened, so we won't get anything out of him. Yep, that's about it.
Where'd everybody go?
Guess the globe's dead. Nobody's here to defend it. Good news.
I'm still here. I was just letting Jen talk.
Jen is actually not here, but I hope that she will be here. She oftentimes has to work on this day. I saw she was here earlier in the day, so hopefully she will. We could, we could actually make an announcement and try to get people in here. I haven't done that. I don't even have the ladies' night tag anymore, so maybe I should go ahead and do that. But other people do. I don't know if anyone.
Thanks for coming anyway. We appreciate you being here anyway. That's awesome.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. I'm just a guest. Okay, because it's possible that some of them want to be here. They just need a reminder. Fraction wants to know where Drace and Karma are. Unknown. Good question. Yeah, maybe if we get lucky, we'll see Karma tonight.
Very good question. I've been wondering the same thing myself.
Yeah, maybe I'll send him a message sometime and see what's up. I'll level up while I'm trying to get myself together to find this announcement and make it. Since you were away from the server for a while, I don't know if everyone is familiar with you. I don't know if you wanted to give a short version of your story of how you came to realize the Earth is flat, or if you don't feel like it, that's fine. But if you felt like doing it, it would be cool.
Well, it is pretty short. I mean,
Or you can give a long version too. I was just trying not to put you on the spot. Short, medium, long, whatever you want.
well, yeah, it wasn't like I had some crisis or anything. It was just that started to hear about it in message boards and things back in 2015. And just thought it was interesting and noticed right away that any of talk of flat Earth was shunted to some dark corner of the message board. We're talking about notorious message boards where it was every conspiracy you can think of, but flat Earth was a shameful thing. And I thought, I'm going to check this out. So that's what I did, and I kind of just checked a few things out. It took a little time for, I think my last question was sunsets, but that didn't take long, and I'm just like, yeah, cool, I'm okay with that. So that's why they said it would be short, because it didn't take a long time for me to warm up to the idea or anything like that. And I'm an evidence sort of person anyway, so, and then I know people who laugh because they figure me as a Christian and the Bible that I am faith only, and I hear this phrase, faith is the enemy of knowing, or something like that. And I don't believe it is. I think faith is what you have because of what you know, that you can project from the things you can absolutely prove. And granted, know the difference between what you actually have evidence for and what you think is logically following from it. But flat Earth is no different if people are honest. And so I just think of it as more of the same truth quest as anything else. When you look for truth, that this is where I wound up. And, whether it's the Bible or flat Earth or whatever it is. I go with what seems rational to me. And so, yeah, I've always been interested in science. It was actually my favorite subject in government schools, although I was better at English and languages than I was at science, but I was more interested in science. And so, yeah, I've always been interested in studying nature, and I grew up in the printing business, so I learned things about, more about the English side of things. And then computers came along. When I was in high school, there pretty much weren't any. It was neato if you had a calculator, and they had to plug into the wall. But so technology has changed a lot in my lifetime. I was a programmer. I was an electronic engineering tech. So yeah, science is just something I've always been into, and got into, logical fallacies and all sorts of things, which I think is more of a trivium kind of a background, if you could call it that, with different disciplines. So, yeah, that's how I got here. And then I haven't been as active in Flat Earth, partly for various reasons I couldn't control, but partly also because I think it's been saturated with well-presented arguments, and not to beat a dead horse, but there's always people who come to it again. And I think the real test of how well you know something is whether you can play it back to anyone at any level. And, it's the same with any truth, whether it's my faith or or flat Earth or whatever it is. To know it well enough, not to try to be the expert of all things, but to know it well enough to answer why you have this position. So that's all I can milk out of my short trip to Flat Earth.
Nice. That was good. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Yeah, I wonder, because I used to teach math, but CJ, maybe he's going to make the announcement for us, because he said he's going to do it. Hold on. But I wondered about the calculators these days, because the last time I taught it, we were still trying to make sure that they could do everything without the calculator, and then just sometimes use the calculator.
Right.
But I gotta tell. I was asking Indio to do it, but now CJ's going to do it. So Indio, you don't have to do it. Just see, yes, it's easier to do it this way and faster, but you need to know the processes behind it. And
Right.
so, I would have them in a shoe rack at the graphing calculators. The school bought them, and we had them. They could borrow them. I had them in a shoe rack at the front of the room, and then they'd check them out, but only use them at certain times. But then, I noticed, then when I went back to take more math classes to renew my teacher certificate, I noticed some teachers were just yep, just use the calculator for everything. You don't have to know anything that goes behind it. And then other ones were still oh no, we're not even you can't even use it. In some of the calculus classes and stuff, you have to draw everything out by hand and graph it all and all this. So I just thought it was interesting. I don't know what the state of that is like today. I have a feeling a lot of times they just let them just use the calculator and not even have to understand what was behind it, but I don't know for sure. That's just my feeling from what I see students doing, in the science part of it when they have to use math. They don't seem to know a lot about the what goes into making that pretty picture on the screen.
Yeah, I think it's important the first time someone is exposed to an idea to do it by hand. I think it gives you a better basic understanding of how it relates to reality. If that's, there's beyond a certain point, math doesn't relate to much reality. But add, subtract, multiply, divide, that is something basic you should be able to do, with half your brain time behind your back, because, and I've seen all sorts of schemes of how better to memorize the multiplication tables instead of memorization, which is boring. You think of these scenes, where you paint a picture basically and skip merrily through your picture and get the answer to something. And I'm like, well, that's cute, but you know what? If I have it memorized, it's there immediately. 9 times 9 or 7 times 7 or 3 times 4. The answer just pops right up. And that's, something you can use. Even doing math in your head is a really good skill to have, because, your technology can fail you. And like, for example, even if you're just out shopping and trying to figure, like when I had my babies were little, I would, try to price between a powdered formula and a ready to drink or a condensed. And you had to go by number of servings, and you had to figure what the actual price was per serving, because they're priced per ounce. And those are the thought problems that a calculator can't do for you. And so, but the way they're taught, I mean, they make it so boring and irrelevant, like counting bushels of apples. It just, we weren't farmers even in my day. So I think a lot of things can be improved, but I don't want to, we did the whole education talk last Saturday on precious metals. So.
Oh, you did? I should go back and listen to that. I missed that. I bet I would have really enjoyed that. I'll have to look for that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you when that started, because I kind of just said, "Oh gosh, I guess I should be there." So yeah, somebody else might know when we actually started talking about that.
Okay, well, I can listen to the whole. It's not that long. Oh, Grimm says you have to learn how to do it by hand. You're not always going to have a calculator in your pocket. He has that in quotation marks, so apparently someone said that to him. Yes, and I was told that, and then I said that to other people. And I do that with my children, just like you were just saying. Like, I think you should at least be able to do a 2-digit times 1-digit multiplication in your head, like especially when you're out shopping and so on. Yeah, so I'm always telling them, like, 72 times 3, you do 70 times 3, which is 7 times 3 and add a 0, and then you do 2 times 3 and add that to get 216. I mean, if you can't do that, like, yeah, that is like a basic thing. And people used to be able to do like way more complicated stuff than that in their head, let alone like not even have to write it down, right? Because it went to writing it down, then it went to the calculator. And because there's a really good Little House on the Prairie episode where they do they have to do long division in their head and just like recite it, not even writing it. And I think, gosh, back then it's funny because even though they were only like doing the basics, they probably could think and do. They probably got a way better education than people get today, because half the stuff they're doing, they're just like looking it up on the internet and regurgitating what it says there. Like, how much of brain training is that? Not too much.
I mean, the internet is fine for looking up information on, some basic explanation of something. It's good for video presentations. I think, I'm not totally, 100% education should be digital, but at the same time, I think it could save a lot of repetition where you could learn from the best teachers, no matter where you were in the world. So I think there's a hybrid kind of arrangement would be a good idea. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to, like you said, doing things in your head, there's a thing called Vedic math, which is a little bit different, but it can allow you to multiply two very large numbers and only write the answer down. But you have to do little steps of math in your head as you go along. But it's fast. It doesn't take up a lot of space. And then there's, sometimes you don't know what to believe, but I've seen documentaries of kids in like Japan that learn on abacus, even in this day. And eventually they get to the point where they don't need the abacus. They just kind of visualize moving the beads around, and they get these complex answers in just seconds, faster than a calculator. So there are other ways to learn, I think is the point. But when it comes to flat Earth, I think the more important education, math-wise, is in geometry, because that's what we're talking about, the Earth, and understanding, how someone would derive the height of something by knowing the distance and there being a right angle. We stumble in conversations with ball earthers over these basic things because I think it's not being taught very well in the schools, if they're teaching anything at all but political things. And that's why we spend all our time just trying to get the most basic ideas across. It's, and I'm sure that's by design too.
Yeah, for sure. DC, you should go up to the check-in and get a roll so you can talk to us. What is that thing called? I think it's also called an abacus. My dad used to have one because he was an engineer, old school engineer. That was like a little metal thing. I haven't seen it in so long. I remember when I was little with a little stylus. Isn't that also called an abacus? But it's not like electronic in any way. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure. All I can think
Look
and
it up.
picture with an abacus is just beads on post. They're horizontal sets of beads
That thing might have
that
been
they
called
would slide
something
back
else.
and
I gotta
forth.
find out what that thing is called.
Slide
Apparently,
roll.
Huh?
Slide roll. Slide
was
roll.
it? Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it was. I gotta look up what a slide rule is. That's
Oh, you mean for
yeah.
like logarithms and stuff like that?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Indio.
I by your description, I wasn't quite sure what you meant.
I probably didn't explain it very well.
It has a little sliding thing on it, right? It's a big metal, like looks like a ruler almost. and it has like a
Yeah.
slide on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slide rule.
Yeah, if you just said ruler with a slidey thing, I'd have known what you meant.
Okay. Yeah, it's not your fault that I'm not going to describe it. My mom probably still has it around somewhere. I think because she still has all kinds of like relics like that, like my grandfather's dental tools, from way back in the day, stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She has like an antique store in her basement.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we've got Roscoe here, but he's already been labeled not here to learn, but maybe we have a chance to change that. I don't know. He's VC verified. Are you there, Roscoe? Anybody else that feels like speaking to us?
I just letting you guys talk, Jen.
Okay. I am Dandelion.
Because I know you and another lady were talking, so I was just letting you both talk.
Oh yeah, well if you ever have anything to contribute, don't worry about it. You can jump in. If you ever have anything to add. Okay, well Roscoe doesn't want to talk to us. I'll try unmuting Scobe do sign, victory sign.
There's not very many people on here right now.
Yeah, we've actually got quite a few. Okay, I won't do that
What
again. I
the
guess if
heck
anybody
was-
else wants to talk, they'll have to go to the check-in. So I just have to. Yeah, there's a good example. They can't come in here and talk about the globe because they claim they'll be banned. They can come up here in here and do that kind of nonsense. It's ridiculous. That's what the globe's been reduced to. Pero G, you should go up to the VC check-in, get a roll, and join us. Love to hear from you. Oh, he actually went up there. Wow, he actually listens. So you tell 10 people that, and one of them will listen and actually do it.
Seems like you and I are the only females in here right now.
Well, we've got Level Up, who I was just talking to, and we've got KJ. There might be other ones who just aren't speaking up. You never know. Oh, then Miguel's put a picture of it. An abacus in there. Yeah, my children have like that exact same one, pretty much. Toby says still early on the West Coast, for sure. Yeah, I'm surprised I should tag Bambi in here and see if we can get her in here, because she was in the server yesterday. If she could just stop in and say hello, it'd be nice to hear her voice. I didn't actually hear her voice, I just saw things that she typed.
be here later. Okay, I think Jenny said that she'd be here later.
Great. Good. I'll look forward to seeing her. I thought she was going to give us a report on her morning meeting she had the other day. So that was, yeah, she can't let us down. I really want to hear how it went. Forex Memes, please, is here. Can you speak to us, Forex? So many people that don't want to talk. My goodness. Patrick's in detention. Don't know what he did. Oh, Paro's back, but didn't get a role. Wonder what he did up there with those guys. Did you not tell them you were there? Maybe they were just chatting among themselves, Paro? No, he's disappeared. Gosh. Oh, no, he's back up there. Okay, I'm going to tell those guys he's there in case he does want to talk to us.
Hey there, Dandelion. How are you doing tonight?
Pretty good. How are you, J.E.?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I had a young lady last night reach out to me on Fascist Book, who is, she said she's doing some sort of an anthropology class, and I've been friends with her on Fascist Book for several months, and she's always posting interesting truth-related things. But she says she's not a flat earther, but wanted to learn some more. So I suggested for her to come for ladies' night. Or
Cool. Great. Well, thank you for inviting her. Hopefully we'll see her. I appreciate what you do there. I don't even check in there very much, but I appreciated you inviting me to that group. So do check in there once in a while.
I'm
Is he breaking up or is that just me?
No, he's roboting really bad.
I do hear
Yeah, I
him
think
breaking up.
I ran between network connections there, and so I dropped out. How much of that did you hear?
Nothing.
Probably, yeah, I don't think we heard any of it.
Okay, let me try this one more time. Otherwise, I'll try it a little later. Are you hearing me today? No.
Now it sounds good. Yeah, you're fine now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's switched over between. I live in a condo complex, and so it's got about 4 of the neighbors' networks. Sometimes it'll switch between automatically, so that does that to me. But how much of what I was saying did you hear earlier?
We just heard you tell us about the lady that you tried to get to come in here to ladies' night, but we didn't hear whatever you said after that.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so she's wanting to learn more about flat Earth. She seems sincere. So I shared with her the ladies' night here and the precious metals takeover and buddy, and a couple other things here. And then I'd shared a couple groups with her. We've been friends on Facebook, so I think she's sincere. Hey, sorry, hang on. I've got the twins out here in the van with me, and they just absolutely, this is their most favorite toy that we have. Is the just I can sit them out here, and they just love to look around and open a door, and they just want to watch it open and close and everything else.
How old are they?
2.5.
Oh, wow. How exciting.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
Are they identical twins?
Indeed.
Wow. Oh, how neat. Oh, I love that. We have twins
Yeah.
in my family, but I never managed to come up with myself.
Yeah, they are a blessing, but the pregnancy is awfully hard on the mama.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, actually, the one cousin I have that had identical twins. Their first child, and they never ended up having any other ones. But I don't know if that was correlation or causation, but I'm sure it's rough.
Yeah.
Bad enough when they tell you the placenta's got to still come out after the one comes out to tell you got to do it again. That's got to be even worse.
Yeah. Yeah. But we're very fortunate. They're two good little hounds, and they've done us really. They've just been they've certainly been a blessing.
India's showing you something there in the voice text about a guy who has a PhD in anthropology and is a flat earther.
And somebody sit in there, double trouble, by the way. If you just don't mind me saying here, and I'm going to shut up and get back to playing with these boys here. Well, they're not double trouble. They don't double it. Your troubles, they actually square your trouble. So it's more like 4 times the trouble.
I believe that, because then there's the interaction between them, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a, like the best way to say it is we have to take them to their haircuts separately because they, and then the best way to describe that is when you go into the room and you've got both the twins crying, one's screaming louder than the other. Do you know which one you generally need to go to first?
One that's not screaming?
The one that's not screaming louder, because the one that's just lightly crying is the one that has something wrong with him, but the brother doesn't like the screaming, so then he starts screaming and screaming louder because he's scared for what's happened to his bubby.
Oh,
And then-
okay.
Yeah, so so when you go take them to get their hair cut, the one that's getting it's not too bad, but then the other one starts throwing a fit, and then the one getting his haircut starts throwing a fit, and then it just worse and worse. So you got to learn to know when to do things together and when to kind of split them up.
Yeah, having to get the haircuts for the young boys, that was something I had to deal with. That was a challenge. You don't have to deal with as much with the girls. Yeah. Because the first time I think I took them to the barber, one of them started throwing stuff across the room. It's kind of embarrassing. Then you're trying to deal with the other one. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough.
And the place we go, there's a massage therapist who rents part of the building. And he's just a super, super nice guy. And what we had to start doing was just, so I called to schedule an appointment, and I remind him, hey, make sure that he doesn't have any customers and you guys just set a time and let us know when that is. And because they felt awful. Not this last time before, he had a customer in there and just felt awful, and then he was switching to another one, and I was like, oh my God. And so stupid little things like that you don't think about, you all of a sudden become hyper aware of when you got 2 of them squalling and screaming.
Are those the only 2 children that you have?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I love these pictures of Miguel.
I know, those are really cute.
Sharing here, especially this little massage here at the end.
Yeah, my daughter, when she was a baby, went into the massage class to be like the practice baby for the infant massage. And she was very like laid back, so it was fine. But it actually, there is a lot of like infant massage stuff that really helps with like if they have, gas backup and like digestion stuff. Like you can rub their, stomach going around in the, in the direction of which the intestine is trying to
Hey, Dandelion.
stuff out. It's very useful. I won't go into details. Yeah. Yes. Sunny. I mean, Christy.
Dandelion,
Yes.
I just want to say I'm sorry for calling you Jen.
Oh, that's fine. The first time I told you, I think I said I wasn't Jen. The second time I was like, well, I could just be like, sometimes I just go with whatever name people are calling me because it's easier. But I'm not like upset about it. But I appreciate you bringing it up. It's fine. Yeah.
It's not a problem. I wasn't paying attention to the name lighting up, and I know I talked to Jen earlier, so I should be used to her voice when she's talking.
Look, I told her that none of us were used to each other's voice at first, so I told her that happened to every single one of us, right?
Yes, it takes time, and then eventually you totally know who's talking. Exactly. Like when I'm listening in the car and I can't see anyone's
Same.
who it is. I now, like most of the people, I know their voice now. But, yeah, it takes a while to get used to the people's voice for sure. So, yeah, but I appreciate you saying that. Yes, I am Dandelion. So, yeah, and especially, yes, it's funny, especially with the women. I noticed that when I first joined the servers, people tended to mix us up just because it's like, oh, there can't be more than one of them, right? I'll be the same one.
So how you doing, Dandelion?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad it's the weekend. It's a little more laid back for me on the weekend. It's good. It's warmer here today. It's supposed to be tomorrow, so I'm hoping to get some spring cleaning done and so on. Glad that spring's coming. I'm really tired of winter. It's exciting at first, but it wears thin after a while. It's better for us, to get more sunshine. You're down. Are you in a warm place where you get more sunshine all the time?
Right now we're getting rain.
Oh, okay.
It's like
Yeah.
20 degrees below normal right now.
Sonny said it's 20 degrees below normal already.
Oh, okay.
Right now.
Yeah, I've been thinking I'd like to live in a warm place, but with more sun. But then you have to deal with like bugs and all that stuff and like more of that kind of predator problem. I feel like that's the nice thing is the predators and the parasites, they all get wiped out in the winter. So I enjoy that part too.
Well, Dandelion, one thing I tell people, be glad you ain't living in Michigan during the winter or spring and summer.
That's where I live.
Yep.
What part of Michigan? What part of Michigan?
I can't say because multiple people have made threats against my life, so
Don't
I'm no
say
longer going to give any
exactly. Just
information.
ballpark.
I mean, I have a little bit of I'm kind of attached to my life and my children's lives, so I'm not going to give out any more information. That I probably even giving my state's probably too much at this point.
I'm actually from Michigan. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind telling you, so don't take that personally either. But
Yeah.
Flat Earth is a rough business. So yeah, cool.
That is amazing. You're from Michigan and I'm from Michigan.
So is Battle Mod.
Nice. Yeah, so you know what it's like up here. It's definitely in the winter it's chilly. Yes.
Oh yes, especially because it gets negative below zero.
Oh yeah.
But we have the Great Lakes. That is a great blessing. I do really enjoy all the lakes here and, the abundance of fresh water and so on. Like, I did live in Arizona for a while, and just the whole concept of, you're not allowed to water your lawn at certain times and all this stuff. I'm like, wow. We don't have any of that kind of thing around here. So I do appreciate the abundance of fresh water. Very nice. And the Great Lakes are so beautiful. So I do like Michigan.
I liked Michigan too, but I just did not like the wintertime very well.
Right. Yeah, and a lot of people do, especially the older people, they call them the snowbird. They go to Florida in the winter and then they come back here for the rest of the year. So a lot of people do that if they're able to. which I think would be a nice arrangement. Yeah, I lived in the Upper Peninsula at different times, and that's probably my favorite part of Michigan, actually, even though it's the colder part.
That's where my ancestors are from.
The Upper Peninsula?
Yeah, Iron Mountain.
Oh, yeah, I totally know where that is. Yeah, yeah.
I've never been there, but
I'm actually from the lower part of Michigan.
she's from the hood. Come on, just be honest. She's from Motown.
No, I'm from the Grand Rapids, Cedar Springs area.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I totally know where that is. Yep.
That's the part of Michigan I lived in for a good portion of my life.
So did you spend a lot of time on the Great Lakes? We're up there?
No, because the adopted mom that I have really wouldn't let me go out.
Oh, that's too bad. But yeah, that's too bad because being so close to the Great Lakes, then not being able to spend time there. I mean, that's one of the things that made Flat Earth to me very easy to accept, because once I realized the mathematics of it, that I'd seen so many things on the Great Lakes that I shouldn't have seen, if we were on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Not just things I continued to see while I was researching, but things I could look back in the past and realize were long distance observations that were impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed. So, I mean, I think that's the great thing about people who live near water is I think it should be, I mean, it isn't always, but it should be easier to make those kind of observations, or even go back and think about observations you've seen in the past.
Yeah,
I'm surprised right now we're the only ones here.
I know. We're gonna have to entertain everybody, I guess. I think maybe that's what our job is, what to do,
Yeah, we're glad you're here. You're entertaining.
So just
No, we have a lot of people here. They just don't want to talk to us. We have Booty Hunter, Beard Gang only. Yeah, if any of you guys want to go up to the VC check-in, I think what's happening is these people are going to the check-in and then they're finding out they're really just trolls, so they're not actually ever coming to talk to us. But, if you would like to actually talk to us and have a real conversation, there's people up in the VC check-in now, so feel free to jump up there. The one I tried to unmute, it didn't go well, so I'm going to stop doing that, especially since we seem to have a large group of no roles people. Big John, Beauty Hunter, Beard Gang, our VC check-in. There's guys up there. Matrix Red Pill, Nathan, Resolve. All of them would be happy to talk to you. Magnum Opus, I guess, is Godwin. He keeps changing his name. Oh, good. They actually went up there. People are actually following directions. So exciting. The Lion of Yah was just up there and got verified, so maybe he wants to talk to us. Are you there, Lion of Yah?
Hey, how you doing? Mic
Hello.
check.
It's
I don't
maybe
know
a
if you
bit
can hear me.
choppy. Okay, yeah, we can pretty
I'm trying to
much.
hook up my other mic right now.
All right, take your time. If you need to hook up your other mic, we can wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna hook up my other mic. In the meantime, all right.
All right. Good to see you. Welcome to the server.
These are so huge. These would probably fit you well. These are nice. Nice and soft. They're way too big for me though.
Yeah, we'll have to think of something pretty soon. They're posting pictures of cats and things in the chat.
Yeah.
Cat videos, cat gifs.
Cats are awesome.
Hello?
What's good? What's good?
Who is that talking to us?
COVID beer gang.
Oh, it's a Beard Gang. Okay. Yep. So welcome to the server.
I've been here for a while. I just haven't been on in a minute.
Okay.
So what you guys up to?
What made you hold on, I'm just going to change you to Beard Gang only cuz like that name better. So yeah, we're just having a ladies' night. We do this every Friday. We talk about the flat earth and answer people's questions about it and so on. So you said you've been here a while, so have you learned much about the flat earth while you were here?
I mean, I don't know. To be completely honest with you, I don't know what I believe in, but, everybody has valid points and stuff, I don't know what to believe, I haven't really
that's the
been
great thing
here
about that's the great thing
enough
about the globe
to,
argument. Oh, sorry. Continue.
But-
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. You're good.
Okay, I thought you were continuing, but I was just going to say about the first thing you said, that you don't have to rely on beliefs when it comes to globe. It's an objective measurement. It's, we test the globe model and we find that in reality there's no credible evidence for its existence, as a predictive tool. It is a model, so you have not seen a globe. You've been told by people that it exists. You've been told they go to this fantasy medium of outer space and all the fairy tales and science fiction stories about what they do there. But when we actually test these stories in reality, we find that they're not only non-scientific, not verifiable, and so on, that actually there's zero evidence for any curvature or rotation whatsoever.
Yeah. I've never been too much into science to know too much about like gravity and stuff, but yeah,
Yeah, you don't even have to know about gravity. I mean, that's kind of a side topic that some people get into because, again, that's another pseudoscientific, non-verifiable idea, whereas both forms of gravity claim, mass attracting mass, or bending warping of space-time, entirely theoretical ideas in the cause and effect relationship that is claimed has never been demonstrated on Earth. So again, they're just, theories is being kind, model is being kind. Reality is they're just science fiction stories. Not even good ones. I mean, a lot of science fiction stories use verifiable science, and these don't.
So do you think like eventually like scientists and stuff and like NASA are gonna like start telling people that the Earth is flat, or
Oh, that's a good question.
or
Gosh,
do you
that's
think,
a very creative question.
or do you think that like because obviously it's being portrayed like the Earth is round, or you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm just going to write down your question because other people. Do we think that space agencies like NASA will ever tell people that the Earth is flat? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, because
Okay. Yeah, so we have some answers for you. And actually, they already have in multiple documents on their website and so on. Somebody was just showing this just the other day. I can search for it for you, but there's several bunch of government documents where they basically say when they're actually doing something, and that goes for military government operations that matters, where lives are at stake. They treat the Earth as flat and stationary. So they're already basically telling people that if you're paying attention, it's basically hidden in plain sight. There you go. Thank you, Miguel Souza. 35 government documents admit flat Earth. So it is. I mean, basically, they have already told people. I mean, that's a very technical way that anyone who is kind of a more sensible person. There's many military people who are like, yeah, snipers don't take Coriolis into effect. It's just we just accept that the Earth presents itself as flat and stationary. On NASA.gov, they tell you that they create the globe image with CGI and Photoshop. Robert Simon comes right out and tells you that. So they already have. NASA already has done that. It's just people who can't accept it because they've been, programmed into this belief that this thing they see on TV is real.
I
They
mean,
can't even step
honestly,
back and
how
say, 'cause Beard
how
Gang.
does
Okay, go ahead,
water
Beard Gang.
how does water not just fall out if it's round? It doesn't make sense. The Earth is obviously. I mean, I don't know. I think it's flat. I guess I don't know. How does the water sit like that?
Yeah, I mean,
Good question. Excellent question, Beard Gang. Doesn't make sense.
yeah, I think
Welcome to the server, Big John. How are you?
Welcome, Big
I'm
John.
fine, thank you. Thank you
Are
for
you guys
having
friends, or are
me.
you both just fans of all caps?
I don't know
My
him.
buddy it's my
Okay.
buddy right there. My
Yeah, I
buddy.
guess we're buddies.
Yeah, it's my buddy.
Beard Gang was the one that invited us.
He's a
Oh,
No, I
cool
Beard
dude.
Gang
didn't.
invited you. It's fine. You guys don't have to pretend you're not friends if you are. I mean,
I'm
why
just
would you want to
joking.
do that? You're
Yeah.
going to abandon your friends in public? That's not
I
very
know,
nice.
right? Like, what type of friendship is that, man? Like, come on, man.
Just want to act
I'm just
brand new
saying.
towards new
They're my
people.
homies.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's better, Beard Gang. Don't be like that.
I'm just trying to show. I'm just trying to show. We just had like an argument over it. I'm just trying to show him.
No, like I believe. Okay, I did ask a couple questions.
Okay, you
What
got a
is the
question. Good, because your friend Beard Gang just asked 2 really good questions. He asked,
what
is
is the
NASA ever
point?
going to tell us the Earth is flat, which they already have? And then he asked, how can water cling to a spinning ball? Both excellent questions. Yeah, what's your question, Big John?
My question is, what is the main? What do you think it affects us in the highest form of if by them telling us that it's flat or it's round or whatever? What do you think the point is of you trying to prove that it's flat, or like what's the purpose of it? Like what's the
Do
at
any
the
of the
end of
other women want to take this? I just took the other questions from Beer Gang. I don't know if anybody else wants to take.
Well, I mean, everybody asks why would they lie, basically, because, well, A, they get unbelievable amounts of money to pursue space, quote unquote, projects. And who knows what they're really using it for? I mean, it's no secret that the government will have black ops and, funnel the money from other places to do things. So there's that. Money's always a motive. Another thing is that if they can convince you that you're on a tiny speck on a tiny planet in the middle of a vast, nothingness, basically, and basically stuck here as far as, maybe you could be visited by aliens who will destroy you, all sorts of things. It's a fun fantasy, but by convincing you that that's real, then there are certain other things they can get from you besides your money. They can get you to dream about being an astronaut someday, and what it turns out to be, is not what they're selling. So there's always control, controlling the narrative, controlling all sorts of things. It's like we can almost guarantee that everything we hear from officials these days is pretty much a lie. So I don't know why that would be an exception to the rule,
Real quick,
Go ahead.
do you believe in aliens, or do you think there's like other life forms out there that we haven't seen before? Or?
Well, first of all, we don't believe that there's an out there for them to come from. There are some people in Flat Earth who believe there are other land masses on the plane, that it's kind of called an infinite plane theory, where they believe that we're in one, picture a block of ice with a couple of little puddles in it, and we're in one puddle, and there might be people in another puddle that would come to visit. But then there's a theory that so-called UFOs, whatever they're calling them now, I forget, but that they're really government black ops craft, which is fairly believable. I mean, look at all the money they get, but
Area 51.
yeah. which, there's so many layers of deception, it's hard to say. But from my personal belief is that there are entities that are malevolent, that we would call demons, that masquerade as space aliens, so they'll be more acceptable. And this could help explain the fact that supposedly, if you can believe the reports, that back, at least 1,000 years in history, that people have reported seeing alien type beings and used to assume they were demons. So
John is like all into the demon thing. He thinks that the demons possess all of us and stuff. Like, I'm not trying to be
No,
for
no,
real.
I'm
Like,
not. I'm
he's
not.
into all that stuff.
Listen. What I believe is that I believe in God. I believe that God's just like I believe in God, and I believe in light, and I believe in goodness, and I believe in peacefulness, and humbleness, and love, and goodness, and forgiveness, and all these good virtues. I also believe that there is dark forces. There's a devil. You could call it a devil. You could call it whatever you want to call it. They got this a secular name for it, so that everybody they can put it in movies, because everything in this world is a business as well. So you could call it the devil, you call it demons, you call it whatever. At the end of the day, it's just I just think it's a dark force, right? That I think we all feel, and that we all are very just a part of, because we obviously live in a world where there's good and evil, and we're constantly battling, I think, against ourselves, so that evil can always win, which will always win. But when we fail to win it, then evil can also get a part of us. You know, um, I believe God. I believe in Jesus. I believe Jesus did die to cleanse us from all evil. I believe through Jesus we can learn how to overcome all evil, and we have been given that power by faith, by accepting the Holy Spirit. Uh, we have received that victory because evil has already been defeated. Because Jesus, I believe that he already beat death, and
right.
I just really, I try to live with that belief, because I think for me is what makes the most sense for me, at least, and it gives me a lot of peace, a lot of joy. My family and I, it gives us a lot of sense of purpose, and it's a very beautiful relationship to have when you look up at the sky and you know that there's somebody up there that loves you very much. Even though this life is hard, it's got difficulties for everybody. You look up there and be like, wow, thank you, because I know you still love me no matter what.
Right, and
And
that goes along with the whole thing of not only heliocentrism, but also evolution. And it's
right,
no coincidence that the Apollo missions were on. I mean, Apollo is a a pagan god, and all the planets are named after. I think mostly the Roman pantheon. The days of the week are named after mostly Norse gods or something like that. So that's definitely a part of it.
wow,
And I would say also that the early UFO researcher Jacques Vallée, he did, he was not a believer at all, but at the end of his research, he concluded that these craft acted more like supernatural beings than physical things. So that's definitely a part of the deception and the reason they can control people better by hiding the truth, because they're always, this deep state we talk about is always about having the truth kept to themselves as something that they jealously guard, and they
right,
deliberately deceive the rest of the world. So I
right,
guess that's a long answer to the question of what about aliens
yeah,
and UFOs, but
yeah. I think
it's
I think if we
important.
had I think if we got aliens, I think there would have been either they were ignoring us because they don't really like us, or they would have been already down here with us chilling. It would have been just hanging out with us. Hey, we got
I
some good
mean,
stuff for you guys. Maybe I think we have also set a really bad example. If there is any intelligent life out there, we have set a real bad example. Just look at this. Like, one person has the power to destroy all of humanity by just pressing one button. Yeah, we made cars and airplanes and all this, but look at all these destructive things that we have made. That also, I think, go back to what we were talking about. reflects the evil forces that are in this world. And when we let them get a hold of us because of greed, because of love for money, love for power, love for, trying to save ourselves, we're destroying others, and we're also destroying the life that we got for free, and ourselves eventually too. So I think all those things work at hand. But like, it's cool because I'm not opposing the flat Earth theory, but I just know that even if it is flat, or even if it is round or whatever, uh, we're all under the same sunlight, whether it's in different positions. We're all breathing the same air, whether it's in different positions, going through the same difficult
Right.
experiences, uh, and all these things. Is pretty much what makes us human. But
Right.
yeah, I mean,
And yeah,
Hello.
that's part of the whole thing.
yeah,
Go ahead.
those things should be, really, really looked at, because it sucks. Like, we live in a very suffering world, and especially in school, we're like, what we teach our children in school is so important. If we teach them that they've just been spinning in this little ball or flat or whatever they want to call it for billions and billions of years, we pretty much don't know where we're going. We're just teaching them good values, which of course that's what we got to do. But like, we're not giving them a clearer picture, and that's because I think we have also moved out of we have removed God a lot from the equation of our social and
Yeah, something you said there, Big John, it made me think that you might be suffering under the misconception of the Flat Earth Society that we're just like flattening out the ball, but it's still hanging there in space, because that is a popular meme in the propaganda that's put out there. And that's not our position at all. We accept the Earth as it appears, which is flat and
right,
stationary. We don't think that it's hanging in outer space. We don't accept
right,
any of the failed heliocentric model because it
right,
has no evidence to back it up. So, I don't know, like it's common, I don't know about common, but it's frequent, I guess, that people who come in here think that it doesn't matter one way or the other. But, when you start to shift over to where what you're actually experiencing and observing in the world, in the
right,
creation is,
right,
consistent with what it actually is. You're not saying, oh, it looks like it's stationary, but really we're secretly moving, or it looks totally flat, but oh, secretly it's a ball. You don't, I mean, once you get
yeah,
that out
yeah,
of your
yeah,
head, it
right.
does make things
Like,
get,
I like,
it helps
for,
for a lot more clarity in your mind and so on. So it
yeah,
does make a difference. But when you're still hanging in that cognitive dissonance, you might not
yeah.
realize that it's
You have
gone.
like
I
I
got a
understand.
question.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
What does the word denicism mean?
What does what?
The word denicism, I can't say it.
This,
Dissonance? Like
Yeah.
cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Dissonance by itself just means clashing, like in music. It's a bunch of noise instead of a nice chord. So
right.
cognitive is a thinking. So you have really conflicting thoughts in your head is what cognitive dissonance means. It
Pretty
means
much is
you're
like confusion,
faced
right?
with
Confusion.
yeah, you're faced with two things that can't both be true, and one has, the thing you used to believe has just been proven false. So you've got facts in front of you that say something you held to be a very obvious truth is being challenged by evidence, and you don't want to change. Even so, that tension is cognitive dissonance.
Oh, like just how like I think like God is real and everything, and then here comes my cousin. No, he's not real.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
yeah, because there's so many, like, the world we created has been completely based off of our imagination and of our belief. Like the guy that first created I don't know, the car or the airplane or whatever. He imagined, he was like, wow, I want to fly like that. But he got an idea from watching a bird maybe fly away, or watching something go really fast, and and all these things have inspired our imagination to create just the things that we see nowadays as well.
Yeah,
Um,
and if we ever get back to the point, like to go back to Ear Gang's question, even though I said, NASA already has shown that the Earth is flat, and the government admits it in many, many documents, like Miguel Sousa put you the link for those all those different documents. Yours, that really wasn't what you were asking. You're asking, like, will they make it, public? Like, will science ever be science again? Because basically pseudoscience has taken over large portions of the scientific community. There's still obviously scientists and researchers who use the scientific method who still, are very traditional, and that's more in areas that are less politicized or that are more just by nature empirical science and so on. But, this whole area of astrophysics and this obsession with outer space has turned science into largely a joke, which is unfortunate for those other scientists, who are actually trying to, do research that matters and actually trying to ask a question about cause and effect and gather results and so on. So yeah, will the world ever make actual science popular again to the point where what people perceive and what people are told through the media matches reality? Yeah, I mean, my answer to that is, it's not with the way we're going, not in this current system. So there'd have to be some kind of major change. But yeah, does anybody else who's new? We've got a lot of new people in here. Does anybody else who's new have a question about the flat Earth or anything? We've got.
Yeah,
I know.
have some
We've
questions.
got. Oh, please. I don't know why those kind of people are back all of a sudden. We haven't had that kind of person for a while that just can't even speak, just has to make a noise and they think that's entertaining, I guess. But who knows? Doesn't matter.
Science.
He thinks he's a robot.
Science has proven to be very, very, very efficient. But science can't give us the absolute truth of life, because everything that science studies is temporary. Everything that science studies is physical, is material. And if you really think about it, all of us are material. But what differentiates us, and that what gives us that beyond perspective, is that when we die, the body is gonna be material, but our spirit, which is our belief. Because if not, then we're just spinning around here, just waiting, just to get dropped.
We're not spinning though.
Okay. We're not spinning. We're just walking.
I hear you though. I hear what you're saying.
But you know what I'm saying?
The champion. What was your question? Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
I forgot.
Oh, too bad. Well, if it comes back to you,
Okay. Oh yeah, I can't remember what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Like my teachers, for example, like they're trying to teach us stuff about like how the Earth is round and everything, just stuff like that. But you can tell they don't care what they're teaching. They're just saying stuff off the top of their head, just reading it out of a book.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, the champion, because I've been a teacher for many years, and before I started researching it, I thought that what we were presenting in the book was true, and I thought someone had actually researched it and proven it. So yeah, it's not your teacher's not. That's something, when like somebody was asking the why would they lie question earlier. It's not like all of these people are sitting here, we're going to secretly make these kids believe it's a globe, but we know it's really not. No, definitely not. Your vast majority of teachers actually think the globe is science, for sure. Yeah, no question about it. So, there are obviously people who understand, who have, especially in recent years when the evidence and the information is more readily available. But like Miguel just put in there the meme.
So you 100% believe that the Earth is flat based on the evidence?
Not me. Nope. I don't believe it. No, I know that it's the case. I don't believe in the globe.
You know it. Okay, you know it. You don't believe in the globe.
The globe requires belief. You have to believe in a model that doesn't represent reality, that's being pushed by people who are not using the scientific method or any kind of measurement, that have no proof of curvature and so on. So yeah, once you look into the evidence, then you.
So you think all of the video footage, everything that has been put out there is fake completely?
Well, that's a big statement to make. I don't know what video.
Well, I mean, that's what you're pretty much saying.
What video footage of what? What video footage?
For example, the video footage of Elon Musk sending his car Tesla and just recording the video of the Earth. And just all these astronauts that have gone up there, all these space stations that have shot video of the Earth that's round. You think all of that is completely fake? That's what you're pretty much saying.
Like refraction.
It's not that it's a big statement. It's just that's what you're putting out there. You're 100%, sure that
Of
all of
course,
that
yeah.
is
I mean,
fake.
but it's not.
Okay.
I mean, if you're interested in that kind of thing, like some guys have put up some stuff there, like Elon Musk himself said, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. I mean, it's an absurdity. It's not even close to it being reality. And then, if you people have examined it more closely, like Miguel Souza put on there, and showed exactly how they produced this. Yeah, in the studio. I mean, there's no reason to think that what they're putting out there is real. There's zero reason to think that it's not verifiable. Any kind of image, any kind of photography. We already know photography is a highly
I got a question.
manipulated thing. So yeah, there's no reason to think that it is real. Yes. What's your question?
Alright, so for like the argument about like people like going to space saying it's real, what if the government's just paying them to say that? The government's pretty rich,
Paying
Yes.
them to say it's real?
Yeah, saying like the Earth
Yeah.
is flat and everything.
Oh, you mean? Oh, I hear. You're saying that
Or like,
that the government is paying people for a vast conspiracy to try to make people believe that the Earth is flat.
or globe.
I mean, that's basically it's up to you. I don't know how you make decisions in your life. You can either go out and you can
I
do
just flip a coin.
Okay, well, I wouldn't say that's a very good way to do it because you have a brain that's capable of logic and reason. So, we're here to tell you if anyone's interested, we can tell you how you could go out and make your own long distance observation to disprove the globe tomorrow if you cared enough. But if you don't want to do that, I mean, it's really not even necessary at this point. Like, for example, here, I'll give you a link in the voice text. Can you see live stream voice text there? The champion, is that who I was talking to? So those observations, that's just a small sampling of all the observations that we've compiled on the Flat Earth Wiki. And each one of these disproves the globe. When you have a model that's basically a mathematical model because it's giving us this radius of 3,959 miles, it's a sphere. So we're testing this model in reality because a sphere would have, definite geometry that would result in these objects disappearing from your view, and they don't. You can see them all. So you could say, oh yeah, the government went and paid like 3,000 people or more. That's just the documented ones. I mean, people make observations all the day. To what? To make people think the Earth is flat? No, because these people are all just amateurs doing it on their own, and you could do it yourself. So that's not that's a conspiracy theory that doesn't hold water, that people are trying to get together to prove to you the Earth is flat. All the weather balloons that show a flat horizon and so on, it doesn't hold water because you could go and do it yourself. Whereas the space is a conspiracy theory that could easily be held up and in fact is. The champion, if you have something else to say, go ahead. I'm just trying to finish my thought. If you're no longer interested, there might be someone else listening that is. Yes, you may. Yes, you're excused.
Don't talk about too complicated stuff without me. I want to be in the conversation. I'm trying to understand everything,
Yeah, well, we'll get your response to what I just said when you come back.
Dandelion, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to say you have a very beautiful voice.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Beard King. Because your friend there made it sound like he wanted to escape as soon as possible.
Oh, I don't know
also
that
your
guy.
friend? Is everyone in all caps your friend? If I put myself in all caps, then would I be your friend too?
Just Big John and Booty Hunter. I don't know
Booty
that
Hunter's
other
not
guy.
even in all caps. Why do you guys let him in your group when he has lowercase letters in his name?
Yeah, and I'm still thinking about it.
He's not good enough for the all caps yet.
Okay, he has to progress in the ranks.
Yeah.
Let's go through a hazing ritual or something. I understand.
No, but you know what? I'm gonna be honest. But I'm gonna put myself in your shoes right now. Okay, the Earth is flat. What are the pros and what are the cons? The pros is that now we have a lot more unlimited space to cover and to know. Now we have a lot more, we just keep walking and keep going forward, and then there's always going to be something new. Right? Are you with me?
Yes, the pros of the flat Earth is that, that is one of the...
That's essentially what the best thing that it has, that of it being flat
Yeah, I'm
is that
surprised you brought that up when you're so new. I mean, like I can show people the,
no,
the
because like
Admiral
I'm
Byrd
not gonna
interview. Okay, well,
like
yeah, like for example, Admiral Byrd
no
claimed
1 second.
and his
Let me
team.
finish. Let
Okay,
me finish the thought. Let me
well,
finish the thought. Let me
yeah,
finish the thought.
okay.
And then
Finish your thought.
now the what are the pros and the cons of it being of the negative things about being a globe? It can obviously feel like a trap, right? Like if you like being okay, I'm in a bubble. You can actually feel very easier. Like that thought is very easier to get more anxious, feel more trapped, right? Feel more under controlled, right? If you feel like if you accept that reality of it being a bubble. The good thing about it being flat is that there's unlimited possibilities because there's always something new to see, something new to learn, something new to go, somewhere new to go, and it gives life a lot more possibilities, I think. What from a perennial point of view. um
Yeah, absolutely, Big John. I'm
Honestly,
impressed that you're
yeah,
able to
like I'm like
distill
yeah.
that from your time in the server. Have you heard about flat Earth before coming here? Or is this new to you?
No, like me personally, um whether it's flat or it's a bubble, I don't put my faith in it. You know, I don't put my hope in it. I don't, but I do just appreciate it for whatever it is or whatever it could be. I do
What
appreciate it.
about like what about like the bottom side? Like, is it livable?
Probably. I mean, yeah, there's people on the ground right now.
Like with gravity and shit? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the bottom side of because if it's flat, you know what I'm saying? Like, could that be livable or what?
All I know is this is an
I don't know if any other
amazing.
women wanted to take that question. That's a good question. Like Shine's just got here, but I don't know if she can talk or if anyone
Hello,
else
I'm
wanted
back.
to.
I can talk. I just got in though, so I didn't hear the question.
Oh, okay.
I
Can
was
you
just
repeat
looking at
your
that.
question for Shine's
Hey, Shines, how you doing?
beer gang?
I'm
COVID
good. How
beer
are
gang.
you?
COVID beer gang.
I'm good. Wait, do all the girls here have like beautiful voices, like soothing to hear y'all
Hey,
talk?
COVID, yo,
No,
relax, bro.
my question was like, so like the Earth is flat, yeah? Like the bottom side of it, is it livable?
What do you mean the bottom side of it?
Like
It's
the
just
bottom
flat,
of
bro.
it.
It's like a newspaper flat.
Hold
It
up.
just got a
Okay.
little bit of rocks.
I'm so confused. What do you mean the bottom side of it? Are you still like thinking of an Earth? Are you thinking of like a disc in outer space? What do you mean the bottom side of
That
it?
is what I'm thinking of right now. Is like a
Yeah, because
fucking
we
disc.
can't drill farther than I think it's like close to like 8-9 miles into the ground. We don't know what's underneath. Nobody knows
Oh,
what's
okay.
underneath. We don't know
That's what
what's
I
in the
wanted to
center
know.
if it
Like,
wasn't Earth. Yeah, there's
so we don't even know what it looks like on the bottom.
no. If it was
Oh,
even if
okay.
it was a globe, they don't know what's in the center, yet they're claiming what they think
Yeah,
is in the
yeah.
center as if it's fact, but it's not
Molten
fact.
lava or something and
Well, yeah, they
fucking
say that it's molten
obsidian.
magnetic iron, and iron loses its magnetism once it heats to a certain degree, so it can't even be magnetic. So they're
I
lying
mentioned
on
I'm back.
multiple counts.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the champion's back. Yeah, so that was kind of what we said earlier. Some people have that misconception about from the Flat Earth Society and the memes and so on that we think we're a disc flying through space, which we have no reason to think that, and we don't think that. So I don't know. The champion, did you have any response to?
I did not hear it. Can you repeat it?
Never mind. Never mind. I thought you had some response to what we were talking about before, which was the long distance observations. But if you don't, that's perfectly fine.
Oh, long distance observations, like things you see with the telescope?
No, things you see on the Earth that you shouldn't see if we lived on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. If you scroll up, let's put it back in here again if you want to take a look at it. It's all of these are observations that that wouldn't be possible if we lived on a globe of those dimensions. So,
Oh, like
but
how
yeah,
like
I don't know. I wanted to go back to the Lion of Yah because he was trying to find his microphone. I don't know if he found it, if he had any questions or comments. Are you there, Lion of Yah? And if not, or if you just whenever you do get your mic together, if you want to speak up, feel free. We also have Lloyd, that I don't think we've talked to before. If there's anyone in here that doesn't have a role, there's still a bunch of people in VC check-in, so you can go up there and get the VC verified role, so you'll be able to unmute yourself.
Yo, Booty, you don't have any input on this, bro? Questions or anything, bro?
Nah, I'm still learning more.
Okay.
Well, did you understand, Beard Gang? What's your response to what Shine said about how,
I mean, it makes
there's
sense.
another side? Okay, we don't have any
I just
reason to think there's another side. We don't know anything.
Yeah. No, it's just fucked up. Like, if there's people actually out there in spaceships and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't they have like gone to? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I guess they're trying to. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
I'm still
repeat this a
learning as
third time.
well.
Maybe I'm not saying it right. I know, level up if you have another way to explain. I guess we
They're
haven't
not
really
really.
gone over
Okay, yeah, I get you. I get you.
But
It
we
just
haven't
got me
even
all
said
like
it.
fucked
You
up
guys
now.
keep saying you get me. You said you got me when I said that we don't think we're just flying through space, but then you guys asked another question. It's not like I'm upset with you. It's just like sometimes people don't realize how ingrained the stuff is in you, so that when we go over it, it's like, and we have to go over it again. It's fine. The vacuum of outer space is impossible for it to exist next to the atmosphere of the Earth. So we don't even accept their whole outer space like realm claims. We don't accept any of that. It's just
So you
there's the
don't
sky
even think
that's up there.
You don't even think they've gone to like the moon?
There's no credible evidence that anyone ever went to the moon. No, that's like the first thing. I haven't thought that for decades. You know,
Do you
like
think the moon? Do you think the moon is real?
obviously it's
What do
real.
you
I
mean
can
it's
see it.
real? I mean, it's
Yeah,
there.
real.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure, you know.
Like, think about your
I mean,
questions.
like
You
the
guys said you're
pictures.
here to learn stuff. You said that you're here to learn stuff. You're trying to absorb information. So the best way to do that is by asking questions.
Yeah, that's what we're
Um,
doing. That's what
yeah.
we're
So
doing. Yeah.
ask questions and make sure, like, think about your questions. And it's even if there are no stupid questions. Like you even just saying, "Is the moon real?" Like that helps you to think about it. Like, well, yeah, it is real. We can see it, right? So like, it doesn't matter what your
Okay,
questions are.
so now the moon. Every time you look at the moon, it's obviously surrounded by a blackness, and there's obviously stars and things up there. So when people go over there and then they look back, what do you think they see?
People don't go over there.
Or
They
people never
don't
go over there. Or people
No,
have never gone over there.
no.
Okay,
So
okay.
let me
That's a second
me
law of
ask-
thermodynamics. You can't leave. We have containment. There has to be containment because we have pressure. So how are they leaving the containment?
But there's satellites and
Go over
shit out there, right?
Satellites are not real. There's no evidence
Weather
of them.
balloons.
There's no satellites either.
No,
The
there's
satellites
weather
don't
balloons.
exist. You have
They're-
never seen a satellite fall into the ocean. They're not real. There's no proof.
What the hell?
Don't they burn up in the atmosphere if they're falling?
Okay.
Hold on, there's too many people. Shh, there's
There's
too
way
many
too many
people
people.
talking at once. Yeah, let's just
Yeah, they keep switching topics too. Before we really get to talk about something, they'll just keep skipping around.
It's just a lot. It's a lot of. It's a new world. You know that. So
There's a
we
lot
just
to take in.
Yeah,
The
we
moon
just
is
wanna
round,
know.
So then when someone tries
hold
to
up.
answer, just let them finish the answer. So right now we're on, about outer space and why it is a claim that is not scientific. So Stein, did you have more to add about that?
Yeah, I wanted to add the fact that when we are talking to people, we prefer to have it like a one-on-one, and we don't need a bunch of people jumping in. Let the ladies take care of it. Like, we'll answer the questions. We don't need other people to do it. We appreciate your enthusiasm, but it keeps it more organized where we can have a more fluent conversation and people don't jump in. So,
I apologize.
no, it wasn't you. It was other people. We were talking to you, and then other people were jumping
Okay.
in. So
I'm
if they
sorry.
want to
I'm sorry. It was
ask a
me.
question if they want to ask a question next, then that's cool, and then we can have that one-on-one with them. It just keeps it more organized, so it's not chaos. That's all. It's no biggie. But yeah, what was your question about space specifically?
So, what is space for you, according to your belief? What do you think it is?
We have to believe it's there. I mean, you say that there's blackness around the moon. Well, sometimes the moon is out during the day and there's blue around the moon. So it doesn't depend on there being such a thing as a vacuum that somehow the atmosphere from Earth doesn't dissipate into, in spite of the fact that there's no barrier as far as the heliocentric model goes, nothing to keep the air from just drifting out into this alleged space vacuum And we know from every indication on Earth that if you have air pressure next to it or gas pressure next to a vacuum, the gas will fill the space. So if Earth has air around it, it should have long ago dissipated into space, which has much more volume. The fact that it hasn't is telling us that this idea of a vast vacuum or near vacuum can't even be possible. It violates the laws of physics. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't lights in the sky. It doesn't mean they don't move overhead. It just means that there is no vacuum where air should be going because the air isn't going, therefore there isn't a vacuum. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool.
No matter what, like we have air pressure, and no matter what, the fact that we have pressure means that there is containment. We have to be contained. So once you understand that, you understand that they are not leaving where we are to go into this other place. There's just no possible way for that to happen. So it comes down to, like, do you believe in the moon missions? Do you believe that there are actually satellites in space? Do you know about, like, that they're actually NASA, buys the most helium, and that they use actually balloons in order to have, satellites out there, Wi-Fi and all that kind of stuff. It's central. It's not leaving outer space. If it were, the ISS would be seeing these satellites. Nothing is picked up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the ISS isn't even real. And now they're going to crash the ISS into the ocean and not even retrieve anything about it somewhere in the Pacific Ocean when it retires. Like, everything that they say is a lie, and they cover it up very easily, and people just believe it.
Right.
Second law of thermodynamics, you can't escape. It's not happening. There's no leaving it unless they claim that there is some certain way to leave the containment, which
So you mean by the containment, you mean pretty much going beyond from what we can see in the, like, looking upward, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
By containment, you mean going beyond from what we can see when we look up.
By containment, I mean that we have to have containment in order to have pressure. So no matter where that actually is, there is containment. We can't leave. That has to be contained. Like, if you think of a soda can and you open the soda can, that pressure valve is then released, and then all of that gas starts dissipating out of that top, and that soda can will go flat. All the gas, there would be no more pressure. So we have pressure. There is no flip of the soda can. And if you were to flip the soda can, everything that's in here, all that pressure would dissipate. Entropy would ensue. So there is no leaving this place if there is pressure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it kind of does.
What if, like, a bubble, though? Like, what if the Earth is like a bubble, though?
So then the bubble would pop. And if you think about a bubble, so when they do things like, it's a bubble, that bubbles contain things on the inside, not the outside, right? It's containment within, not like something where everything is living on the outside of a bubble. There is no pressure on the outside of a bubble. The pressure is on the inside of it. And if that bubble were to pop, boop, entropy ensues and the bubble is gone. So Earth isn't a bubble where people are living on the inside. That's like some concave, that's a different realm of theories.
Earth is just flat ground where people just walk around, right?
Yeah, it's horizontal. Everything is level and horizontal. Level and horizontal. There's no defined. There's elevation changes.
Do you think that anybody has ever gotten to the end of it?
No, because we can't go beyond. We can't go towards the north. That's blocked off. Not even airplanes or anything. If you look it up, they can't fly. It's like I think it's 500-mile radius that airplanes are not allowed to go towards the north. And then after the 60th parallel south, nobody's allowed to freely travel beyond that. So no, we don't know what's exactly at the center, and we don't know what's exactly going on beyond the 60th parallel. So that would all be speculation. We can only talk about
how many miles is the 60th parallel?
The 60th parallel is the 60th parallel is where it is around Antarctica, right? So the outer circle, like if you think of a lake, that's like the shoreline. We're not allowed to go beyond that. What's beyond that? I have no idea what that distance is because nobody has done that. And if they have, we're not being reported back of what actually is out there.
Right. Probably a whole bunch of mansions. All these millionaires.
Like a while back, I put that Admiral Byrd video in there. I guess I can find it and put it back in there. But yeah, Admiral Byrd, when he explored Antarctica, said that he and his team saw a continent beyond
Larger than the United
Antarctica.
States. Yeah.
Larger than the United States.
Larger than North America, yeah.
Yeah. So, that's what he said.
And he has a point there when he said, oh, it'd be mansions and rich people. There's things that are actually named after, like, what is it, like the Walmart family or Walgreens? Like, the names of the places in Antarctica are actually, like, corporations. Like, it's crazy what those lands are actually called. Does anybody have a map of that with the names of all the territories?
I've seen that before. Maybe somebody will come up with that for us.
I can't remember if it's, like, Walgreens or, like, Walmart. There's some, like, weird shit going on.
We've also got Stir Cobblins. What?
Rockefeller Mountains.
Oh, Rockefeller Mountains. Okay. Yeah, maybe somebody's got that for us. Stir Coblin is here in the voice text saying that he wants to contribute to the discussion. I don't know if you had
I
don't know. I don't know. Stir Coblin, are you there? Did you have something you wanted to say or ask? You're not approver or disapprover. So, did you have a question for us?
I have a question.
Okay, Snowflakes does. Go ahead. Stir Coblin, if you decide to speak up later, just let us know. You don't have to wait to be called on. Yes, Snowflakes, go ahead.
So on the globe model, right? They assume there's gravity, right? They say that gravity has less attraction the higher you go up, or the farther you're away from gravity. Correct? Like it's less strong at a greater distance, right? That's what they say, right?
They say.
Yeah. So if near the core of the Earth, right, or at the ground, if you're very close to it, how come birds can easily take off with those little tiny wings of them?
Right. And on the opposite end, where it's supposedly the weakest, farthest away, is where they say gravity somehow becomes a barrier or container for the gas of the atmosphere, which makes zero sense at all.
Well, they also say that helium, which, defies this whole gravity thing, helium rises, and they say before, when I was growing up, they said it was a closed system. This is a closed system, no gases are getting out, blah, blah, blah. That's what I was taught in school. We even see Bill Nye saying it on his show for kids, right? It's a closed system. But yet now they're saying that gases actually do leave and helium is leaving, and that's why we don't have that much helium. So how does that happen if we have pressure and containment? And when you actually really start thinking about, birds being able to fly up, or if you take a golf ball and a golf ball actually drops down, but then you put it in water, you drop it down in water, hold it down, let it go, it'll float back up again, right? So it all has to do with density, buoyancy, a multitude of different things. And even electrostatics has way more of a power than they're even saying that gravity does. And you can't isolate that in order to prove gravity. So they basically just created a story that this gravity is what's keeping things down. When you really think about it, every single part of it falls apart. Every part of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, plus there are a lot of flaws in Newton's calculations and stuff. In theory, there's a lot of holes in that. And then Einstein tried to improve it, and then he also made a few mistakes here and there, or he wasn't aware of certain things and kind of misinterpreted like certain things.
My brother wants to speak. Is that okay? My younger brother.
Yes, does he use Discord terms of service?
Yeah. He's just a year younger than me.
Okay, sure.
Question: if the Earth is flat, then why is all the other planets circle?
Holy shit. Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
He sounds way younger than a year younger than you.
He has to speak.
That's a good question. I think that's the best
But
one
the
I
thing,
heard.
well, if all the billiard balls on a pool table are round, does that mean the table's round?
Not really.
No.
Nope. So we can't look at the sky and see all the
check this
round
out.
things
But
and then say that what we're on, it must be round too.
listen, but the planets are not on the Earth. They're obviously outside.
Why are you
Right.
calling them planets?
Yeah.
Whatever the balls, whatever you want to call it.
Why
The
are you
balls,
calling
they're
them
not.
balls? Wait. Why are you calling them balls? Does anybody have the GIF of whether it's circular
Are
or
they
not?
not
Can somebody
balls, or
post
are they
that?
flat as? Are they
Hold up.
flat too?
Let me show you this real quick. Does anybody have that? Can somebody post that in the main chat?
John has a lot of
Karen
experience
B.
with balls.
the Karen B video, whether it's circular or not.
I know the one you mean. I hope somebody has. I think we might have made it into a meme, so I'm not sure what
It
it's
was.
called. I'll
That's
see if
what I
I can
mean.
find it. I'll see if I can find it.
And if we can walk him through this, you might understand. It might really help him.
That's a good question.
Let me see if I can find it on YouTube. If
Yeah,
somebody
that's
gets
the main
into it
thing.
first.
That's the main thing, is assuming that we're on a planet in
We're
the
not on a
first
planet,
place.
right?
Right. So
We're just on the
why
ground.
does it matter what? Yeah, why does it matter what things are in the sky? You know, what it has nothing to do with what we're standing on.
How do you? I mean, how do you know we're not standing on pretty much the same thing?
Okay,
Well,
I
that's
found it.
your burden of proof.
Okay.
Okay, so I found it. So if you can go into the main chat and press play and watch this. Tell me when you press play because we'll watch it together.
Hey, question. Why is everything else around it round, but we are flat? The Earth is flat.
That's why we're gonna watch this video. Look at the main text. I just posted it. My name is Shines. Underneath
Where is
Shines, you'll see a video that says Karen B. Is it spherical? It's in the live stream voice text. And when you guys are ready to press play, let me know and we'll press play. And then you should guess before she answers the question, guess, is it spherical? Is it not spherical?
Hold on. Let's see. Get into it.
I just posted it. You might have to scroll up a bit. You'll see Grim posted a line of circles, live stream voice text. It's right above us. Right where the live stream is, the one right above.
Right,
Okay,
the one
cool.
that's got the little purple colors.
What purple colors? The live stream voice text. The last post that was posted in the live stream voice text, you can see non sequitur was just posted.
So you don't think nothing spins? So the moon doesn't spin, the Earth doesn't spin.
Why are we changing subjects?
Hold on, no. You need to go through this with Shines before you go on to something else. So if you can't find the video that she's talking about, it's at
No, I'm watching
45
the video, but throughout I'm watching the video, I'm having questions. So I don't know. Maybe you could ask them later. Answer them later.
Okay, so yeah, you need to watch the video. So when your guys are ready to press play, we can press play. Is everyone ready to press play?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? Press play. Can you guess which one is a sphere?
How would we know? What if I told you that
Thank
there's
you for doing that.
object that is not spherical?
I know.
Can you tell what it is?
Which one is it?
Can you tell me how you do it? How would we even know the distance? I can tell you that they are 100 feet away and you will believe it. But they can only be 100 feet away.
And I can tell you that they are 10 meters in diameter, but they could only be 5 centimeters in diameter. You can never know using your camera.
Please look at them carefully. Here is the only object that is not spherical here. Here it is. I bet you thought it would be another one. But it will blow your mind if I tell you that the second object is also not spherical, and it's
Yo, what happened?
I don't know. The sound cut out. I'm just waiting for everybody to finish watching it. So when they have
Oh, my bad, my bad.
yeah, I don't know. I can't hear it anymore either.
Yo, COVID is so interesting, right?
Yeah.
I like it.
So, I mean, if you guys are done watching it, then do you understand now that you can look at something and you can't tell until you actually physically are there to touch it? It can
Right,
look.
right,
It's
right.
we are surrounded by optical illusions all day. Everything we see is basically an optical illusion. You know,
Right.
if you take away one eye, you see differently than if you have two eyes. Our eyes are round, and we're experiencing this world in a way that is showcasing it in a way that is always an optical illusion to help us with our dimensions and how far away things are and things along those lines. So when you look at these different things, you couldn't tell. Everyone always gets it wrong. People, I mean, David Weiss does this on videos all fucking day long. Sorry for cussing, but they're like, that one's a sphere. Oh no, wait, that one is it. Oh wait, that one is it. Oh my goodness, none of those were spheres except for the last one. Like we can be deceived through the way that we witness things. So to say that the planets, quote unquote, which actually are just wandering stars, that they
So
are round.
don't they have image of Saturn having rings like going around
It
or
looks like
moving?
an eye. It looks like an eyeball, Saturn.
Like an eyeball.
And yeah, and no, there's nothing to showcase in any way, shape, or form that any of those are actually spheres.
Okay, so another thing, you don't think that the Earth is moving, and you don't think that the moon is moving, and you don't think the sun is moving. They're just
No, no,
there.
no, 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 no. The sun and the moon are moving like
Right.
clockwork up above us. We are standing still. The Earth is not moving, but what we witness up in the sky, that is rotating like clockwork. The Saros cycle is an 18-year cycle where everything repeats. And this is where like 369 come in handy. Like it really is based off of that. Like it's a pattern and it moves in synchronicity with an 18-year plan with the eclipses and all these different things. It repeats every year with the zodiac, right? Those stars repeat. The planets, and even when they say the planet is going into retrograde, that planet might actually just suddenly be, planet might actually just be moving slower during that period. So it makes it look like it's going backwards. That could be an optical illusion. It might not actually be moving in a different direction. It might just be going slower. There are many optical illusions that people just bought into and are like, oh, that's what they said it was because they're smarter than us. So that must be what it is. That doesn't make it so. And people need to start thinking, broader and deeper and with a lot of logic, and know that just because people have paperwork doesn't mean that they're the smartest in this world, that we should just
Right.
blindly believe them.
Right. I believe that.
Like, what is it that makes you think that the earth is moving? Do you have any kind of evidence whatsoever that the earth is moving?
I mean,
The sun, where it's dark and light.
Why does that
Is
make
the sun moving around
honestly,
us?
I'm gonna be
I don't know.
honest. I don't think like there's so much. Like I know it's all connected and everything is all one thing affects the other and the other and the other. One lie leads to another and the other, and that's perfectly fine. But I don't think none of this is gonna matter when I die. You know, the only thing that's gonna matter is how I live my life, and I don't think how I
Well,
live my
that's not
life
true.
really. Yeah, I mean how I live my. Yeah, I think it's pretty
So
true.
I think that it does matter. And let me tell you why. I think it matters because if people woke up to the absolute lies that we have been told and the control that we have over us, this world would change in a drastic way. And our children wouldn't have to go to these fake wars and do all this crazy stuff and be indoctrinated in school
But
systems.
do you think that that comes from from the Earth being
Yeah,
around?
that's one of the biggest lies that they've told us. That's one of the very biggest lies because they're hiding the creator. When you look at the world and understand that
They're
it
what?
is,
Because they're what?
they're hiding the creator, that we were created. They're saying
Right.
that we just came from nothing. That
Yeah.
there's no we were created. And so when you
Yeah.
hide the creator, you take away
100%.
people's actual free will. You take away their understanding of how important every single person here is. You take
Yeah,
away,
of course.
you know, so when people wake up to that and they realize that they were created and that we can come together and that, you know, not letting our children be indoctrinated in school systems and not allowing them to bow down to these governments that are totally tyrannical and insane, it will change the world. So yeah, it does make a difference on how you act during your lifetime. And this is a big way to step up and be like, I'm not down with this. I'm not, I don't
This
want,
is
I'm not
all.
going to be lied to.
This is all like everything. Like I know what you're saying, and you have a point to a certain extent, but none of this goes essentially to who we are. It's all material. You're talking about material, like the Earth. Earth is just dirt. And like we
No.
and no. Let me finish, please.
Are
Let me
you
finish, please.
sure about that?
No, I don't think so. I think what is it? Like at the end of the
Sorry.
day, the most the most essential things we are is who we are, not in the knowledge of what we see, because we obviously know that everything we see is temporary. You know, eventually, just like life, you know, baby's born, eventually it dies. Eventually, you know,
Yeah, and how
trees.
do you want to live here? What do you want to pass down to the next generation and the generation after that, and the
The
generation
only
after
thing
that?
that you can actually give people is hope, is faith, and that's
You can give
God,
them
because we can't
honesty
do that. Yeah, yeah,
and honesty.
and
And so exposing the lies and allowing people to realize that they have been lied to by these people, whoever they are that are running
so
this and controlling all of this.
you think the whole world is pretty much the major powerful leaders are in a plot to
Yeah,
have us all pinned
obviously.
down, have us
Yes,
all pinned down.
of course they are.
Okay.
Even without even if you take away, even if you took away the whole entire flat earth thing, you can witness it by the division. Everything is divide and conquer, and not in a good way. Like if I'm with my
Yeah, but
husband, I'm like, hold
that's
up.
not about. Go ahead, go ahead.
If I'm
Oh,
with my
shit, you're
husband
married?
and we have like a dirty house and like need to go grocery shopping, we have a good divide and conquer system. We're like, let's divide and conquer. You go do the grocery shopping, I'll clean the house, then we can have more time together as a family because we aren't having to do both those things together, right? We can enjoy more time. The way that they divide and conquer is by every single position, every single idea that you can possibly imagine. They're splitting people apart. They're making everyone argue against everything. It comes down to like every single fiber of what people think, that if people are in agreement about this, then they aren't in agreement about that, right? Like they are dividing and conquering people. When people start to realize that and they understand, especially the biggest lies, people will come together and they'll start to wake up and then they'll start to see it. And once you start to see it, it literally is just like the Matrix. You can't go back into it unless you want to blindly just be like, you know what, be like Cypher, like the meat tastes better here. I'm going to, you know, go back into the lies. But for the most part, most people, once they see what these lies are, they never go back and they start to witness more of it. And then you can't unsee it. And it kind of sucks in the beginning. You're like, this is horrible. And nobody believes what I'm saying and blah, blah, blah. But more and more people are waking up.
Yeah,
And
like
that's why
I
they're coming down
understand.
even harder now.
You're obviously very, very passionate about what you believe, and that's awesome. You know,
Okay, hold on. Before we go on with
Yeah.
this topic here, because I feel like you're not really hearing her. But
I'm
anyway,
hearing
I
her
agree.
perfectly. I'm
yeah.
hearing her. I'm just
Okay.
the only thing that I'm saying is that
Before we get too far from the video, we have a question from
what
the voice text about the spherical video. But go ahead, give out your final thoughts. It is important. You don't see that it's important. We've addressed this several times. That's fine. From your perspective, we understand
I
that
think
you won't
everything
see it. And we're telling you that if you actually followed through on this quest to
I
the
think
end,
everything
you
is
would see it
important.
and it would make a difference.
Everything is important. Everything has because everything has power, for whether it's for a good thing or a bad thing. So everything affects others in a way or another. So everything is important. Um, the only thing I think is just we're living a temporary existence here on Earth, and we're focused on
Okay, yeah, we got that, Big John. Okay, so hold on. That's Big
on
John talking,
things.
right? Because he's not lighting up for me for some reason. Am I still coming
Yeah,
through?
it's me. Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, Big John, just to let you know, because I can tell you're really into like the metaphysical talk and all that. We also have like, a chill channel down there, religion, spirituality, and so on that we talk about other stuff. Like in the live stream, we don't mind like veering off into that area about why it's important. Like you've been told by multiple people why we're saying it's important, and you are
I know
not
it's
accepting
important.
that. I
know it's
understand. So anyway, you're just continuing on with the same thing you were saying before. So anyway, the question about somebody has a question about the Karen B video about the spherical where, and that was that was addressing the little brother of somebody else. I think that was Champion's little brother. Yeah. So the point of that video, we should probably go back to the champion first for the reaction, but then also Sir Coblin has a further question. I hope Sir Coblin is going to be able to talk to us. Anyway, did you understand that the point of that was because when you're asking all these questions, like, why is the earth flat if everything else is a ball? You were questioning your claim that the other things are a ball. That's thing one. And thing two, it has no relation, like Level Up pointed out. It doesn't matter what other things are because we aren't those things. So what they are is, a different category. It's a category error. So yeah, did you or your brother have any reaction to the spherical video, the champion?
My brother got bored listening to you guys and left like 10 minutes ago.
But did he watch the video?
Yeah, he watched the video.
Oh, that's good news. Just that he watched that makes me happy because I feel like that is a good video. It makes an impression on people. So that was a good idea, Shines, to bring that up. Yeah, good idea.
You could tell him I said he's rude.
So anyway, Sir Coblin, are you willing to get on the mic and ask your question about the video?
Who's Sir?
Well, hop on.
I'm going to put that in my playlist so I don't lose it again, Shines. I got to go up there and find.
Yeah, I thought it was one of those things where you can do like the exclamation point, whatever.
I found that it was while you were finding the video.
Okay, cool.
But then it's just a GIF where it doesn't have the voice.
That works. That works too. But the voice is kind of cool. Like it really does walk you through.
Yeah.
Is Sir Coblin muted? He's not muted, right? Like you can come in here and talk.
Sir Coblin, you have VC. Oh, he is muted. I don't know why, because he has VC verified. Okay, but he didn't have the red mic for me. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, okay, you should be able to talk now. I don't know why you were muted before, but now you're not.
Hello.
Hello, good to see you.
Okay, so he's talking now. He's gonna go ask a question.
Yo, chill out, John.
Let him talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, should I go now?
Yes, you are free to speak.
All right. Regarding that video, so I really like, that showing like how perspective can change how you perceive things, right? And you are showing this two-dimensional perspective of 4 different things and asking which one of these is flat. And I got it wrong. I thought number 2 was flat.
No, I was asking which one is spherical, not flat.
Yeah, but I was thinking which one is flat.
Okay.
And but my question about that video is right at the end with the moon. So if I am standing on the surface of the Earth, regardless of it's a flat or globe or anything, and I am looking at the moon, how can I know it's a globe or flat? Because a picture from the surface of the moon can show it as a globe, or it can show it as flat, and I cannot tell the difference, because your argument about perspective and that thing, it goes both ways, right?
What do you? I don't understand your question.
It's all facts.
Well, hold up.
Yeah,
because
the whole video is about perspective and how you perceive things with depth perception, right?
Yes.
Yeah. How can that argument not go both ways when you look at the moon?
Yeah.
He thinks people went to the moon. That's the problem.
So the whole thing here, so I get what you're saying. So you're saying, okay, so it could be any of them. So you're saying it could be spherical, is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, because according to
saying.
the argument being stated, that same argument could be going both ways. You know, I'm just pointing out that this particular argument is not
No, I get what you're
definitive.
saying.
You know,
I get what you're saying.
because I look at the moon and I'm thinking it is a globe, but I see it as 2D. Or on the other side, I think of it as 2D, but it could be 3D. But I don't know, because like the video very eloquently points out, this argument goes both ways.
Yeah.
I don't know how it can go both ways.
No. So what he's saying is that we don't know what it is, and so his point is that because we don't know what it is, it could be spherical, right? That's
it could
what
be
he's
flat or it could be spherical. Depends on what you want to believe.
What were you going to
I
add, Level Up?
also-
Oh, you got something.
I just wanted to say what I was trying to say since the beginning is that I tagged you. It sucks because it's just a link. It didn't post any picture with it. I'm going to post it again. This is from Tesla Universe. This is Tesla's papers on it, and even Tesla declared that the moon is moving just like a record player. We never see the other side of it. So while people are claiming that it's spherical, no one has ever seen the other side of the moon except for these.
It's always just the same picture.
Nobody's ever seen the other side of the moon except for this satellite that went on the other side, took a picture. It looks like it's absolutely ridiculous. Doesn't look real. And these papers from Tesla says it rotates just like a record player. And that is what we actually see. We don't ever
thought
see
satellites
any
don't
other side
exist.
to it. That's what I'm saying. That it looks ridiculous.
sorry.
The
I'm
satellite
sorry.
went out there and took a photo of it, and it looks absolutely ridiculous.
So
But
the
this
moon
video-
the moon that we see, like the same
we always see
picture
the same
that we
face
see,
of it.
we've always seen that since the first moon that we started to see. It's always been the same.
We've never seen the other side of the moon
That's
ever.
what you mean.
It's like
Ever.
only ever seeing the heads of a quarter and never seeing the
Right.
tail
Like
side.
you always exactly. You always seen the same picture. Okay. Yeah.
Real quick, can I ask something?
Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right,
Maybe Mrs. Gitsit will want to address it if you're lucky. She just joined us. Good
Yeah.
to see you, Mrs. Gitsit.
Well, and Level
hope
Up
she
wanted
got
to
a-
say something too. Oh, hi,
Welcome,
Mrs.
welcome.
What's
I
up,
hope
Mrs.
she got a cute voice too. All right, so basically, so
But Level Up,
how
I'm sorry,
does-
you were right, Shines. Hold on before you keep going. Level Up had something else to say about that last topic before you keep
Oh, okay,
going.
my bad.
Shut up 1 second, Kobe, please.
My bad.
No,
Sorry.
it's not his fault. It was my fault. Shines reminded me that Level Up had something to say. Go ahead, Level Up.
I'm trying to remember what I was going to say, but the thing is that I think it had to do with the fact that first, if it can go both ways, the first thing you have to do is prove that you can go there and look back at the Earth. And if you did, I don't know, people in the chat or one person in the chat is saying that, well, see, this picture of the Earth being so small is because of perspective, but it really isn't, because if we are told that the moon is approximately 1/4 the size of Earth, and we know what the moon appears to be from standing on Earth looking at the moon, then if you're on the moon standing looking at the Earth should appear 4 times bigger in the sky than the moon does from here. And yet it's very small. And they'll say, well, it depends on your camera angle, but it doesn't, because the camera angle doesn't make the moon change size here, so it wouldn't make the Earth change size, especially without an atmosphere. So the door doesn't swing both ways, because A, you can't prove anybody's been there to look back at the Earth, and B, the pictures they tell us are from the moon to the Earth have the Earth way too small, 1/4 of the size it should be. But there's a whole bunch of other things I could say, but I can wait till later.
Okay,
Thank
can
you.
I
Good points.
come back to that?
Yeah, we should finish this topic before we go on to your next
Yeah.
question, Big John. So just
Yeah.
hold on to it. Yeah, go ahead, Stair Coblin. What's your what is your
Yo, that wasn't Big John. My boy Big John don't sound like that.
Well, yeah.
Whoever
So,
wants to
my
ask the new
question.
question, we're just putting that on the table until Sir Coblin has a chance to respond to what was just said.
so
Yeah, go ahead.
what I was meaning with the argument going both ways was not from the Earth and the Moon both ways. I'm talking about both ways for an observer on the Earth, you know, because I am standing here on the Earth and I look up at the Moon and I see this round shape. And according to that video, that round shape could be concave, it could be flat, it could be global, it could be anything, you know, because my perspective in this distance just is irrelevant, because that's what this video is pointing out, you know, your perspective can trick you. So what I am pointing out is that when you look up at the Moon, your visual cues cannot say that it is flat. It cannot say it is a globe. It cannot
No one
say...
is saying the moon is flat. We know it is not a rock in space, and it's definitely not something that you can travel to, because you can tell, like, what you're saying is true, and you said it before. You cannot, just by looking at the moon, know if it's a sphere or not. What's the problem for you is there's multiple sides to a sphere. We only see one side, so you can't really say there's other sides until you see them. And then
Mom, I'm
here's
on an
another thing
important
is
call.
we know the moon.
Come on.
Let her talk.
Yes.
And we know
Sorry
the
about
moon is
that.
not. We know the moon is not also where they went because of its brightness. So the inverse square law of light pretty much says that as you get further away from something bright, it gets less bright, and as you get closer to something that's bright, it gets more bright. So the fact that when they're on the moon, it looks so dull, it's not illuminating any light at all when they're standing on the moon, and then here on Earth, it's super bright. That shows right there. Your eyes, yes, your eyes cannot tell you that the moon is a sphere or not, but your eyes can tell you that they didn't go there in the Apollo video. Your eyes can tell you that just by how bright it is.
Minds can tell us that we didn't go there due to the second law of thermodynamics. Like, so we've never seen the other side, right?
Yeah, there's so many things.
Pretty much what we're arguing is also like a deceptive plan of humanity to deceive humanity, of humans to deceive humans to thinking, to these ideas that they allow themselves to have more and more power over them, right? So it's easier to control people if they think they're in a globe. And what you're saying is,
now you're getting it.
right? That's what that's what I'm getting. But like the root of that is always, it starts from the heart. Yeah, I mean, it's not like anything. Like the real important issue is the state of the heart. That's evil. You know, that in this case we're being manipulated by other people. You know,
Yeah.
so how do we solve that issue? That's the root of everything.
By waking people up to the lie. It's just like when hold up. So it's
how do
just
you
like
do that?
kids. So it's just like kids growing up and realizing that Santa isn't real or the Tooth Fairy isn't real. People start to wake up to that, and then they realize that it, was a lie. So the more people that start exposing the lies, the more people that will wake up to it. It's as simple as that. You go out into the real world, you experience the world as it actually is, you talk to people who are, debunking the lies that we have been told, and you keep sharing that information with people. And the more people that come to realize Santa isn't real and the Tooth Fairy aren't real, it was a lie, the easier it will be for us to, gain control back of our own lives and have free will and have people understand that there is a creator and that, we are important and moving forward.
Who do you think for you is a creator, somebody that you can identify?
Hold on, before we got off the moon and we weren't done with that topic, Big John. I'm sorry if that was your next question that we were putting on the shelf, but William, who I don't think has spoken yet, had a question still about the moon before we get off the moon.
Y'all still haven't candidate for my question. This is discrimination.
Waiting. Oh, Beard Gang. Okay, I'm sorry. Beard Gang's in line, and then Big John after we finish the moon topic. So I'm sorry, Beard Gang. I
Well,
get you
shit,
two
I don't remember.
confused. Yes.
I don't remember what I was gonna say now. Goddamn.
Well, while we're talking to William, please don't flush your toilet. Thank you. I'm just going to have to ban that person, the Big Show, if you do that again. So I'll just put him in cognitus for a little while.
Don't fart on the
You don't mean no harm.
But anyway, William, can you talk now? You had a question about the moon.
Civilized people, man. Question about the moon, William.
Oh, he's muted. Okay, hold on. I don't know. These VC verified people are coming in here server muted. I'm gonna have to
and
remember
it's
that.
not showing up either. It doesn't show like a red mic. It just shows
Yeah, I
like
don't know.
a
There's
regular-
something weird going on because usually, yeah, you'd have a red mic if you were server muted.
Something's
so thank you for
happening in
explaining
here.
that. Yeah, we survived. We figured it out. All right. So, what was your
Okay.
question about the Mew?
Yeah, so I saw the image about which one? Well, there was an image juxtaposing the satellite, the geostationary satellite image with the with the image from the surface of the moon, and so I guess two things. One, the video that you showed about objects and not being able to quite tell, but something I'd like to ask about is really camera angle. So we all know that if we take a photo of something with a wide angle, it will look smaller in the photo than if we take it if we take a photo where the lens angle is smaller and the image is containing only those objects, right? So that's I'm wondering if that's something that is considered. So maybe if you were to have on that geostationary camera the same kind of angle in the lens as you had on the surface of the moon, then it would make the picture useless because you'd have these tiny dots. But what are your thoughts on that one?
I would just say that it's about relative sizes. When we're standing on the Earth and you see the moon relative to, the horizon or whatever, all you know is your view of the sky. The stars are little pinpoints. The sun is the biggest thing. The sun and the moon are about the same size. They're much bigger than the stars. So we're talking about relative size. So even if you had a wide angle lens or a fisheye lens, you would be able to tell that the Earth should be, if you're standing on the moon, should be 4 times bigger with any lens that you see standing here looking at the moon. So it's about relative sizes. It wouldn't really, I wouldn't buy that excuse, is what I'm saying.
So going with that relative size, the moon, when we look up in the sky, if we measure the sky based on like arc seconds, right? So we just draw a circle, and you can only see half of it in the sky. The rest of it goes around. You could just draw a circle like with a compass, just going straight through the moon, from one point in the horizon through to the opposite point in the horizon, right? And that would be 180 degrees. And when we do that, and then we measure how many of those degrees the moon occupies in the sky, we get half. So we get a half. We call it a half arc second. So the problem with the moon photos is that we don't have a way to say, well, the Earth in that photo is occupying X arc seconds, right? Because we don't have a like a sweeping shot. We don't have some kind of composite of images that we can put together and then demonstrate. Okay, the Earth takes up a half arc second. Okay, that's a problem. Or it takes up, what it should is 2 arc seconds.
Right.
So we don't have. I guess my point is we don't have that perspective in that photo.
Well, granted that the photos we're allegedly getting from the moon don't have enough context to give us anything definite, but the thing is that 4 times bigger than the moon is a huge difference. It should be noticeable to the naked eye, regardless of how many arcs.
William, your story was cool and all, bro, but how come the moon is so much brighter when we look at it here on Earth than in the Apollo footage?
I guess which Apollo footage? I'm not trying to evade.
The first one. When they first walk on it.
No matter what, the light from the moon should be getting brighter and brighter and brighter as they get to the moon. And the moon, when they were there, should be brighter than the frickin' sun. Like, it should have been so bright. There's no brightness to it whatsoever. It's
Inverse square law.
Yep.
Inverse square law of light demands that as you get further away from a light source, it's less bright. I believe it's like a quarter lumens every. I don't know the exact thing, but it's exactly as we observe in reality. As you get closer to a light source, it gets brighter, and as you get further away, it gets less bright. So here on Earth, the moon can be very bright, especially when it's a full moon. It's extremely bright. But all the footage of the astronauts on the moon landing, the moon is not illuminating at all. And if it was, it should be so bright. I think Shines just said that we shouldn't even be able to see the astronauts at all.
Idea. I hadn't really thought about that one too much.
This is the thing, as I don't necessarily want to hear your personal philosophy. I want to know the actual explanation for it.
I think I have something that might pass as that, but you'll be the judge of that. I would ask, what if you stood on a mirror? So if you were looking at a mirror and you had a light shining on it that was coming back at you, and it was really bright, and that mirror is super bright, then you went and you stood on that mirror, would the mirror necessarily be really bright? And then let's say
it would be extremely bright. It would be extremely bright.
And the moon isn't a mirror. Are you saying that now you're realizing that the moon is a mirror?
Well, it acts as a reflective surface. So I'm starting with a mirror, and then you could work back to something that's a little bit less reflective.
No, we're talking about a rock. It's a rock. We're not talking about a mirror. We're talking about a rock.
I know.
It's not even reflective.
It's not a mirror.
See,
but it reflects the light.
If the moon were a mirror, you would see a reflection of the Earth in it. It's not a mirror. It's refracting light. It's not reflecting light because. So you can't use that analogy because otherwise you would see the Earth when you looked at the moon because it would be a mirror. So that analogy doesn't work. But I just want to say also...
I guess instead of a mirror, maybe a big sheet of paper. So if you were to shine a light at a big sheet of paper...
That's even sillier. I mean, a rock has more reflection than a piece of paper does.
I've got a less silly example.
I'm trying to use like an analogy to kind of understand how
but the problem is this is the problem though, Globers. This is the problem. Is honestly, we don't really care about your philosophy. We want to know what the experts say because we cannot just debate like William's philosophy on the Earth. We're here to debate the globe model and all the things that encompass that.
Right. I just want to add a couple of little things. Well, one is that remember that the light has to go nearly 250,000 miles on its bouncing around from the Earth to the moon. So that's a problem for a lot of reasons. But also, in any picture, if you see Earth rising from the moon, that's impossible. The moon always faces the Earth the same size. So if you're on the bright side of the moon, the Earth must be in the middle of the sky. It can never be at the horizon.
No, because that would be from the Earth's perspective, somewhere in the waning or waxing phase.
It doesn't even matter. If you're on the moon and it's lit, you're on the bright side of the moon, you are facing Earth. Therefore, the Earth should be in the middle of the sky.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I interrupt for a second? I'm really sorry. My boy Big Show got kicked. He has never spoken or anything. He just flushed his toilet. He didn't mean to. And it was loud, I guess. I don't know. Can we bring him back in?
You're saying we should forgive him? I guess on your word, Beard Gang, since you asked me 2 original questions when you first came in here, I will let him be free on your word. So if he flushes his toilet again, it's not going to be pretty. All right.
Make sure he's on mute. If he's not talking, put him on mute. And when we're talking to people, everyone should be on mute. It's ladies' night.
He's actually a very shy guy. He probably won't even talk. He must have unmuted his mic when he was getting off the toilet or something. I'm really sorry. He's
I think it was really an accident. I mean, that's possible. I just assumed it was deliberate since he unmuted, then flushed, then muted right away again. But it's fine on your word, Beard Gang, on the all caps gang. I'll go for it.
It
All right,
sounded
thank
like
you
a
so much.
it sounded like a soundbox effect.
I don't know what it was, but he's
It
like,
could
yo,
have been
why
that
did
'cause
I?
it was so clear. I bet you're
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
I
bet
know,
He
you're
was
right.
like, why did I get kicked? I'm like, I don't know, bro. Like, they thought you flushed your toilet. He's like, what the fuck? But yeah, thank you. So,
So he's
like,
not even honest, Beer Gang? That's unfortunate. You might want to rethink your friendship there, but it's fine. It's fine.
so should I invite him back or what?
I just put him in cogniz, so I'll try to get him back out. What did he might have left the server? Maybe somebody else might have actually banned him. I put him in cogniz for an hour.
Yeah,
I'll
he said he
investigate.
got
I'll
kicked.
investigate. Okay, so you might have to reinvite him. I'll investigate. Wait, yeah.
Let me see if I can invite him.
So while you're doing that, there's times when unlit moon surface is facing the Earth, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is we don't typically see photos from where the moon is dark underneath whatever, if you're standing on it or orbiting supposedly around it. They've always got the moon in the photo, right? It's the ground, and it's lit up. You can see it. So if you're on the lit part, you're absolutely facing. And besides, even when the moon is not fully lit, that same side always faces the Earth. It doesn't turn.
Yeah.
So no matter where you are, if the Earth is in the view at all, it's in the middle of the sky because the moon doesn't have any sort of angle to the Earth. It's always the same face all the time. So if you're anywhere on that face, the Earth should be in the middle of the sky.
I got a question.
Yes, if you're, I would agree that the Earth relative to the like if you're standing somewhere on the moon, the Earth will always appear in the same place. That's totally true, and that should never be that it should never be anything but that case for sure.
Hey, I got a question.
Wait. Hold up. I want to go back to that. So you're saying that's the way the case should be, is that we only see one side of the moon always? You agree with that?
We always do, yeah. I mean,
that is what we always do see, but you're agreeing that there is this strange anomaly where we never ever see anything but one side of the moon, but it's still a sphere.
Well, it's the same thing that happens with I want to say it's Pluto and one of its moons, and they're tidally locked. So
I think it's
that's
also
actually pretty common for moons to be tidally locked to their.
It's also better than seeing no moon. I think we'd all die if that happened.
No, hold up. No, because I'm pretty sure that no matter what we're seeing one side. I've never seen anything where I'm seeing another side of something.
No.
Has anybody else seen another side of anything? Other, quote unquote planets or anything? Has anybody seen the other side of them?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Anybody else want to speak to that?
Yeah, the Chinese have placed a
No, I'm talking about people here on Earth.
I'm talking about me personally. I have a sorry. I personally have seen multiple sides of Jupiter. I have a 6-inch Dobsonian.
Yeah,
I have a 6-inch Dobsonian telescope, and when you look at Jupiter sometimes a year versus others, you see different sides of it.
Moving on one side. How can you know that it's actually the other side? How can you know that it's actually rotating? It just looks like things are moving around on it.
Oh, well, I mean that's a good point. Yep, that's not.
How do you know it's a solid sphere? A ball of gas in a ball of gas in a vacuum?
No, that's all fair. That's totally fair. It could be something that's kind of changing in place, you could say.
You would have to concede that things like the red spot, which is a distinct feature of Jupiter, which travels in a very, very rhythmic motion, always in one direction, would have to be some fabulous contrivance to make it look like it's not a rotating thing instead.
Thanks for bringing up red spot.
Yo, so I got a question. What happens when so like the Earth is flat, but what happens when you like get to the end of the Earth? Like, does it just drop off into space, or what? Like,
we already talked about that.
Wants to know where the edge is. Well,
That's not
wasn't
the-
here.
Yeah, space,
Who
what's
wants
that?
to address? Who wants to address
That's
where's
not-
the edge?
Can I address that one? I know the flat
one
Earth
of the
answer
women,
to
one of
that.
the
Okay.
women.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's Ladies' Night. I'm sorry.
That's right.
I think you just got to go back because there's nothing there.
Hey, I mean that's a legit question though.
You just gotta go turn around, right, John?
Yeah, I think so. You just got to go back. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, if
You
there
can't
is,
even go there. You
if there
can't
is,
go there.
I mean, you could
Yeah,
you
well,
could jump,
already-
you could
This is
jump, or you could turn
questions
around.
to answer
We've
your
already
question.
said.
Hold on, guys. We had a question from Shalupa. I've asked one of the women to answer it, and Mrs. gets it.
Thank you very much. I
I
appreciate you.
hear her. All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, I was just gonna say we don't know. You can't really fall off an edge because we know we are contained to some extent. We are contained. So
There's like a force field keeping us in.
there is the antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container. So there's definitely a physical barrier containing all of the gas pressure here that we're breathing. And also, you can't go to the edge. You will absolutely get intercepted by military. There's been several people that have tried, like military people that were stationed in Argentina. They try to go down to Antarctica where the edge is. They get arrested. So we can't actually go there. So we don't really know all that's going down there. We just know that.
But wait, is there actually
what do you think? What do you think would happen? What do you think would happen? Or what do you imagine it to be?
Hold on, that was Shalupa's question. He had a follow up, so yeah, let's let him. What was your follow up there, Shalupa?
No, that was my. I'm gonna let John take this one because I think he had something.
You guys are all friends of John? You're not even in all caps, Shalupa.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Hey,
Okay, go ahead.
John's friends with everybody.
Okay, so we allowed you. Okay,
I'm in Bible study with John, so I've known him for a while.
I'll just say, so the Earth is not in the vacuum of space. That is made up. That when you see the cartoon pictures of like these balls in a black abyss with stars everywhere, yeah, that's all made up. That place.
What do you think we really?
So the Earth is just the center of existence here. It's all that the Earth is the center of everything. It's geocentric. The universe, quote unquote, all the lights in the sky are rotating over top of you. And the Earth is contained. So everything that you're seeing is contained within this system. And yeah, we don't know exactly what the container is, where the exact edge is. We can't go. We know though that the water is contained here because of Antarctica. You have the ice shelves, which is the highest land elevation in Antarctica, is surrounding the Earth, surrounding the water at least, and that's how you have all the oceans. The water is contained. You have to have water contained to level out and cause sea level, which we have. So I hope that answers your question.
So
the Earth is not a disk in space. Like it's not a disk in space.
After? What do you think is after like you?
Wait, John, I'm next, bro. What are you doing?
Oh, your edge? All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Drew Beard has been waiting a really long time to ask his question. I hope it's a good one. Go ahead, Beard Gang.
Yeah.
So, like, obviously, is there like you're not allowed to go? Like, are they hiding something? You're not allowed to go to the edge. Like, if there's like, I don't understand. Like, are there like it's either ocean to where you can't? I mean, I don't know. You know, like what is it? No, I'm sorry. Like, it sounds stupid, but I don't understand it.
That could answer the question, right? Going to Antarctica would absolutely confirm whether the Earth is a globe or if it's flat and contained, right? But we can't go there. There also could be flights where you go north to south circumnavigation. Like if you think about a globe, like the top of the globe to the bottom, no one's ever done that. So the two things that they could do right away to prove if the Earth is a ball, you can't even do them. So that is weird. Right? They could just we could just let people go to Antarctica.
And we're not allowed to go there?
No, they signed a treaty a long time ago. When did they sign it? In 1959, and all the countries, Russia, China, the U.S., they've kept that treaty for decades.
Yeah,
that's good. All these wars, it's so weird.
That's because Santa lives there. Oh no, never mind. That's the North Pole.
Wow.
I have a question for.
Can you be serious, bro? Hang on, real quick. I got a question too. Do you think? So John, me and John, we like believe in God. So, do you think that there's aliens in the Antarctica and the military is guarding the aliens, so we can't see them?
No idea, but if there are aliens, they're not coming from outer space.
Yeah, we already answered that a while ago.
I'm sorry, I just joined.
Yeah, okay.
I have a
Well, you can
question
ask him later.
regarding what Mrs. Getsit said. I agree with mostly everything she said. Just one thing bothering me. So you said that the sun is rotating above us, right?
Yes. It's moving over top of us.
So that would mean that from individuals' perspectives, that the angular size should change of the sun, right?
Yes, it should slightly change, yes.
Well, from my personal observations through a filter, that never happens.
No, they even admit that there is a slight change in size.
Once every 12 years, yeah.
No, it's what was that?
It changes annually, and it also changes slightly day to day.
It changes. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. But I monitored it for like 3 months in the spreadsheet, and it didn't change at all. Like not even a slight centimeter.
Well, also, okay, so this is something that people have pointed out, that when you use a sun filter and you fully zoom into the sun, you cannot see the size change. So when you're fully zooming in and you're using the sun filter, it like doesn't allow you to see the small shrinkage.
Where does it say that?
No, there's just YouTube videos on it. Like you can just see that it's an effect that happens when you're zooming in with the camera with the sun filter. You lose the ability to see the angular size change.
But they let in only very specific wavelengths, right? So how does that happen? It's hydrogen alpha, right?
It's kind of like when you get into like cold water and your dick shrivels up.
They should be muted.
That was uncalled for COVID.
Because I also see sunspots and everything. I shouldn't be able to see that.
Gang, that was really uncalled for, man.
That the sun changes size throughout the day.
You can't see it happen.
Here, let me pull it up.
That was very.
Beer gang, it's ladies' night. Dude, why you gotta ask questions like that? Come on, man. That was really uncalled for.
What do you mean ask questions like that?
That was out of.
You're right. He didn't ask a question, but that was. You do not need to be making statements like that, man.
I don't know. I feel like it.
I'm sorry. My friend is kind of retarded.
Okay, let's move on. Is there anyone who hasn't gotten a chance to ask a question yet that has
I got a
a lot of people in here? Para's been in for a while, hasn't gotten to say anything. So yeah, if there's anybody else, feel free to speak up.
Has there actually ever been anyone arrested on Antarctica? Has it actually been proven?
Yes, I'll pull up someone for you.
Yeah, please. Why do you think he got arrested?
Why do you think?
Because it's illegal to go there, and that's not a secret.
And why do you think it's illegal?
Because we aren't.
Why do I think
past that?
But it's not even that I think it's illegal. Why don't you? Well, here.
Oh, he said
Why
it's
don't
because you would die. He thinks that it's protection for us.
Yeah, no, they're not doing it because they care so much about us or wildlife or anything.
I mean, I don't think it'll be real easy to just hang out with a polar bear, you know?
Okay, here, the guy's name, by the way.
Go ahead, Mrs.
People live in Alaska and they live in the desert. And they live in all kinds of dangerous places. They go scuba diving. So, you know, they climb high towers to fix light bulbs or whatever it is they do on those things. They do.
But I think it's also it's got to do with the climate preservation programs. You know,
that's what they say.
Right.
That doesn't stop them from polluting the rest of the world. Why would they care there?
Yeah, they cut down the rainforests, no problem. But abandoned snowy space with a couple of penguins.
That's something that's very delicate, because if the polar ice caps melt, then the whole sea level rises, and that could be very catastrophic for everybody. Obviously, there's always.
Oh my gosh!
There's no evidence of melting.
Are you doing
ice
climate
caps.
change? Are you like
that's what this is.
No, no, but I mean, it's just common sense. If all the ice in the
It's
world
not common
melts,
sense.
if all the
It's
ice
not
in the world
happening.
melts,
It's not happening. No.
Ice is also more voluminous than water, so like the total volume becomes lower if it does melt anyway.
You think so?
I mean, if you look at
It's
just
not happening anyway.
insurance companies, the biggest way to say that like there's no sea level rising is that like the Maldives, it's like 3 feet above sea level at its highest peak, and there are still insurance companies insuring it for 30 years, despite like all global or like climate scientists saying it's going to be underwater for the past 30 years. They're still insuring buildings, so the people who are putting their money where their mouth is are saying that, hey, we believe this building is going to be here in 30 years, because if it's not, we don't make money.
Fuck, I love this topic. It really gets me going.
I also do have a question as well.
So
Yeah, go ahead. Welcome.
Okay, I just
Wait,
wanted
wait,
to
wait.
know, right before we move
Oh,
on.
wait, we just got one more
right
point
before
here.
I still had a question.
Oh, I just wanted to answer the question. I just posted an article. The guy's name was Jarl Antoy, and his 4 crew members were arrested for trying to go there.
But
It's
why
also a
did they got
very
arrested?
uninhabitable place. It hasn't been civilized by humans.
But how do you know that's true, right? You've been told that. You have that's something you've been told, but how do you know that's true?
Go to Antarctica and then see how cold it is. Okay.
So Antonio, just let me know.
You would literally die. People have died on Mount Everest, and you're denying that people will die in Antarctica.
No. The way that you're arguing right now, my friend, it is like a child, because what you're saying is the fact that you can't go there. They've signed a treaty like 70 years ago. They've kept this treaty throughout these wars that they've supposedly been having with each other. It has all of these untouched resources, and you think that they want to save penguins. Full story.
What if the treaty got ripped up and then there was no treaty anymore?
Well, I mean, they say that you can't.
Do you ladies ever feel like a really like wise substitute teacher, and you just like go into this class and the kids are just like acting like
They act up.
buffoons?
They act up.
Yes, they actually have permission to go to the rest of
Do you think that the government makes stoplights to control you, or just for your safety?
Wow, that is a great question, John. I never thought of it like that.
It's a good similar.
I'm going to say that stoplights make people not focus on the road as much, and they just focus on the lights.
Yeah.
Really?
When you see stoplights,
That's the same logic.
yeah.
Like I know you're trying to do it, but there are things that, I mean, humans actually care about humans. You know, at the end of the day, yeah, we do got things that are messed up and that, but I think in the inner like heart, brother, I think we do actually care about each other. We do really want the best for each other. You know, I think with
You're
now
talking about the government, not humans.
Yeah.
I'm talking about what are they? I mean, I think government is humans at the end of the day, right? Are they
It's aliens.
What are they? They're
Yeah,
aliens.
totally
They're aliens, John.
humans with all the power, all the money,
guys.
all the armies.
How did
Yeah,
you guys?
they just have a way bigger responsibility. You know, they have a way bigger
Responsibility.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's so
Listen,
cute. You don't
thanks-
know that the government's trying to ruin your life yet. Oh, sweetie, that's so
Really?
cute.
You think they're trying to ruin
No,
your
it's really
life?
cute. It's like really naive because it's what you want to think.
I mean, this is just something you can look at
If they
in.
wanted to ruin your life, they already would have ruined it. They could just
over. Take turns.
And everybody just stop. Like, slow down. This is ladies'
Wait.
night. We like to take
Yeah,
it slow.
sorry.
We like to speak to each person one
I
at
got
a
a
time.
question though.
Guys,
the
the guys
next
need to
person
chill out.
waiting is Yasuke, not another person. Thank you. So hold on, let's just reset this here. So Yasuke asked.
Oh, also,
wanted
wait,
to ask
hold
a
up. What's up,
question.
Truth is here.
Then
What's up, Truth?
someone said they wanted one more thing to add. Mrs. Gitsit was clarifying about Antoy and why his the people were arrested at Antarctica. Then we went off onto this thing about whether the government is or is not benevolent, which we can debate that at some point if you want. But we were finishing the Antoy topic. Now the next thing on the table is Yasuke's question. So go ahead, Yasuke.
Yes, hello. So I came into this whole framework just so you can understand where I'm coming from the E-War Anon documentaries. And then I looked a lot into Eric Dubai, and I'm pretty much on board with everything. There's just one concept of there's this one piece of the framework that I don't necessarily understand how it works. And if I could get an answer on that, I don't understand how there is so much sunlight in cities in the south of the equator, like Chile. Chile is there's a city in Chile which gets like 16 hours of sunlight a day at the peak, and I can't understand that under the framings that have been given in a flat model. I've seen some things of like how twilight basically doesn't exist in southern hemisphere cities, to where as soon as the sun goes away, it's pretty much just gone right away. Whereas when I look here, twilight's an hour and a half long. And so that I understand that the sun works differently in the southern and northern hemisphere, but I can't understand the framing of how there's so much sunlight in a city in the south part of Chile.
Funny that, isn't it?
Does it might have to do something with that it has a
Hold
lot
on,
more
no, hold on. Let me hold on,
answering.
Big John. I know you love to talk, and it's fine. But this is Ladies' Night, where the ladies answer the question, and I hope you stick around the server, and then you'll get lots of chances to talk. I promise you. But Level Up was going to answer the question. Go ahead, Level Up.
Yeah, it's hard to say on the southern hemisphere. I've never been there, but I do know that the reason that the sun. Who is talking? Anyway, the sun is only ever 90 degrees ahead in the tropics. At any time of year, the sun is only 90 degrees ahead overhead in the tropics, which means it doesn't move all that far north and south. The equator is the equator because it's halfway between the two extremes, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. And they're called tropics, fun fact, because the Greek word tropos, which means the extremity of some motion, and you turn around and go back. So that's why they're the tropics. So the sun is never outside of the tropics. Everything that appears the sun is overhead, it's not going to be 90 degrees. So whether you're talking about north of the tropics or south of the tropics, you have a problem with how the sun behaves, and it probably has more to do with atmospheric conditions than anything else, because the fact is that you will never see the sun 90 degrees overhead outside the tropics. So really the question of whether there's a lot more sunlight or how the sunsets are in a place I've never been, I can't answer that. But I don't think anyone else can either.
I just want to say I think you have a beautiful voice. I think you should talk more.
Oh my god, dude.
And I think that guy talking should talk less.
For real.
He was giving you a compliment.
You're gonna get slapped up by Granny, bro. You gotta calm down.
That was so rude, bro. I just made a compliment.
No, of course she has a beautiful. Everybody has got a beautiful voice because we're all amazing creatures.
Don't be soft.
What's up?
We so soft.
I was just saying, don't be so soft.
Does anybody else have a question?
I was gonna we're gonna post a video. What's it's posting it in the live stream. So it's called Coffee Cup Costa Effect. Coffee Cup Costa. Damn it. Okay. So look, just go to the live stream, guys, and you'll see when the sun is going around, when it hits the edge, you see how it does that glow effect all across the dome. Pretty crazy. That can explain why there is 24-hour daylight in Antarctica as well. So that might be what's going on.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've seen is they're making a distinction between daylight and sunlight. Like I'm in Arizona, so I'm in Arizona, so I just see the sun all of the time. Whereas in these places, it might be that they have lights, but they don't necessarily see, actually see the sun. Yes.
Yes, that's a little Easter egg you find on Flat Earth, that sunlight and daylight are separate things.
I have a question about that. Why is it so? If I'm looking at this Dovid, the image there demonstrating this theory here. So if we imagine pausing when it's over Ushuaia, Argentina, which would be, at the bottom of South America, or Hobart, Australia, which is in Tasmania. Those are basically opposite sides of the, especially when you look at the Atlantic Basin model. I have a diagram that shows what I'm talking about. I can't post it to the channel, but
Oh, here, I'll send it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Because you sent it to me already.
Okay, great. Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about. So this is at the same time, at the same moment in time, an observer in Ushuaia, Argentina, is looking southward, and somebody in Hobart, Australia, is also looking in a southward direction, and they're both viewing the sun. Not daylight, but they are viewing the actual object, the sun, during that southern hemisphere or southern, outer ring solstice. They're both actually looking at that object at that point in time. This is one example. There's plenty during the solstice times, but they're looking in opposite directions, and so I fail to see how that phenomenon could explain this, and not only that, but this can also be seen with constellations.
The answer here given is why look at the sky. Everything you need to know is answered by looking across the horizon.
I was going to say with the light source, we can try to see if we have another video. If you angle the light correctly, then you could actually have multiple suns, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Going in the firmament.
Of course, and none of those. All those models have got the model that the torch or the sun is outside the thing. It's not sitting between the tropics, is it? It's not sitting above the tropics in the model, is it?
Well,
that's the problem.
I don't know. No one actually knows exactly where the sun is. When you're seeing the sun, it's an apparent location of the sun.
Yeah, and everybody between the tropics sees it above them, don't they?
Well, the thing is,
whirling round on the outside of a bit of glass.
Well, hold on. We do see.
I understand though that when it's directly overhead, you have minimal distortion, right? So we know we have a pretty good idea of the actual location as far as we can tell if you're within the tropics. And
right.
so the problem comes. Let me finish. The problem comes when you realize that if you're in the northern hemisphere looking south, then the sun rises in the northeast, moves south to its zenith, and then sets in the northwest. But if you're in the southern hemisphere looking north towards the tropics, then it does the opposite. It rises in the southeast, goes north, and sets in the southwest. So the two people facing each other, let me finish, the two people facing each other are seeing the sun, basically the arc of the sun pitched toward the center. That's physically impossible. So there's some kind of optics going on that would explain that. I have yet to see a demonstration that would explain that from our view inside the lens. So I understand what you're saying. The sun is not going at an extreme low angle on a lens, on a half convex lens. But
you said
it is doing some weird things that you can't account for by spinning ball.
No, not true. But you said they were exact opposite. In the southern hemisphere, they see it going from the northeast to the northwest, and from this northern hemisphere, they see it going from the southeast to the southwest. The thing they have in common is it's going from the east to the west.
Yes, we of course.
The reason that one group of people look to the north to see it, one people look to the south, is because it's over the tropics, and if you're in those areas, it's completely consistent with both models. The fact is that if you can see the sun in a southerly orientation during equinoxes in the southern hemisphere, and you can't explain it away by showing us nice little graphical videos of people moving a torch around the outside of a glass sphere. Because if you move it around the outside, No, if you do, people show videos here of torches on the outside of glass domes, yeah, and they always have the torches at the extremes, virtually over the edge, right, on the edge of the thing. If they're going to have an accurate model, then you have to wave the torch around in what would be the area above the tropics, because that's where it's seen.
Well, I don't know if you
can't. No, proposing the position of the sun anywhere other than vertically upwards between the tropics in any model is a fallacy, because you're presuming it's somewhere where no one physically sees it. Everyone observes the the sun, either above the equator or above the tropics. No one in the northern hemisphere, north of one of the tropics, sees it directly above them at any given time, and no one down in the south. No one. Yes. So there's no point showing us videos where they wave torches around glass models at extreme distances, because it's not representative of anything.
I've said several times that I didn't create that model. I didn't say whether I endorsed it or anything. In fact, all that stuff I just said was that the sun doesn't go to that extreme angle. I literally just said that.
I know.
So what I'm saying is that there's some other optics distortion going on. There has to be, in order to account for the sun's motions. I just posted a video where I spent quite a while examining the sun's 4 different motions and how it doesn't make sense in any model.
Can I just add about that they posted that you're referring to, where it shows the glow around? Like, she's just showing an example with that demonstration of how it could possibly, like, no one knows and no one can say anything
Exactly.
the exact path of the sun. The only thing that you can actually say definitively is that it moves overhead and it moves across the earth. Right? That's
exactly.
that's all anyone can say.
So there's no point in showing.
All she is showing with that is a demonstration of an example, right? She recreated a demonstration of an example of how you can get the glow and daylight without sun. That's it. More complicated.
And no flat earther knows exactly where the source of the light is coming from. No one knows exactly, because it's an apparent location.
I grant you that. So what we have to conclude is that there's some massive atmospheric distortion we can't possibly understand. Yeah, if that's what you're saying, there's some sort of hideously contrived geometric distortion caused by the atmosphere or something.
Magnetic polarization.
But it'd have to be
electromagnetic polarization.
Possibly, but whatever it is, we're looking out in the world and we see something, and there's a massive distortion of some sort we can't explain. And yet here we are spending half our time saying that, and half the time saying, "Oh, look at the equator. This proves everything. Look at the horizon. There's no massive distortion there."
No, the sun is not even mentioned in the 3 points of proving the flat Earth.
I know it isn't, and there's a very good reason why.
Yeah, because flat earthers genuinely don't know what the sun is or where the source of the light is coming from.
And the problem is when you're looking at, but listen, if you're looking at luminaries, it's a much different condition than looking at things along the ground. We don't know what's between us and the don't cut me off. We don't know what's between us and the luminaries, but we do know things that are on the earth that are physical places we can go to. And the problem is when you try to invoke refraction and distortion on how far we can see, the problem is with the globe argument that there is a physical horizon, and in the globe or in the curve calculator drawings, there are orthographic views that don't account for refraction at all, so they give you a maximum distance, and we can see way farther than that, and refraction can't explain it. That's been the whole, what they've spent several years explaining on Nathan's and other channels.
Sure, but you can see the sun disappear over the horizon, can't you? So it's the same sun we're talking about that's disappearing over the horizon.
What is the horizon? Is it a physical place? Is it? Is the horizon a physical place?
Is it not?
It is not. The horizon is always apparent.
So you show people on here show videos of a torch hurtling around the very extremities of a glass dome as an explanation of sunlight, and it's constant.
I never said it was. You keep going back to that demonstration, which it's only.
Why don't you block these people showing
only purpose? Its only purpose. Shut up. Its only purpose in that little video was to show you how light can go a lot of other places than where the torch is pointed. That's all it was purposed for.
Okay. It's crap then, basically. It doesn't prove anything, does it?
Hey,
No,
sir,
no.
can you answer her question that she asked like way after this about the horizon?
Hey guys, all I know is that whether it's flat, round, oval, circular, a square, a triangle, whatever, I got love for you. No matter what, God loves you. God created you. You're an amazing creature, and that's it. That's the only thing that truly matters. We gotta love each other, respect each other, and bring the best out of each other. That's it. The rest is just
We already discussed this.
Yeah,
And
thank you, Big John.
problem-
Okay, so Big John, that was a good PSA. From now, we're going back to Paza.
Yeah, we gotta calm
Has a
down.
question for
We
Paza
don't
to
want to get
answer
hostile.
that Level Up asked. Big, if you would prefer, there's actually a Bible study going on down. If you'd prefer that atmosphere, that's perfectly fine. We're just discussing
Yeah, I
information
love that.
here. It's
I love
perfectly
that
fine, Big
atmosphere.
John. It's down further in the server.
Awesome.
You want me to give you the Jesus roll?
Sure, put it.
Okay,
Love
because you were
Jesus.
talking
Yeah.
about Jesus earlier.
Jesus.
I think Big John needs to Jesus, bro. I'm in a Bible study with him.
Okay,
He's a
cool.
great
All right,
leader.
so let's move back to
Yeah, the
Mrs.
fact that you guys
Gets It.
keep mentioning it is getting
Love
old.
you, Big John.
Nobody cares.
Yeah. Mrs. Gets It.
You don't gotta be
you were
rude.
trying to get Mrs. Gets
No,
It.
because you're trying to derail our
answer.
intellectual conversation, and it's really it doesn't age well. So we're just
I
gonna
just
keep
think
going. So is
it's
the
good that-
horizon a physical or apparent location? British Glover, who's kind of triggered. That question's to you.
I think that's Paza. Is that Paza?
Yeah.
Paza.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm seeing messages on the feed from Elijah F saying that I'm mansplaining to you, and Flatty saying that I'm being brave because the ladies are in. I think that's rather condescending to you, actually. Because
Hey, why don't you just not worry about the chat right now and just answer the question?
What's the question again?
You don't want to answer the question?
Yo, Paza, if you put words in my mouth that I didn't say one more time, I'll ban you myself. Sorry, ladies. Please continue. I'm only telling you once because I'm not supposed to be speaking right now. So I'm going to go on mute, and your future is up to you.
Yeah, unless I beat you to it, Eli.
Hit an or nerve there, didn't I?
Yeah, so the question is the horizon a physical place or is it strictly optical?
There is a physical horizon, but there is an observed horizon.
There is only one horizon, and the horizon is always optical. It's a limit of optics. It's a characteristics of the Earth and the conditions in the air. There is no physical horizon. There's no such thing.
Okay.
No, the funny thing about that, and you say okay, like passive aggressively, is that is the story even on your side. They admit that there is no physical horizon.
There is a geometric horizon.
There is no geometric or physical horizon. It can never be seen. It's only optical. It's only apparent all the time. There is no geometric. Exactly.
It's apparent because you observe it, yeah. And there are distortions in the atmosphere that cause its position to move.
And there is
nonetheless
no
a
way
geometric horizon.
to ever know where an actual physical geometric horizon ever would be at all. And they admit this. You're not admitting it, and you're like passive aggressive.
They don't admit that at all.
Really? They don't admit that it's apparent?
It's observable because you observe it. It's apparent because it moves. It's never in the same spot. It moves when you move. Like it's gonna always move. If you think there's a physical horizon, then take me to it. Go there.
Do you ever see the physical horizon? Yes or no?
I've got no way of telling you that.
What was it? Say yes or no. What?
I can't answer that question because what I see is the apparent horizon.
So how do you know there's a physical one then? A second horizon?
How do I know that? How do I know it's there?
How do you know the horizon is physical if you're always seeing an apparent horizon?
Even though it moves, there is a horizon where things disappear over eventually.
Okay,
let me
go
read.
ahead.
And can we see that?
Read what Elijah just posted, Paza.
Yeah, I was just going to read that. It's from National Geographic. It says horizon. It says the local horizon, called the geometric horizon, is the visible boundary between Earth and sky. The local horizon may include trees, mountains, etc. The geographic horizon is the apparent boundary between the Earth and sky. So it's not a physical place. Even if they call it geographical or geometrical, sorry, it's still apparent. So calling it geometrical doesn't mean it's physical. There is no physical object blocking your view, blocking the bottom of boats or anything like that. So by definition, by hostile witness here, National Geo, you're wrong. There is no physical horizon.
Can you send me a link to what you're reading?
It's
in the
right
main
there in
chat.
the chat.
Elijah
Yeah, it's
just
at the
a couple scrolls up. 1 minute
yeah,
after the
1 minute
hour.
after the hour. Yeah.
You got it.
Okay, I didn't read.
And this so-called, and I say so-called because no one's ever seen it and it doesn't exist. But
Yes.
like in your mind it does, right? So because you keep referring to it, you keep asserting that it's real. So this so-called geometric horizon, do you know from where you're standing at in all directions how far out, it's like the limits that it can extend if it's going to be a sphere? Do you know where that has to be?
It depends what
in
your
all
altitude.
directions. Do you know where that geometric horizon that you keep referring to must be if it's going to be a sphere? Do you know how far away it should be?
It is. You can calculate it, but it's based upon your altitude of the observer, isn't it?
Okay. Well,
And,
what if you were 1 foot above sea level, 1 foot observer height? How far should it be?
It's 1.6, 1.7 miles, I think it is, something like that, at sea level.
Okay. So what if
1.9, I don't know,
we
something
were
like
to show you a demonstration, an observation, right, that you can go and do yourself of 1 foot observer height and the horizon extending well beyond 30, 40 miles out. Like what would you say to that?
that. Are you going to show me the black swan?
How come you can't
So
answer
you're
the
well aware
question?
that yeah, so what do you say to it then? If you're familiar with it, what do you say to it?
What do I say about the black swan? The black swan's got lots of issues that need discussing.
You brought up.
I'm talking to.
Yeah. No, hold on. She wasn't talking about the black swan. Why can't you answer her questions? You brought it up.
I asked you. I said if this geometric horizon that you keep referring to, I asked you if you knew how far away it should be, and at 1
I
foot
told
observer
you.
height, you said what one? What'd you say? Can you say it again?
1.7, 1.9 miles, something like that. 2 miles. Something along those lines.
225, right? But that's okay. It's close enough. It doesn't matter because it's like well beyond that. So
Yeah,
if
we
you see
see
the
way
horizon,
farther.
like that's how far it can extend. That's the limits that it can go if it's going to form this sphere, right? You just told me that you're well aware of that and you know this.
That's the geometric horizon,
Right?
yeah.
The geometric horizon.
Which is apparent.
If you're 1 foot observer height and we show you a demonstration and observation that you can repeat yourself, that you can go test yourself, right? And you can go check and make sure, right? Make sure that these are rigs in this place and do this observation yourself, whatever you got to do. But if we show you one that's 1 foot observer height and you see well beyond 10, 30, 40 miles out, and it's extending well beyond the 1.225 miles, then what do you say to that?
That's the apparent horizon. That's different to the geometric.
The geographic is the apparent. We just read that definition earlier. And if you invoke refraction, then you're saying it's not physical. You can't have it both ways.
No, that's not true.
That the apparent, hang on a second. I want to point something out. I want to make sure you understand this and everyone listening understands this. So the apparent horizon cannot be further than, if there is a geometric and an actual physical one, right, that you can go to, like it can't be further than that. It can be shorter than that, but it can't be further than that. Because if your apparent horizon is further than that, then that means that what you thought was your geometric physical horizon is not your geometric physical horizon.
So funny also is he'll literally say the physical horizon of the earth is blocking stuff, but we can't see it ever. But it's blocking stuff. It's like, oh, this truck is blocking my car, but we don't ever see the truck.
I know I have been very conservative, keeping back. But I have a very strong opinion about the horizon. Is it okay if I
What's
continue,
that?
or
I don't know. I can't, we should probably. Sorry.
I think we should finish with Pazza.
After this topic, can I ask a question?
So, if we're all done with Pazza, does everybody agree with that? We should move on to Stir.
Did you see the pictures I just? Did you see the images I posted on the feed?
Yeah, there's been a lot of images by a lot of people, but I think you've had quite a bit of the time that there are other people that want to talk.
But the image of the two Ulrichs is taken by the same person who filmed the Black Swan.
So we'll just keep going.
Okay, fair enough. Just let it be known that you're just washing over what that bloke has also photographed as well.
He already intellectually destroyed you about 5 minutes ago, and he didn't touch it.
Yeah, okay. I'll go quiet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so who was next? I think it was.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Anyway.
Evening, lady.
Cheers, mate.
Hey, guys. Evening.
Hey, damsel.
How you guys? Sorry I was late. I was busy today, so.
Good to see you here.
No, and if that gentleman wants to talk about the Black Swan and how things are distorted, just keep in mind the oil rigs are just for markers of distance. That distortion you may see in them, don't claim that gives you any more of an excuse.
Can I ask a question?
Black Swan. Red herrings.
Okay. Who's next? Okay, let's settle down. Who wanted to speak
Was it
next?
Ukaz? Because I don't think we've heard from Ukaz yet. Was that you, Ukaz?
Yes, it's me.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question?
So, if you throw a ball up to the sky, how will it come down? Like, what force?
Wait, what? You said if we turn a ball to the sky, what will come down?
So if I throw a ball up to the sky, like, how will this come down? With what force?
So you're going with the gravity? Is that what you're trying to get us to talk about?
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
Yeah.
that's what the mission is.
The thing is that gravity has, if whether it exists or not, doesn't have anything to say about Earth shape at all.
And let's ask him this. So if you throw a ball up into the sky, it'll come back down. If you swim with that ball down into a pool and let go, it'll go up. So what then? Does that mean it depends on the medium that it's in? The equilibrium, the density, the buoyancy, all of those sorts of things? Or does gravity not work in water?
Can I talk now? Or?
Can he answer?
Is somebody's playing music in the background?
Yeah. So you were talking about buoyancy.
No, hold on.
Isn't
Wasn't Ukaz asked a question?
That's who I thought we were talking to.
Yeah.
I got
Okay,
my answer,
I'm gonna
thank you.
shut up.
You can let him talk. You can let him talk. I'm done with my
Why? Well, we answered. Yeah, we answered you. So I'm wondering now,
So
when you have that perspective of the difference.
So you guys know I'm really new to the flat Earth, so
That's
I just want to
okay.
learn a lot of stuff.
That's okay. I just want to see. We want to see where your mind goes with that. So you said if you throw a ball up on Earth, it falls back down to the ground. And I said, so when you take that same ball, let's say it's a basketball, and you go down in water, and you swim to the bottom of a pool or bottom of a lake or farther down in the ocean, and you let that ball go, it goes up. So what happened to gravity there?
I'm not sure actually. But like in the water, everything is light, right?
No, not everything is light in the water at all. There are tons of bottom feeders, things that would just be down on the ground here as well. Fish that would be down on the ground swim across the water, but you also have shrimp and crabs and all kinds of things that are bottom feeders that are on the ground in the ocean.
If I float, like if I would go in the water, I float, right?
Sometimes,
float.
not all the time. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
You have a lot of air inside of your body, and the more fat that you have, the more oxygen your blood is, the more air you have in your lungs, float inside of that ocean. Correct.
There's also
Because it
air
has
in
to
a
do with
ball.
it has to do with density and buoyancy and the medium in which it's contained. Does anybody have that meme of all the different things where it's the layers of honey, oil, blah 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 blah? That would be a good visual for him.
Absolutely, 100%.
There was a
Depending on the medium, the relationship between the object and the medium. I'm trying to get my laptop to respond, Shines, and I'll post it.
Thank you very much. There you go, Miguel posted it.
Okay. Okay. Wow, man, my laptop is lagging so much because you said that and it's still not even totally posted on mine.
Can you
And one
see
thing
it?
is,
Ukas, can you see that, Ukas, in the main chat, the live stream voice text? Do you see that density
wait.
gradient?
Wait,
Density
in
and
what chat?
Archimedes. So it's the live stream voice text. It's right above
yeah,
where
I
we're
see it.
talking. Okay. So you see how there's different fluids, different mediums inside of this container, and in each one, the bolt is at the bottom. Then you have a popcorn kernel and then corn syrup, and they stay within those different mediums at those. It's equilibrium. They're finding their equilibrium due to their density and buoyancy.
I see. I'm not definitely like talking about inner water. I'm talking about lens. But like, so like the
Yeah, it's all
thing you said
connected.
about you've like, so water is like an entire different thing. But like, you said like because you have
No,
air in
it's
your
not.
body, that's why you float. But like in a ball, there's also air.
Hold on. Just stop.
Or-
It's not an entirely different thing. We're talking about the realm that we live in, and there are different mediums within this realm. We have air, we have water, right? So when you're in water, does gravity just all of a sudden disappear because it's water? I thought that, gravity was the strongest towards the center of the mass. You would think that the ocean would pull things down even stronger, right? So it isn't about that. It isn't about gravity at all. It's about the equilibrium of objects finding their place within the different medium in which they're in, which is showcased within that photo.
I see. I mean,
And then we have a. Go ahead.
That makes sense. Like I'm not sure. Like but like a human like submerged in water weighs like less, and it's less dense than the water itself because the lungs are full of air like a balloon, right? And like a balloon, like the air in the lungs like lifts you up to the surface like naturally. So that's why water wouldn't float you.
It's about the relationship between the object you're referring to and the medium that it's in, right? So to add to what she was telling you, like if you're serious and you're honestly looking into this, you said you were new. I would like to pose a
I
question
am.
to you, right? It's not even, yeah, it's about the gravity, but it's not really focusing on gravity itself and trying to determine or prove whether it's true or whether it's not. It's just a logical question, right? And this is one of the ones that hit me in the beginning when I was thinking when I first came to Flat Earth, and it's always stuck with me. And I wonder why people don't think about it, like why it's not a thought in their mind. So, and we say it quite often in here. So when you're thinking about gravity, because gravity is this thing that they're claiming forms things into spheres, right? It's the thing that they can point to when they don't have an answer for something, or when, like, but just before I say what I was going to say and the question I'm going to pose to you, before I do that, I want to also point out to you, right, moving forward, that you should really look into and see if you can find where they've ever validated and proven that gravity is actually even real, if it's a thing. A scientific experiment where they've isolated, identified, manipulated it to determine that it is the cause of any effect that you're seeing, because that's another thing you'll find out. They say it's the cause and they say it's the effect, but they don't know what it is. And even when you get into the smallest, forms of matter, like even, and I'm not saying I buy everything they say about particle physics, but even when you get down to that size, like they'll tell you there's 4 forces, right? And then when they mention gravity, they just mention it, and that's the last you ever hear of it. They say it doesn't even matter, not even not even in particle physics, right? But my question I want to pose to you is, if you
Wait.
gravity is a thing and it's forming things into spheres, and if it's holding the atmosphere to the Earth, which is what I believe, you probably think. I don't want to say you do, but I'm you can
I mean,
correct me
it's
if
what
I'm wrong.
it's what I got taught at school, so it's what I learned.
Right. I mean, I'm not
I know.
condemning you for thinking that. I'm just saying that that's the line of thinking that I'm assuming that you're holding. So if you think that the atmosphere is being held to the Earth by this thing called gravity, so do you ever wonder or question why the air can actually leave the Earth and make it to these outer perimeters of the atmosphere, right where space begins? How is it able to get there and then gravity all of a sudden kick in and start holding it? Right, because isn't it supposed to be the strongest towards the center, the so-called center of mass, right? I mean, that's what they say. So on the Earth, on the ground, it would be the strongest. And at the outer perimeters of the atmosphere, at the edge of space, where space begins, is where it would be the weakest, right? Relative to how strong it is on the Earth. However, the gases are able to escape the strongest total gravity here on Earth, make it all the way to the outer perimeters of the atmosphere, and then boom, gravity kicks in and starts holding it. Does that seem logical to you?
I mean, I think you're right about it. I never thought it. I never thought so deep about it, but now you say it like that, it actually makes a lot of sense.
It's not even logical. Like even the fairy tale story, even if you believed what they told you about gravity, it still couldn't even be doing what they claim that it's doing, even if it was what they said it was. But if you get to digging into it,
can I ask a
you'll
question?
find out that it's not even what they say it is.
But how do
I have
planets float?
a very strong question. So if there is no gravity acting upon us, what is?
You feel something acting upon you right now?
Yeah.
So the only time that you will feel anything acting upon you is if you move yourself out of your place of equilibrium, and you're not like in a moment of equilibrium, but you've put work into it. The only time that you
Yeah.
feel anything acted upon you is if your body has to try to find its place of equilibrium again. Then it will depending on like the differential between the relationship between you and the medium you're in, like how great that differential will be, is going to determine the acceleration within which you will find your place of equilibrium again. So whether it's going to be slow or easy, subtle, fast, quick, hard, like that's going to depend on the difference between the relationship in you and the medium, like how great that difference is.
Yeah, and that is all within a frame of inertia. But like if I go outside and I lift up a rock, how does that fit? Like where is that rock in that frame?
You imparted energy to the rock by lifting it. So you displaced its equilibrium so that when you let it go, what is it going to do? Seek its equilibrium once again. It's the same thing over and over.
Yeah. And what is like the governing force behind that equilibrium? I'm sorry about my English. It's not my primary language.
Work is expenditure of energy, and you did work to lift the rock up. You put work into it.
Yeah.
And work is actually a scientific term.
Yeah.
So you did work. You lift the rock up. You transferred potential to kinetic. And
it's the opposite.
Oh, however you want to
From
fucking look at
kinetic
it.
to potential. Yeah, potential energy, which that's what I was saying. You imparted the effort to put it up. Energy was put in, and it seeks equilibrium again, releasing that energy by seeking its equilibrium. That's all you did. It's the same with the apple falling from the tree. The tree grows up, imparting energy, and lifts the apple. The apple falls off when the stem dries out enough that the equilibrium is finally allowed to overcome that branch strength. That's it. That's all it is. It's always
but no matter what side of the argument you are, why is the equilibrium at surface level?
Because that's the medium, either it's earth or water. That's what we live on. So that's your mediums that you're dealing with. You live on the earth. You either are on ground or you're in the water. And depending on, again, the mass, or excuse me, the buoyancy and density of the item and the displacement that you cause, depending on what's beneath you, well, that'll just stop it. So, things don't sink below the ground because it's more dense.
Then we come back to gravity because buoyancy and displacement is a derivative of gravity.
Dude, I want you to think about this, right? Because this is important. I want to add to what she said, and this is to the question you just asked. You said, why does everything find its equilibrium on Earth? So I'm going to ask you, does everything find its equilibrium on Earth? Is everything stuck to the Earth?
Absolutely. Equilibrium.
Everything finds its equilibrium. Yeah, it does.
If you really want to consider equilibrium, it's entropy, right? All matter wants to find.
So my point is, everything is not finding its equilibrium on the Earth.
That's entropy.
Only those things that the density of the object, right, is going to put its equilibrium there, right? Only those things, not all things.
What are you talking about? Only those things.
So you're
why are you fucking?
I'm trying to point out.
Why are you making a delineation?
Yeah.
It's a fallacious question because that had false premise built into it.
Like if you put a ball on the ground, it's gonna sit on the ground, isn't it?
Yes, because you put it on. It's again the medium that you set it upon. It's lighter than that ball. The denser medium is the ground, and the ball is less dense, so it sits on the ground.
Exactly.
So there's no.
Why is this like fucking rocket science that a ball sits on the ground?
No, it's not a rocket science. It's not the measure of thrust against diminishing mass. It's just. So I am from a country called Iceland.
Like, you know what? Let me
my geography is not very friendly to the flat Earth model of the sun. It's not very friendly to that.
I wish Drayson.
And then again, I am not here to be a bad person or cause trouble. It's a very interesting topic to me. But I am a chemical biotechnological engineer. And there are so many factors that absolutely rely on the constant acceleration of gravity. And then you are saying that there is no gravity. And that breaks so many things that you and I are constantly living by. I mean, the mass production of Big Macs is absolutely defined by minute variables like gravity. Without that, these huge, delicate machines that are mass producing your hamburgers are not working correctly. I mean, I'm just saying that civilization is dependent on these minute variables, and you are defining some of them as being wrong.
We've been talking about disequilibrium, okay? We're not saying there's no disequilibrium. You're just assigning it to mass attracting mass or something. When the whole problem is what's the cause of it? And the cause is that nature, as designed, doesn't like disequilibrium and it tries to equalize. That's all that's going on. I'm not saying you can't do engineering or anything like that. I'm just saying
is absolutely
the whole problem is
nature
is the cause. And you should have waited till I was done talking.
Yeah, you are preaching to the thermodynamic laws. And then I come back again and you are talking about density. Density is a direct derivative of gravity.
I'm talking about disequilibrium is what I started with. Disequilibrium, not density.
But what about Burger King?
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Gravity is involved in density. I know you want to. I know you just want to and try to. But show me where gravity has any.
Yeah. So the formula for density is inherently gravity, right?
No. You're talking about buoyancy, and it cancels itself out in the equation. It's not. It's not. Look. Okay.
Oh.
So you
Okay.
You were talking about. Yeah. You had it backwards. But anyway. So you said what you were an engineer and you talked about like acceleration of gravity. I thought gravity is what caused the acceleration. So which is it? Is gravity
It is that. Yeah,
is
yeah,
it
yeah.
the effect or is it the cause? Which one is it? In one breath
It's
you
both.
refer to it as the cause, and in the next breath you refer to it as the effect. Which
No,
is it?
no, there is a weak force between molecules called gravity.
No, there is a
And the
weak
more,
force in particle physics that's called a weak force. There's a strong force,
yeah,
and then and they say, and when at the beginning of it, when you try to take a course on particle physics, they tell you that there's 4 forces: gravity,
yeah.
the weak force, the strong force.
That guy's not a scientist.
But when they talk about particle physics, gravity is never involved. You can forget about gravity. They tell you about it in the beginning, and that's the last thing you hear about it because there's no effect.
Mhm.
No effect.
Because we have yet to find a fundamental understanding of gravity. The latest breakthrough we had was the Higgs boson.
Show me where it's been found. You're advocating it for it so hard. I feel like you want
Yeah.
it to be true. Right, but I want you to understand that it's not. So maybe you need to
No,
look. So
no,
you
but I want you
Look-
to. You guys. I'm sorry, I didn't want to say you guys. I'm saying you are advocating about what you can observe, right? So you can hold up an item,
You search.
let it
You
go,
search.
and you can
Your
measure the
I would really like to
acceleration.
get this out, dude.
Can we mute him?
We're gonna get muted.
This will help you, okay? Stercoblin. This will help you.
Yeah.
Right. Because I want you to know for yourself. I don't want you to just go from here and having people telling you stuff, drilling it into your head when you're not even wanting to listen to it or believe it. So look for yourself. See if you can find any validation for gravity. See if you can find any scientific experiment where they've identified it, isolated it, and manipulated it to prove that it is the cause of anything. Because you do agree with me, right? That if something's going to be the cause of an effect that we're seeing, the only way to determine the cause and effect nature of things is through the scientific experiment, right? If you can't do that, it's not established.
I can't believe he's got qualifications and he comes in.
This was a fundamental experiment in my studies.
To be an experiment.
What is it? What is the experiment?
Yeah, what's the independent variable?
Yeah, show it, share it. This is what we do here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was using a trebuchet that I made.
A what?
And a trebuchet, you know.
Catapult.
Catapult.
Yeah, yeah. It's a
doesn't
version
have
of a
anything
catapult.
to do with what she asked you, I want you to stop. I don't want to hear your story about a catapult right now. What I want you to do is all 3 of us asked you to find an experiment with a hypothesis and an independent and dependent variable that proves that the cause of this downward force that you keep claiming is there is caused by gravity. If you can find a paper and cite it, then you have proof to stand against this. But right now, what you have is nothing but
I wrote before, I am not in this discussion to disprove or prove anything.
You made a claim that there is a thing called gravity.
You are in this field. You are spouting your expertise. You have credibility.
No.
You have authority. Listen, you have authority over what we're saying because you work in this field and you said that you did an experiment, right? We want to see that experiment. Otherwise, if you don't have it, any claim presented without evidence, guess what? Can be dismissed without evidence. And we move on.
Absolutely. You are correct.
It's that simple.
What I would say to you, if you are coming here with a genuine academic, if you are coming here with if he is coming in with a genuine academic,
we're not asking you for you to make a claim for him. He has to defend his claim.
No. I mentioned in a text before. I am not here to disprove or prove anything. I want to participate in the discussion.
You did an experiment that validated gravity. If you can't provide that, then we can move on to the next person.
If you're not here to
Do you have a trebuchet?
Stop making claims if you're not here to prove or disprove.
Okay, do you have a trebuchet?
I was going to just say you could look into electrostatic acceleration. That might serve you better than fictitious gravity.
What I would say to
There's a downward.
Like I said, I'm not here to
I know,
cause
so I'm
any
trying to help. I'm
problems
trying
or
to give
anything.
you.
I
I'm
want
trying to give you a little
inject
Easter egg, bro.
Hold up and
questions.
stop over talking her. Let her get her words out, and then when she's done speaking, then you can talk. If you're not trying to cause
You've been overtaking
I'm
me the
sorry.
whole time.
respectful.
I'm just trying to give him a little. I'm just trying to give you a little flat Earth Easter egg, bro. There's an electrostatic acceleration. There's an electric gradient here on the Earth. A downward current. You can look into that later. We don't have to get into that, but there's a little hint for you.
Thank you so much. I've already looked into that.
That's where the gravy is. Just keep digging.
Like I said, I want to cause any troubles. I have questions and I inject them every now and then. I'm not trying to prove or disprove anything. It's just keeping up the discussion. You know, you can't have a one-sided discussion about the matter.
It's not a one-sided discussion,
exactly right.
but if you try,
What
if
you
you
were trying to do, because when that's what you were trying to do, because when you asked the question and the answer is given to you, you responded to it with this position of authority by professing to everyone that you work in this field, you have this authority because you are, and you gave us your credentials, and then you said you did an experiment and you presented it as if it was fact, right? So
yeah, that's true.
Is the point where you were trying to prove something without evidence. In a flavor.
Without evidence that I can produce to you. That is absolutely correct.
then you must, because you've made the claim and you keep insisting on it. And we're going to have an impasse here if you do not provide for that claim, because we don't trust your authority. You must provide a cited paper with an experiment proving that gravity is the cause. That means a hypothesis and a variable, dependent and independent. Until you can find that and provide that, we are not going to keep going on and around about how you've proven gravity when we don't have that evidence.
Okay, can I give my last comment? Okay, so I did not state that I proved anything, and absolutely what she said is true. I have to produce the relevant documentation and papers and stuff. That is absolutely true, and I don't have the time or the patience to assemble this all.
Then we don't have
because
the time
to
or
do
the patience
things
to answer your
academically properly is so time consuming, and that is not the reason that I am participating in this. I am not trying to disprove or prove anything.
No,
I
you
just
made
want
a
to
claim.
take part in the discussion.
You keep saying that.
I am.
No, you have to understand. In this conversation, it requires you. You make a claim here. We are going to require you to provide proof of that claim is valid. That requires you to then provide the evidence if you're going to say your claim is the gravity exists and I've got an experiment to prove it and I've done it. So either you can do the work, but we're not going to keep going around about this particular thing because you're not willing to provide proof for your claim. See, you think we have to do work for you right now. We do not. You made the claim.
Okay.
You provide the proof. Okay.
I am terribly sorry. I have derailed the stream, and I'm just going to shut up now. I'm sorry. This was not my intention.
Right. So Damsel, he says that he has this experiment. He did this experiment right in his job, but he doesn't have the time or the patience to get it and provide it. Like, wouldn't you think if someone had an experiment that they did that proved gravity, that they could just like grab it?
It'd be an easy search if that's your degree and you actually have that background. Because again, in my background as a medical provider, I can find research on the things I make claims for easily. So I'm sorry if it's too hard of work for you. But again, don't come in here and expect us to do work for you. if you make a claim.
It's
Well, and I think what
absolutely
happens
true,
is,
and I absolutely agree. And it was not my intention to make a claim. It was my intention to spark the discussion. You know, like I have
we gonna
stated
do this
before,
50
I am not here
times?
to prove or disprove.
We
And
heard that.
You don't have
it
to
was
keep
just,
repeating that. Did
yeah,
Mrs. Gets It say what she was going to say?
hey,
yeah.
Truth.
Hey.
I was just gonna say, I think that I'm not doubting that he has been trying to observe this downward acceleration, the object trying to seek its equilibrium again. And no one is really denying that effect here. It's just that it's like, yeah, you're measuring the downward acceleration, but the key part that is missing is establishing the cause. Because the cause, it's like, how did you prove through observing this that the cause is actually bending and warping space-time? Or is it perhaps electrostatics? Or perhaps you just applied a force to an object that was at rest, and now it's trying to seek its equilibrium. So I think that's the key that we're trying to get at. I don't know if, like, hopefully that just makes more sense now. Like, that's what we're really targeting.
There's a major difference between correlation and causation.
Yes.
A major difference.
Yeah, and it's I feel bad because I feel these are like genuine academic people that are they're trying to do research, right? But it's like, yeah, you're measuring this effect, but establishing the cause is really where you'll see that it gets tricky, and that's the problem.
And I think that it can be really simplified when we put it to people is, if you say something causes something, that's your independent variable. You must be able to manipulate it. If you can't manipulate it, it's not the cause. It's that simple.
That's absolutely
I'm
true.
going to pose this for everyone else in the room because I know you're probably not going to. It's for you too if you want it, but you're probably not going to be interested in it if you are doubling down on it. And if, like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe you will be interested. This is mainly for the people that are in the room that's not seen it and that's not been around the newcomers, right? If someone were going to do, like, manipulate something that is going to be the cause of something, let's say heaven weight, okay? So you can manipulate that thing and essentially change the weight of that object. Wouldn't you agree? I'm talking to the room, so I guess I shouldn't ask that. Anyway, so here is just one single example where someone manipulated something and it actually did change. It doesn't establish that it is the ultimate cause, but it is one of the variables that do play a role and is part of the cause as a whole. Like, there's many variables that several variables that can be manipulated, that can change the weight of an object or where it finds its equilibrium, none of which are gravity. However, just to keep that in mind, right? But if you look in the live stream, there's a video where a dude uses a vacuum chamber, and the thing that he manipulates is the medium. He removes the medium, moves it completely, well, for as much as, a man-made vacuum can do, removes the medium, and it changes the weight of the wood. So you would have to do something like that, and the thing you manipulate be gravity. But we've already established that when you change the medium, so that's already one variable that plays in it. But I wanted to post that and share that with everyone else in the room, because there's quite a few people in here that's not seen it.
I have seen it, and it's a very good experiment. But it has in my opinion, a fundamental flaw. The whole experimental setup is itself subject to gravity. So removing the air does not. I mean, you know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. English is not my first language.
You did fine. I understood where you're going with it. But listen, I understand what you're trying to say. but it's not like at the years of gravity. If gravity's not been established, gravity has to exist first. It has to be like established to be a cause of any effect before anything can be under its thumb, right? Or I mean, you can't just say that. That's what you're trying to prove. You're trying to find
Yeah,
out
exactly.
what is the cause of this. What is causing this effect? Right. One of the things would be the medium, the relationship between the object and the medium. So you can manipulate some other variables and cause these things to happen. You can manipulate the electrostatic or electromagnetic, electrostatic nature of the medium and the object, one or the other or both. You can manipulate the vibration of the object. Like you can cause things to vibrate. That will cause it to, if the medium and the object's vibration is in harmony and you cause a disharmony, then the object will move. So these are things that we know affect where an object finds, like how object behaves in its medium. Not
But
once
there
have I
is
ever seen
like
anybody bring anything where they say, "Here, I am manipulating gravity. Watch
so
its effect." Like it
so
doesn't happen because it and no one ever has. That's what you
yeah.
should look for. You
Yeah,
need to go look for that.
but there is like no matter what you do, you will measure an acceleration of all matter in one direction.
Oh yeah,
So
helium balloon.
a balloon. Okay.
And then following that, you derive other equations
Don't,
like
you can't go and
buoyancy
then as if I
and
didn't say
stuff.
anything, dude. Come on.
Yeah, okay, okay. And then
You
what?
said everything has an acceleration down.
Yeah.
What about a helium balloon? Goes up.
Yeah,
So
following that, you have
made is false.
buoyancy.
And until
Okay, so
and I
the
agree
more
with crypto until
dense
evidence
a
turns
matter
up,
is,
and I agree with crypto until evidence turns up.
okay.
We're not going to take it serious. When it does,
Yeah, but following following the understanding, I'm not talking about gravity. I'm just saying there is this fundamental acceleration going on, and following that there is the derivation of buoyancy. So you can calculate these massive steel ships that can float off water. I mean, what's up with that? All right, and then you talk about helium.
Why isn't it being pulled to the earth? Right, density,
Yeah.
buoyancy in the water.
You're not a scientist, are you?
Yeah. No,
This
I'm
guy's
not
not
a
a scientist
scientist.
at
I'm
all.
an engineer. I
You're not an
take the
engineer.
knowledge to solve a problem.
You're not an engineer.
What is a biotechnical engineer anyway?
Chemical and biotechnology engineer. So like,
let's get this straight. Let's get this straight. You're qualified as an engineer, but you don't know the fundamentals of displacement in fluids.
I know. I very understand them.
Then what are you saying? What's
Not
that about?
apparently,
When you
from
talk
what
about
you just
ships
said.
floating, you said ships floating. What's that all about? What are you talking about?
I'm trying to adhere to the broader audience. I am assuming not everyone has a deep understanding of what's going on.
But don't be condescending.
Well, you're not here to.
talk on the level you think
You're
you
not
know
here to
and
educate us. We're not here to be educated by you. Thank you
Wait,
for doing
yeah,
that.
who's the other dude talking right now? We're talking to the nice guy from Iceland or wherever you're from.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool. The other guy should be quiet.
Pazza doesn't like how this guy's representing the globe believers. He thinks he's
Well,
not
no,
a
he's
good
being
representation.
condescending. He just said he's being condescending. He says he's talking down to you. He says he understands displacement and understands how ships float, but he's coming to you and saying, "What's that all about?" He's condescending you. Either that, or he's a real troll. He doesn't know what he's talking about. One of the two.
Yes, it is one or the other. I agree, and he's trying to educate us like we don't know. How about you explain it if you think you know it?
No, I'm not making the claim. He is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, no, I agree. I agree. That's what he's doing.
But then address him, not me. I'm talking to him aggressively because he either talks to you on your on his level.
No, I agree. I agree. He's doing that exactly. That's why I was going to have him explain it. If he really wants to explain it, he can go right ahead. But don't assume we don't know what displacement is. We actually know these things pretty well. So if you want to talk as equals, we can do that, but don't be talking down to your audience at all here, please. People are well aware of stuff here.
I mean, I don't think the gravity thing will ever come
talk
to an end.
and then say, don't address me, and then continue to talk. But anyway, Dandelion, you're exactly right. I don't think none of the Glovers like to hear other Glovers respond, because they all sound like that when they listen to someone else, because none of them have, not when they're going to be zealot, about it. No, when they're not going to be honest and just admit and say, yeah, you're right. Like the dude when I was talking about gravity and the atmosphere, he's like, yeah, it made sense to him. And he was like, you're right. I never thought about that. So when they're honest, but when they're trying to defend something that they don't have evidence for and it's not defendable, I don't think any of them like to hear another Glover talk. That's just my honest opinion. I may be wrong, but
that could be the case. That could be the case. Yeah, that's a good perspective. We also have William. I don't know if he has any other questions, because I think he was talking or typing in the voice text. William, did you have any other questions for us?
I was putting stuff in the voice chat. I shared a video, and I mean, if you want to comment on it, I can't post screenshots or anything, but I can post the video link again just to bring it back up. So this fella, and unfortunately he doesn't give the. And I got this, and I actually have a more interesting one, I guess, which involves a lot of observations taken across the planet, but that's a separate thing. So in this one, basically, he's looking at something he estimates they're about 50 miles, 30 miles away, and then zooms in on these. So, significant portions of these not seen at the bottom. So how would you, I guess, how would you come at this?
There's
or
multiple
explain
things that
this?
there's multiple ways that you can come at this. Number one, it has to do with perspective. It has to do with many different optical illusions, and it also has to do with swells. It also has to do with the selenium that's in the ocean, how much salt is there. Like when we see boats, some of them look like they are, underwater. Some of them look like they are, it's not dismissing the bottom of the boat. So that can also have to do with how much saline is there. How much salt is actually pocketed in that area. There's multiple reasons why we see things the way that we see them. And to just, be like, hand wave, dismiss all of those variables and say, oh, it's earth curve, that the water is curving and we can't see that. And then on a different day, you go out and you can see the bottom, then what? Is the earth breathing? Is the water breathing?
So you dismiss their assertion, but you've got no explanations of your own.
Who just said that?
So I want
Well, I mean, that was I wasn't
add
gonna.
something to what you just said, Dan.
I'm curious.
Like when you were talking about the earth breathing, right, with this supposed radius that they claim that the earth has, and the sphere that they claim that it is, right? Okay, so if the horizon is moving, one thing you need to keep in mind is that the horizon, if the earth is that sphere, even though you see it moving, it can be shorter, but it can never, ever, ever be longer than what the globe dimensions predict that geometric horizon to be. If it is ever longer or further out, then it's not a globe. And that's what we're finding every time it's measured.
Well, I mean, if we're going back to the Black Swan, it's obviously distorted. The further one away.
And even when you talk,
that's not even the point. We're talking about the horizon.
Not the point.
Yeah. And that's why I mean I like these kinds of really clear. I mean, this really clear image
even when you're
is pretty
talking about
nice
the
to
Black
use.
Swan, let me get this out. When you're talking about the Black Swan, you realize those are oil rigs, right? And so oil rigs get heated and they can cause distortion from that heat. It will create miraging from that heat. So,
yeah, that's why
let's dismiss that. And there
Yeah.
are clear things
Yeah.
that we can see without that distortion, and we still see the same thing. We can see way too far. Way too far.
But can we? I mean,
hold on. I want to make sure you understand it. Do you understand the purpose of the oil rigs in that observation?
Well, I mean, frankly, from what I understand, the idea is we shouldn't be able to see the further the further one, the one that is behind.
Okay, so this is your problem. I want to make sure that you understand it. I didn't think you understood it. The purpose of the oil rigs in that observation is to let you know what the distance is, right? So
Yeah, that you're not supposed to see though.
Well, no.
It's too far away, right? Is the idea?
Instead of thinking about it like that, switch it around, right? Instead of thinking, well, the horizon should be in front of both oil rigs. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles away. The oil rigs are 9 miles and 6 point whatever miles away. We shouldn't see them. No, think about this. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles. I see the horizon beyond the second oil rig. Why is the horizon beyond the second oil rig? That's the point of the observation. The only reason oil rigs are even in it is so that you know what the distance is. If the horizon is behind it, you know it's well beyond 9.41 miles.
Precisely.
That's the only reason that they're in there.
So what about this
Doesn't matter
second?
if they're wiggling. Doesn't matter if they're
Yeah.
like flaking colors, fractaling out. Doesn't matter what they're doing, right? The point is the horizon is beyond the second one.
I guess the question would be: Is that horizon? I finally found this other one that we're looking at. Is that horizon or is that refractive? Some effect of refraction. We can see massive levels of.
Are we looking through two different mediums?
You can't refract the horizon.
So we can
It's
see.
not an actual thing.
Well, I guess what I mean is distortion, sort of like you could say you can't refract the ground, right? But we know that when we're close to the ground and the ground is really hot, right? Like on a hot summer day, and you get all of this mirage effect near the surface.
You're right. It's mirage. You said the right word there.
Yeah. And the thing is, the horizon is an apparent thing. It depends on optical conditions. It's not a physical thing. Therefore, you can't refract an optical thing. You can't refract it. You can only refract physical things.
There is, I don't know how many times.
I don't understand. I don't understand that. I don't understand what you just said there about you can't refract optical, but optical that is where the refraction is happening, is in between the actual object. It's when you have a medium in between the actual object and yourself, right?
The medium. There's a medium, right?
Yeah,
we have
the air.
Medium. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying that we have a medium between this and this. The medium doesn't. It's just a medium. It might get denser the further out that you're looking. That can happen, right?
Or it can get hotter. It can get hotter or colder.
So, and that can happen as well.
Yeah.
That no matter what, the horizon is only apparent. There is no geometric horizon, period, ever. Point blank, can show me a geometric horizon.
I mean, I'm not.
What actually is.
I mean, the advanced Earth calculator that I've been showing multiple times, but that's only. But hold on. Can I try to clarify the position on this? With the whole geometric versus apparent horizon thing is that the.
I want to. You said refraction. I want to know. Do you really think that refraction is the reason that you see the horizon well beyond the second oil rig instead of 1.22 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, when I'm looking at that photo, which is obviously you have mirage effect. You have
a rebuttal.
No, not at all. I mean, I think if we're gonna look at an image and try to discern what's going on, it's best that we don't look at these really wiggly, distorted images. We look at something that's crisp, clear, where we're looking at an object.
Do with it. You understand those oil rigs have nothing to do with your horizon.
No, but what they do? Hold on. No. I think what they do
not
is
account for your physical horizon disappearing.
I'm not trying to.
It doesn't account for it. See, that's the thing. You think
I'm not trying to make it account for it.
You think refraction accounts for your disappearance of your physical horizon when it does not.
No, I don't think that. I don't think refraction makes the horizon disappear. That's not what I
Then
think.
why are you seeing it beyond?
You think
So
do you think refraction will extend your horizon more than 10 times further than what it is?
I mean,
So-
it doesn't even make sense. Hold up. It doesn't even make sense. So you're claiming refraction. That means that, everyone says that light bends down, but then
Yeah.
that light is somehow bending down while also simultaneously lifting up all of these physical objects as
Yeah.
like some kind of hologram in the sky. So we're not actually seeing those actual objects. We're just seeing like a reflection of them somehow. While the light bends down, it's lifting it up, and we're seeing that when it's not actually
I
there.
can show if I could.
Are you going to show us the sugar water fish tank? Is that what's coming next?
No, not a fish tank. I mean, I can show like on diagram how light bending down makes things that are further away able to appear. I can show that.
I'm going to go nuts if I don't say a few things because there's so much that has been said that needs corrected. Okay, I can't help it. I mean, if y'all want me to, I'll mute and
No,
let you
get him,
continue,
Truth.
but
Go on, Truth. Get him.
No, go Truth. Go for it.
it's like it's adding up, and I'm going to have to start taking notes.
Get him.
Because
just go.
First of
Do
all,
it.
you didn't even really, I will give you this much credit. You never really claimed refraction is actually doing anything. You were asking, well, could it be, or is it refraction? Is refraction what? Because you don't know, which is the honest way to go, and that's where you should remain, is in that mindset and having a conversation and not making claims, right? But if you're going to make claims, so about refraction, you need to know enough about it to make those claims. And first of all, light doesn't bend; it travels in straight lines. It travels in straight angles, straight lines. And the only, it has to pass through two mediums. Something has to change the speed of that light.
Or the direction of it. Like if I shine a... Yeah.
At the instance where the speed of the light changes is where it will change a different angle towards the denser medium. Right. We don't have that going on here because we're looking through one medium. We're not looking through two. Okay, first of all, that's what I want to say. Secondly, if there is any refraction going on, you would have to identify the two different mediums, or whatever type of refraction, you have to identify it. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter because any of them will only hinder and shorten your distance anyway, even if it was going on.
No.
None of them.
No.
And you can't say that refraction would. If you do, then you're going to have to define it. You're going to have to tell us which type it is.
If I could...
And show us a demonstration of how it will extend your horizon.
I can do
further than
that.
What it is, because refraction will only hinder and shorten your, any form of it.
I can do that.
You need
I
two
can
mediums
show
if you're gonna
you...
invoke Snell's law. And if you're going to invoke terrestrial refraction, then first you need to establish radius. You need to establish R because they use R in terrestrial refraction. So I don't know where you're going to go from here because anything about refraction or optical, where the horizon is optical and it changes location, like that pretty much kills the globe anyway, because they're saying it's a physical thing, that it's the point at which the earth curves away. And the moment that you say, no, it's because of how light behaves, it just looks like it's there. It's not really even there. Well, boom, then how did they ever determine it was a globe to begin with? So there's so many, and I think I may have even forgot a couple things because I didn't take notes.
Well, I would just add to it. I would just add to it Snell's law that refraction happens between the boundary between two mediums. And if we have medium of air, like they're claiming that there are these multiple boundaries because things get denser, all of a sudden light is behaving like there's a different medium. I would like to see that actually happening. Like that's not how it fucking works. It's not how it works. Sorry for cursing.
That's okay. When you pass, so when light passes through differential temperatures, right? It's going to bend, and it's. I mean, we see that when it goes through different
changes angles.
Yeah, that's same. Same difference. I mean, yeah. So I can demonstrate. I can't share my screen right now, and I also can't upload images, so I can't really show like. This, yeah. So here's, it would have to continually refract. It wouldn't have to continually. This most recent.
It doesn't though.
Thing here, but all the thing is when the light is bouncing off some object that is, let's say, currently over the curve, and it's the light without bending down is going to go above the observer's head. All right, that light is going to pass above their head, but instead it bends down, and then they can actually see that light.
That is so silly.
That's, if I can show a diagram, I can show how this works.
We have one. There's one posted at 1 minute after the hour that shows what you're describing and why it can't work. You're assuming that because we're looking through the atmosphere horizontally, that it gets denser and denser. It doesn't. You would have to have columns between you and the object you're looking at, where the one farthest, or the one at one extreme is very thin and not dense, and the other extreme is much denser. And the thing is, that's not how it works. It's one density.
Well,
you don't have a series of changing densities.
You can even do this no matter what. It is getting denser. Like the further you look, the thicker it gets, right? And you can even do this. Like if you take a laser and a piece of plastic, right? Or a piece of glass, and the further that it gets, if it's like a milky type of thing, it's going to be denser and denser the farther that it goes, but the light still refracts the same exact way as if it was clear. So no matter how dense it actually gets, unless you're in some fish tank, right? Like some fish tank with sugar water in it, then yes, that light will, refract downwards, but that's not lifting anything up. Like there is no evidence to say that what you are saying is factually true, that light bending downwards is going to holographically project physical objects up into the sky for us to be able to see them when they are completely around a curve and should never be seen whatsoever.
Well, if I could show you a diagram, that's exactly how it does work. When the light goes down.
What's the refractive index? Perms. We're giving you William.
Yeah.
You got the perms.
What's the refractive index of temperature if you're saying temperature causes refraction? Because it takes two mediums to cause refraction. Temperature will
I'm not trying to. I'm sorry, this is not fair. Okay, you're getting super technical. All I'm trying to demonstrate. Hold on. All I'm trying to demonstrate is that when the light is bent downwards, it appears to lift a distant object upwards. Because that light,
assuming now, and that does not match Snell's law.
Because that light ends up in your eye when otherwise that light would end up going over your head.
It doesn't bend, and for it to refract, you need two mediums. Now, if you're going to use temperature, and if you're going to use temperature to fluctuate the medium to where you have all these effects, then it's the medium that's being fluctuated. It's the medium that's being changed. The light is traveling through it. It's not the light itself, right? Then you're going to know.
Sure, but I just want to very simply show. Like, no, it doesn't need to be complicated, bro. Old Haas Radborn. It doesn't need to be super complicated.
We're not saying it is. You just don't understand that we're telling you that it doesn't work the way you're claiming because you don't understand the Snell's law and the other things we've told you. You're going with a simple example because that's your level of knowledge, but we're telling you that is just a calculation and a drawing. It's not what has been physically observed.
Whether this is, whether my level of knowledge is something or not, I want to establish this what if scenario that if light bends downwards, this is kind of like using
behaves. It travels in straight lines.
But the thing is, if
through a second medium, and at the point
if something causes it to bend downwards, then it will make a distant object lift up. Simple. Can we at least agree on that very simple point? Like,
no.
I'm saying, can we agree that if light is bent by a medium in the downward direction,
the speed of the light is changed and it changes angle towards the denser medium, but it still travels in a straight line. That's what it does.
So it seems to bend downwards. What happened? What are we looking at when we're looking at a straw in a
you're seeing it travel
in a cup of water?
You're seeing it travel straight. When it passes into the water, it changes angle and continues to travel straight.
Okay, that's what I mean. It changes angle. So instead of saying the light bend, the light changes angle.
Here we can We can make this simple and easy for both of us, okay? And I know you're getting frustrated, and so am I. So I can end both of our frustrations, and so can you. If you're saying it's refraction, then define which refraction you're referring to. Look at it and see if that's what's going on. Define it.
What do you what do you mean by definition? I mean, and frankly, like this is just kind of
William. There's terrestrial refraction. There's celestial refraction. What refraction are you referring to, and how does it actually pertain to the story that you're telling?
I'm referring to
Which refraction?
I'm referring to why we see parts of the oil rig that are clearly not visible in the other image. Right? There's parts that we see that we don't see in the other image.
I know what you're doing.
So, like, why is that?
And I don't want to like keep going on about it. This is why I'm interrupting you, and I'm so sorry. I really do hate to interrupt people. You might not believe that, but I do hate to. But to keep from going on and on about it, we understand that you're saying it's refraction. That's the reason we see the horizon where we see it. Even though I've already laid out.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm saying that's why we see parts of this oil rig in the one image when we don't see them in the other image.
We're talking about the horizon, dude.
It's all about the horizon.
Disconnect. It's like we're having two different conversations here.
The oil
the
rigs are only
horizon-
listen, the oil rigs are only markers to know how far out those oil rigs are, and then we see the horizon far past them. That's the only thing the oil rigs have to do with anything.
No, we don't.
No,
we don't see the horizon past
Yes,
the
we
oil
do.
rigs.
Yes, we
Exactly.
do.
Yes, we
Wait, hold on.
do.
Somebody mark up.
That's exactly what we see.
Hold on. Hold on. Though I'm looking at this image, and I don't see horizon. I don't see horizon past the. Here,
It's right there. At
Look
8 minutes
again.
after the hour. That's right there.
I'll mark it with a red line here, and
No, look. Look, it's right there. It's already done for you.
hold on. I'm
You
scrolling.
see
back
the
down.
yellow box and the green box?
Yeah, hold on.
Between them is a line where the sky meets the water. That's the horizon. It's past both the rigs. And they covered up the rigs so you won't get hung up on the distortion.
I mean, isn't
Stop,
the-
Killer
isn't the-
Mike. They're in the middle of
Isn't the
something. Stop
horizon
interrupting.
right where I drew that red line? It's kind of sloppy, but it's basically in the spot. Isn't that where the horizon is in this image?
The Earth appears to meet the sky. Right? Where do you see that at in that observation?
I mean, in this one
Where
here.
do you see the Earth appear to meet the sky?
Beyond the rigs.
Yeah, in this one here, it looks like it's.
Where is he pointing?
It's beyond.
Now different pictures from the same video that are showing that fluctuating. So are you now going to say that your Earth is breathing, because that's what you're telling me then too? It's beyond in some of the pictures. It's closer in some of the other ones.
I'm just drawing where it looks like the horizon is in these various photos. That's all. I mean.
Right? We have one that goes further even than what you're drawing.
Exactly.
From the same video. So how do you explain that? Because again, you're trying to say it's now only at the furthest one, but even then, it's still beyond. Your physical horizon is claimed by a radius of 3959 miles.
You do realize how much, like, that first one is 6.2 miles. It can't be any further than 1.225 miles. And you said you understood this.
Well, that's you're talking about distance using 8 inches per mile squared.
We're
'Cause
talking
that doesn't
about where
account for
do you see
observer
the
height.
horizon.
5 times the square root of the observer height.
So we're looking by when we're geometrically approximating where the horizon will be. We're talking about looking
observer's
down.
height is 1 foot.
Yeah, and we're talking about looking
1
down
foot
at
observer
it.
height.
We're talking about looking down at it.
No,
And
1
we're
foot
not.
observer height.
yes, which means looking down from 1 foot at an angle.
No, it's still too far. Do you understand? If you do the curve calculator, you're still well beyond it, even with the first rig. Not to say even thing about the second rig. And if you go into that video and look, it fluctuates further beyond even the second rig.
Yeah. Okay. So
You keep
it's a question.
argument and
It's the same thing over and over, but different words. Yeah.
So how did
I
you
mean, we
get
both
Mars
feel the same way. I
on
feel like it's the
Verizon?
same thing over and over with you guys. You're just assuming.
You're
just
We're
we
not
just have different
what are we,
assumptions.
hold on, William. What are we assuming? You use
I
the
mean-
word assuming. What are we assuming?
Hey, what is the elevation in this actually? But
I asked the question, what are we assuming?
1 foot.
you're assuming that the Earth is flat.
No, we're not assuming anything. We're making an observation and seeing no curvature during that observation. That is not assuming anything. The assumption is that there's actually a curve and that we're somehow holographically seeing things lift up and all these different explanations. We are witnessing this with our own eyes. There is no curvature based off of the globe math that we should be seeing curvature 1.22 off of the observer's freaking height. And we are not witnessing that. And there are more observations than just the black swan. These happen everywhere. So, no, we're not the ones assuming. It seems that you're the one assuming and trying to backpedal and blame us for assuming. We're witnessing.
Yeah, if you got any,
like, I don't get it.
got any, if you can, we've got Blacks who has a question. So while we're talking to Blacks, if you could go and find any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of either curvature or rotation, William, that would be great.
I mean,
Blacks,
yeah,
what is your
that's fine.
question?
All right.
Okay, yeah, let us know when you've got something testable, repeatable, and verifiable.
Yeah,
any kind of evidence whatsoever. That would be
the
great.
refraction stuff is tough. I don't know that math like myself.
We say you're a flat earther if you claim refraction, by the way, because that's what we claim. We claim that's what the problem is. It is refraction. You're absolutely right. It's refraction. But it's not because there's a physical horizon that the globe should have there that somehow you're getting to see things so far away.
But
You're having to
refraction doesn't make things
explanations.
disappear. Refraction lifts things up, makes them appear.
Really?
When you wouldn't see them
You might want
otherwise.
to go study your refraction again because, again, it does not.
I will. And again, I showed you the simple diagram of why when light bends down, it makes further distant
But you
objects
have to have
appear.
two mediums, and you don't have two mediums that you're looking through. You're looking through one. Yes,
do,
there
you
may be heat fluctuations. What's the other medium? You're looking through air. You don't have
air that's different temperatures.
That's not a second medium. That's not a second medium.
It is a
That's
second medium. It's
one-
different
no,
density. It's
no,
a different density.
no,
the reason that the glass of water bends the light is because it's a more dense
Because
medium
you're
than
going
the air,
through glass and water. Yes,
which are
medium.
denser mediums. Yeah.
No, because they change.
Two mediums.
Two of the same medium that's more dense in one area and less dense in it. It requires two different mediums.
It's the boundary between the two.
Different. Yeah.
Hot water, hot air is denser than.
That's not a
is
second
less
medium.
less dense than
That
cool
creates
air.
a mirage. Yeah, so you
Right.
might get miraging or something else. But that isn't going to be the refraction you're talking about, where the refraction of like seeing a straw in a cup, where the straw like is literally tilted over to the other side in the water.
Yeah,
as
that's
opposed to
extreme.
Outside of the water, that is Snell's law. That's the boundary between two mediums. When you're witnessing something where it's fluctuation between temperatures and things like that, that is like miraging. That's not necessarily a refraction. Like it's something else. And everyone wants to lump all these things in and call all of it refraction when it's not. They're
All right,
all separate things.
I have more learning to do. Clearly because I can't speak confidently
All
towards
good.
this stuff, and
Yes.
so hey, thanks guys, I appreciate it.
Totally.
Let's
We
study
appreciate you as well.
Yeah.
Look, dude.
Yeah.
Go out and do your own observation.
Yeah, and go look up Snell's law and understand that you have to use that to be able to understand what you are actually doing with these mediums. And go look up the definition of refraction. It'll tell you it has to be two different mediums, not the same air, not hot air versus cold air. It doesn't work that way.
All forms of refraction that you can look into is only going to shorten your horizon. It's never going to extend it. But go do your own observation. Look into these things. If you think you find something, come back. Come back and bring whatever you find.
I want to inject something. This is me, Sterkopillen.
Well, hang on.
Thanks.
I think Dandelion had someone she wanted to move on to.
Yeah.
Well, Blacks is waiting. He's unmuted like 3 times trying to ask his question. But Stair Goblin, we'll get to you after we take Black's question. So if you can hang on, that'd be
Yes, no
great.
problem.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Blacks.
So my question was, how do you guys think like day and night effect exists? Like, how do you think it gets day and how do you think it gets night? Like, I would want to know more about that.
Who wants to take this one?
I missed the question.
Very educational answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
No, I'm kidding.
Can I, Shans, can I ask you one question before, and then you take
Oh
it from
no,
there?
go ahead. Yeah. I never even heard the question. I'll follow through.
Well, I want you to respond to him if you were going to. I just wanted to ask him, like, in his mind, what does he think causes it? Like how like, okay, in your mind, the sun and the earth. Just tell me how you see things, right? How close is the sun? How big is the sun? Like, what moves the earth or the sun? Because starting out with your question, it's like it's obvious that you already have, if you're asking that question, then you already lack an understanding of what we observe as reality, and in reference to, flat earth being flat, so and not moving, right? So just explain to me how you see the sun and how you think day and night.
You want me to explain how I think the model, like, of the solar system is? Like, well,
We don't have to go
my
into all that.
view.
Just how far away do you think that the sun is?
I don't know. They haven't proven anything, but so I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Well, Shans, you can go from here. I won't go any further.
Well, okay, so I missed the first question. My friend is actually listening on YouTube, and this is her first time listening. And so she basically said, he asked how day and night works. So I would like you to actually expand on that. What do you mean by how day and night works?
Like, you claim that well, you think or claim that the Earth is a stationary thing and everything is floating around it, right? That's what you guys think, right?
So yeah,
That's true.
we know that the world is not spinning, and we know that the sun and the moon are rotating above us like clockwork. Correct. So what is your issue with that?
No, well,
we don't
my
think those
well,
things, right?
yeah, but
You and all of us observe the earth as stationary.
okay.
And
Why do you
observe lights in the
think?
sky.
But why do you think why do you think the Earth isn't rotating, but the rest of the planets are? So the sun and the moon. Why do you think those are rotating, but the Earth isn't?
Okay, so let's start there. Why do you think the earth is rotating? Do you feel any movement whatsoever? Do you have any proof that the earth is actually moving?
Yeah,
Any evidence whatsoever?
I would say the placement of the sun at the time of day, and how
Why would
high
the time
it
of
is.
day have anything to do? Yeah, why would the sun and time of day have anything to do with the earth rotating? We're talking about earth rotation.
Yes.
So what is your evidence for the earth rotating? How would the sun, during any kind of time of day, I don't care where the sun is at, why would that mean something? Are you saying because you think that the sun moves, sets, that it's going beyond a curve of the earth?
Yeah, that is what I think. Yes.
Okay, why do you think that?
Well,
Because you were told?
Yeah, and because you can see it in the air, and that's basically what the whole thing has been. So, yeah, basically because I was told yes, but you can still see it. If you look at the sun.
No, what you're doing is you're witnessing the sun move farther and farther away from you. That's it. If you look at street lamps on a street,
How do you know
hold
it's
up,
farther?
hold up. Let me finish what I'm saying. So if you look at street lamps on a street, a level street, and you see those street lamps all the same height, and they are slowly but surely getting lower and lower in the distance until you can't see them anymore, does that mean that they're going over a curve? Does it mean at the end of the hallway, when those lights are getting lower and lower, that you know that building is completely level and horizontal, and they're getting lower and lower, that means that those lights are actually going lower? Or is that just how we witness the world that we see? That is perspective, and that is giving us our ability to walk through this world and understand that things are farther away and closer to us.
Yeah. I was like referring to the sun. Why do you think?
I am. That's why I'm using that as an analogy.
Yeah, all right, but I don't really understand that.
So, okay, so if you don't understand, are you in the live stream voice text? Because people are posting pictures.
I am.
So
I am.
a lot of people. Okay, so you are seeing that.
Yeah,
So
I
you
see. I see it.
So you see how when things are level, they appear to go lower and lower, and they meet. It's like an X shape. And where we see in the middle is like X marks the spot, right? Like everything is moving to this point that we see. So things closer to us are larger, and the farther away they are, the smaller and lower that they get.
Yes.
That is
But the
what
street
is happening
lamps
with the
aren't
sun.
moving.
What?
The street lamps aren't moving.
What does that
The
mean?
sun isn't either. But
No, the sun is moving.
Well, say an
No.
airplane.
Wait, hold up. Hold up.
No,
Say an
no,
airplane.
Wait, hold up. Even in your globe religion, the sun is moving. So you can't say the sun isn't moving, because it is.
Yes, of course,
In
but
both models.
everything.
I mean, both ideas.
Yes. Okay, but you're taking it out of proportion.
No,
I
I'm not.
wasn't done. Yes, you were, because I wasn't
How?
done with talking. You just
You're
keep going
assuming.
through. No. Wait.
You're assuming the sun is huge and very, very distant. So again,
You're not even letting me talk.
no, because I'm gonna set you straight. Because even if it's an airplane moving away from you, flying overhead at level flight, you're gonna see it get smaller and smaller as it goes distant, and also it goes towards the ground. It looks like it disappears out of your view in the edge of the what we call the horizon, where the sky meets the ground. Eventually, it will go out of that view if you're on a flat level area that you can see that far. So it doesn't matter if it's moving or if it's lights. She's giving you examples so that you can understand perspective.
I understand, but my original question was we've like driven away from the whole question. My question was, how does day and night work on the flat Earth? That's all I wanted to know.
Very simple. So day and night works because we have the moon and we have the sun. And as those things move farther, like when the sun moves farther away, there's a certain attenuation of light where the sun can only shine so bright until that attenuation, when it moves farther away, we can no longer see that light. That's why, if anybody has this, they can show it in the comment section. You can see day and night at the same time, and you can see that middle area where the sun's light no longer reaches through because it's too far away. It's just as if you took a flashlight, and the farther away you walk, that light no longer reaches where it can be seen. Like it just, light can only go so far. And then the moonlight comes in, and then you have nighttime, and then the sun comes back around, and then you have daytime.
But why do you think why do you think the sun moves instead of the Earth? Is there any proof?
Yeah.
I think it's daylight. What do you see in the morning when you wake up and the sun and it's getting daylight? What do you see?
See the sun setting on the horizon. That's
When
or
it's
rising.
getting daylight, what do you see?
It's up. Well, it goes up. That's
So the sun's moving.
in the middle
You
of
see
the
the
day.
sun
It's higher.
moving? Okay, well that's
Yes,
why,
but
because the sun is moving closer to
exactly.
you.
But then I can use
And it gets
reverse
night when
psych.
it moves further away.
Yeah, but then I can use reverse psychology and say that that's the Earth rotating around the sun.
Psychology.
It's not reverse. It's
No,
not.
no,
Like,
no, but
tell me
no,
any
but
evidence.
that's
No,
what I'm
hold up.
saying.
Blocks. Is that how I say your name? Blocks?
Yeah, sure, but
Okay,
it's
so Blocks. Show me any evidence at all that the Earth is actually moving.
show me
How can we?
evidence the sun is
No.
moving.
You need to really think about this. If the Earth
No,
was
because you're
moving,
driving away
let
from
me.
my question.
Okay, this is so funny because you say people don't let you talk. You're not letting me get a word.
Yes, I know,
So
because
yes, you do know. So you're just going to continue to talk over me. That's cool. How about you
Yeah,
let
but
me
that's
talk
the
for a
same
minute?
thing you do to me.
No,
Like,
no.
I'm here to talk.
Oh my God. I was being respectful to you. Like, please
being
let me get a
respectful
word
as
out.
well.
You're not. You're not
Yes,
letting
but
me get my words out.
but then let me finish talking and then
Wow.
start talking.
You were done, and then I started talking. You interrupted me.
No, I
Now you
wasn't
want to
done.
talk again. amazing how your
wasn't
logic
Okay,
works.
well, let's move on. Yeah, Blocks,
Thank
we have
you.
all
Let's
this
just
on
move
the
on.
live streams. I put the links up there earlier. I can put them up there again. If you ever want to review to see if you were absolutely 100% right and definitely all the ladies were wrong, you can go watch that tomorrow. But why don't you move
Well,
on,
I'm not
Shines?
saying
What were
they're
we trying to
wrong,
get to with
but
him? Okay, that's fine. We're not going to discuss that. It's boring. Shines, what is it that we're trying to get across to him?
Yeah,
What were
so
you
what I was
very
asking?
trying to
fascinating.
talk about is about if the earth was actually moving, like there are so many roads you can go down. Number one, we feel it. Number two, we are in an ellipse, which means that when that accelerates, we would feel that motion as well. Then we would also, if the earth was rotating, things would be flying off of it. Then also, if the earth was rotating, the air that we are seeing above us would be not only just thrown off, but moving at like a way faster pace than the earth actually is. Everything that they say about what is happening, it's wrong. We are not seeing any evidence of the earth actually moving. We do not feel it. We do not see it. The atmosphere above us, the lies that they
Gravity.
tell about that, there is nothing at all that shows that this earth is actually rotating. It makes no sense in physics even at all. You have to go into
Well,
astrophysics and fairy tale land to think that that's actually true.
but why
So,
does it make sense that the sun and the moon is moving then? When, like, I don't
because we
understand.
can witness them moving, because we're still and we see them moving above us. We know that the earth is not moving, so we know that what is above us is actually moving. That's how we know.
Question is, why
Yeah,
doesn't that make sense to you when that's what you observe?
this is. I'm done talking, man.
Aw, you got nothing?
Well, just keep in mind too, there's experiments that
No,
have been
because
done that
I would.
show that we don't have any proof of Earth movement. So you might want to go look up Michelson and Gale, Michelson and Morley, and start
Yeah.
researching how they have not been able to prove any Earth movement. And even Einstein said you cannot prove the Earth is moving. One of his direct
And
quotes.
one of the things was what was that telescope thing that they did to try and figure out? I can't remember what it was called, but it was that telescope that they put
Stagnet.
there. Yeah,
Stagnet.
there you go. And that telescope proved that no, the Earth is not moving.
You're done.
So,
Well, it's not just that. I
But
think he's
to
having
the
some
one
kind of
who said,
disconnect.
Did you just call them dumb?
He even said that he saw the sun and the moon moving towards and moving away from him, but yet he doesn't understand and it doesn't make sense to him why we're saying the sun and the earth, moon are moving. Like that's what you even said that you saw. So why doesn't that make sense to you?
Yeah, Blocks, if you'd never heard anything, you never went to school, you never saw television or computer, and you just lived on this earth, you went out, you see the sun move across the sky, you're not moving. That's what you would assume. That's your default
Yes,
position. That's what we all actually experience. So
I understand.
the point of the whole thing is that you don't need to have a globe to explain day and night. There's multiple other models and demonstrations that can explain it.
Right. I did want to get back on the if the Earth is rotating, everything would fall off it.
well, I would like to see if there's anybody else in here that hasn't spoken up yet before that question gets asked. Do we
Well,
have anybody
Jemsy's
else?
pointed out Olive. Olive doesn't have any roles. We could try and mute Olive. And I unmuted the other people. It didn't go well, but maybe Olive will prove that there's hope for humanity. There, Olive?
We can only hope.
Olive, hey, hi, am I here?
Yes, you are.
Can you hear me?
Here you. Welcome to the server. How are you?
Wow! Oh my goodness, I've been trying to get on. This is my first time on Discord, and I am just so excited. Oh my goodness, thank you guys.
Oh my God, Carol.
Oh, you could always have like messages or ask us to unmute. Like, you just weren't able to unmute because you don't have the VC verified role, which we can give you as long as you agree to follow the rules of the
Oh my
server. So do you
goodness,
agree
well,
to do that?
Oh, thank you so much. I was trying to message and I didn't know how, and I felt so stupid. I hate to say that, but I felt so dumb. I was like, how do I do this? And it kept sending me to like a robot or something. But I'm so excited that I'm on right now. I've been listening to you guys for hours.
Great. How did you find us?
You're excited.
I know
Well,
we are.
yeah,
aren't we?
so I don't know. I think I was on Facebook and something sent me to the Discord app for this link, and I've been looking for some flat earth girls to connect with, and I've just been like so excited to find you guys.
You
Well,
found
welcome.
us. We're happy. We're happy you found us.
I would love to hear about like why you're a flat earther, what brought you here, what makes you think that the earth is, you know, what it
Oh,
naturally is.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm a complete just like truther, okay? Ever since birth, like ever since I can remember, I've always just resonated with truth. I grew up in Georgia. That's where I live now. I'm a Southern girl. So I was always involved in the Baptist church growing up. So I've got that strong Christian background. So whenever I was in school, I didn't resonate with what they were teaching me, you know, in science and history. Never resonated with me. And then I don't know. I was always just different. I just felt like I just believed different things from other people, and I was never ashamed of it. And but oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so excited right now. Just give me a second to calm down.
Good to have you here.
It's all good. It's good to have you here. Yeah, it's cool to hear people's stories about, you know, how they realized that the earth was flat, what they know about the earth being flat.
Yeah.
So if you can, you know, walk through that, we would love to hear that.
For sure. So yeah, I guess it was about like 2015, 2016, I started seeing some things. I was with my ex-boyfriend, and he was into just watching a bunch of YouTube stuff, and he would let things play and play and play. And I woke up one night and I remembered I saw this video of just like, it was just hours and hours and hours of footage of the Antarctic ice wall.
Whoever's hot micing, go on mute so we can listen to Olive. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm just saying, yeah. So I saw this footage of this ice wall, and I had never seen that before. And I was like, "What is this?" And then also I saw footage of the high altitude balloon showing us the flat horizon, and then the sun, and then the moon at the same time. So I kept seeing those, like they would pop up every night. He would play like YouTube videos, and then I would wake up to those videos, and it just was kind of insane. I'm like, I've never seen these. So I just started doing research into that, and just all the facts just popped up, and it was just so apparent to me that this was the truth, and everything made sense to me. It just clicked, and everything just came together from what I had been learning as a child. You know, what I see every day in the stars, that I see the same stars every night. You know, I live in Georgia, so we've got the Georgia Guidestones over here, which are like crazy, like to think about like how they came up and why these people had erected them. And
Do you know
I'm
why
actually
Georgia Guidestones are important? What they mean about flat Earth?
Right, because well, the middle slab, you know, like right through the center always points to Polaris, and then all the stars.
Amen.
Yep, that's it, girl.
Yeah, of course. And I've just been doing a lot of research into them lately, and I'm actually gonna I have my first trip planned on Sunday to go see them. I've lived here my whole life, never even knew. I'm literally an hour from them, so I'm excited to do that. And yeah, so it's just been such a truth awakening journey for me. It's kind of been a lonely thing, you know. I'm sure y'all know about that. It's been lonely, but but yeah, all y'all guys, you know, whatever questions you have, bring it, because you know, we got the answers. We got the answers. You know, we live on this in this realm where we don't know where we are. They don't, the people who are in charge of all the information don't want us to know anything about who we are, what we are, and where we are. And we are trying to figure all of that out. And you know, yeah, we can't get to the edge because we can't get there because of the treaty, and who knows what's beyond the edge. There's so many different, there's so many different theories about all of these things, and that's what you have to realize as a quote unquote flat earther, as a truther, is that you just have to know that we don't know anything. We just know that we've been lied to our whole lives, and everything that we've been taught is completely, basically a lie.
Well, it's good to have you here. Welcome. We're glad that you're here. And it sounds like you... Oh, go ahead. Somebody's trying to talk over me. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I have a question for Olive.
No, we told Blacks to wait until you guys are done. Oh, he has a question for Olive. Okay, well that might be good. Were you done talking, Shines?
No, go ahead. Yeah, that's what I said. Go ahead. Go on.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Blacks.
So, if I throw a ball up, how do you think it comes down? With what force?
Well, I mean, you throw a ball up, you throw it in the air, the ball is denser than the air, so of course it's going to fall. Just like you were saying before, if you are throwing it and it lands on water, it's going to float. If you throw it and it lands on the ground, it's going to just be there. The ball is denser than the air.
Mm-hmm. But do you claim that there's no gravitational force behind that? Or
there's no gravitational force. Gravity is a complete made-up lie to make you believe that you're spinning on a ball, and that's what's holding you down. It's a complete lie.
Didn't we spend like an hour talking about this already? Why are they just bringing up the same things?
Did. Yes, we did.
The thing is, that's the thing. Okay. It's density and buoyancy. It's okay, guys. Come on, catch on. If you're in water, the ball is gonna float. Depending on what ball. Like, if you have a golf ball, it might go down to the bottom. But if it's a ping pong ball, it's gonna float. It depends on the density of the object and the,
Exactly.
It's okay, Olive. Don't stress yourself trying to, because we've explained it every way, like 6 ways to Sunday, and then
I'm
some
sorry.
extra ways to add to it. So don't stress yourself. It's okay. Maybe the new guy, Ukas or whatever, he's got a question. Maybe he can ask you, Olive, and you can answer his. Maybe he has a more serious question.
You did a good job, Olive. You did a great job. Don't worry.
Oh, wait, what's... Oh, guys. Oh, you are so awesome. Thank you so much.
Great job, Olive.
So, I'm just curious, because, I got taught things, I always got taught, we talk with the internet, right? Like, how we're talking right now. We're talking online, yeah? How does the internet exist if we've never been to space? All this, how does that work?
Okay, I can answer this. Undersea cables.
I didn't know.
I think he was asking Olive. Do you have an answer for him, Olive? Or if you don't, that's fine.
Well, my first answer would be, it's called internet. So it's like inter. So why would it be in the outer space? Internet. That's my first answer to that.
Satellite can't float.
How do GPSs work, etc.?
So GPS is mostly laid underground, under our oceans. Most everything we're communicating by is underneath our oceans, like laid through cables.
Do you think you would have good Wi-Fi when a satellite is down on the ocean?
Is there proof?
Well, I don't think my Wi-Fi comes from satellites.
How do you think it comes from?
Fair point, but do you have proof that there are cables under the ground?
Somebody is hot.
Well, I think that they have Wi-Fi towers. I think that they have Wi-Fi towers, and then they have underground cables. I don't think there are any satellites that contribute to any Wi-Fi. And I don't think there are satellites, to be honest.
That's a fair
The
point.
low talker is Ukas, and then Black sometimes chimes in. That's who we're talking to.
So, because I was like I said, I'm new to this, so I'm not I'm learning things. So you guys have never you guys don't flat earthers. Don't think we've ever been to space, right?
Never knows.
Ever.
What is space? You want to define it for me?
Right.
Instead of saying,
If I it's simply because I don't know the knowledge. I don't have the knowledge of that. You guys know way more of your topic than I do.
your fallacious thinking first, if I can. And instead of thinking and asking and referring to you flat earthers, don't think. Why don't you ask if anybody thinks we've been to space? Why do they think that? Is there any way I can prove it? Is there any evidence of it? Like that's what you should be asking.
Well, there's a lot of knowledge about the space. There are a lot of scientists, people that get there. I can see they're rockets, they're life casts. You can see them go. Maybe it's all fake. It could be, but then I could believe that my entire life is fake. It's
well, that's the thing. We're you just were claiming that we all know. You're saying how do you know? It's the thing is we just know we've been lied to. We see all the evidence of all the lies. And it's how many times are you going to believe somebody that lies to you? And then you're just going to believe this one truth that they tell you. You know? That you would never do that in your everyday life.
That's fair enough. But if I could go back to the cables and internet, if everything is connected, don't you need to plug something in your phone then for Wi-Fi or internet? If everything is with
We're not
cables?
saying Wi-Fi signals on the ground don't exist. We're not saying that. She's just saying that there's not any satellites that are sending down a signal when there's actually ground cables are a huge percentage. You should go look that up. It's actually really interesting how much is actually coming through cables. The other is towers. You have towers. How far do they reach?
Yeah,
How radio signals work?
and they make them look like palm trees.
How do we connect wireless to the internet? How do you do that? Cables. How do you wireless connect to cables?
I can answer this.
There
are international internet cables, data transfer cables. There are even undersea cables. I live in Iceland, and we are a hub between Britain, America, and Europe for internet.
What is this, science class and IT class? Is anybody getting paid to teach these things? What the hell?
Exactly.
And
I want to interject. I'm going to sleep right now. It's very late. There was previously a discussion about refraction. All right. I did an experiment on light refraction from light matter into denser matter in high school, and I was going to share the results in the chat, but I'm not allowed to. But refraction does exist, so you need to take it into account.
We didn't say it didn't. We actually say if you think refraction is what makes you see further, that makes you a flat earther. That is our argument. Your globe claims the physical horizon. We deny the physical horizon is at 3959 miles. That's your radius.
No one said you weren't allowed to either.
No, I tried to share it in the chat. I'm not allowed to share it in the Discord. Anyway, I have to go to sleep. It's very late for me. I thank you for this very intriguing discussion. And
thank you, guy from Iceland.
And I'm very
Iceland at all, by the way.
Yeah, Karma and Drace were here.
I am absolutely from Iceland, and I'm very thankful for the civil discussion.
I know people from Iceland.
We have people on here from Iceland. Karma and Drace.
Heldur þú að ég sé ekki frá Íslandi?
Well, they're not here right now.
Sound like he's from Iceland at all.
Ekki þannig.
Isn't the same. But
ég tala svo mikla íslensku að þú hefur ekki hugmynd það, greið kona mín.
Oh yeah.
Well, okay. Can I ask a question before you go? Is it it's warm? Doesn't it get warm in Iceland? Right? Do you see how are your the skies must be awesome up there? Wouldn't it be awesome? I feel like Iceland is kind of off limits for us. It would be amazing up there, right?
It's amazing in the wintertime, and it's especially off limits after Brexit.
After what?
Brexit.
Oh.
We're talking the economic stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Anyways, I'm really grateful for the healthy discussion.
I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to
And I need to go to sleep. It's very late. It's like 3 a.m.
Well, come back and see us.
Find that experiment and bring it back.
Yeah, come back and see us, please.
Yeah, all right. Good night, people.
Yeah.
Hello?
Ladies, I don't believe he was from Iceland.
Oh, he was. He was speaking the right language. You can't even pronounce half the stuff they can say. It's great.
What? When he started speaking those other languages, it did sound right, but his accent did not sound Icelandic to me. It's odd.
Yeah, do you guys speak that language? I mean, also, with us, there's different accents. Like,
Can you guys explain to me why you think the Earth is flat?
Did you hear me speaking, guy? I mean, you know what?
I heard you speaking.
You're right.
And I agree with you. No,
Speak to
hold
the
up.
guy who wants to have information about flat Earth.
Elijah,
That's
you
better.
you are correct. There are different accents there, and that's why I was like, I wish Carmen and Drace were here to like talk to him.
Yeah, that's awesome. Next time.
I'm sorry if I was seeming like I was against that. I'm so sorry.
Hello?
My bad.
You're good. You're fine. It's just funny because it does sound different in different regions of the area.
Can I
Like,
join in?
felt like that was. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can I join in on the ladies' night? I'm actually a lady as well.
Yeah, go back to your original question. You're fine. You asked the question. Now we're going to answer it. So, what was your question?
Why do you think the Earth is actually flat?
Why? Wow, what a question.
I don't think that.
Let's keep it chill. What was the question? Why do we think the Earth is actually flat?
Yeah, why do you think it's flat?
Well, we think that it's level and horizontal. I mean, when you think of the word flat, I don't know if you're like insinuating that it's like, there is no dips and dives in it whatsoever. Because even if you take a pancake, like that has dips and dives in it. Everything has elevation changes, but it is horizontal and level. There is no curvature. So if you take a pancake, there are elevation changes due to like the bubbles that are in that pancake, but that pancake is not rolled over into a ball. There is no curvature. There's elevation changes, but no curvature. And the reason why we think that is because there is no curvature to be found.
And there's
at all whatsoever.
There's provable evidence too. There's multiple photos, videos we've taken. I mean, the scientific equation that they teach us of the curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. So when you put that to the test and then you go out and you measure it with your camera or whatever, I mean, you can see way further than they say you're supposed to see. That is like literal provable evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's plenty of
I did not hear
examples
or
of that.
understand a single word you just said. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't understand the analogy you made with the pancakes. Could you elaborate further?
The pancakes.
Mm-hmm.
That was.
The pancakes weren't working. I didn't understand that. You said something about dips and dives. That's all I heard.
That's what I said to the waitress at IHOP recently. Pancakes weren't working.
No, it's not about pancakes.
Sorry.
It's
joke.
I don't know
I mean, you brought up pancakes.
Talking about something. She had a pancake analogy she was talking about.
Yeah, that was stupid.
I had stepped away. I don't think it was stupid. I don't think it was stupid at all. I don't know what it was, so I can't speak on it at the moment. Where is she at? Where's my girl?
Okay, here's another question. Why would the government lie to us saying the Earth is actually
Why would they lie?
So wait a second.
Yeah, why
I'm
would
not going
they?
to go
Why
there
would they?
yet. Hold on, brother.
No, why would they lie? No,
Hold on. You haven't even asked how do we know it's flat or not. You haven't asked any of the
I want to know
pertinent.
why the government would lie. No, let's answer that question first.
Stop. The first thing you need to find out is, are they lying to you? Are they lying to you? Because you're never going to get a straight answer from a liar, are you? I could tell you a bunch of reasons why they lie. Why do people lie to you? Why do you lie? You could tell me a bunch of things. It might be true, might not be. I don't know. I could go on all day about why people lie, or even governments lie. You don't think governments lie? Come on now. Let's be reasonable here.
Yeah. They would
Governments
lie
lie.
for other stuff, maybe
They
political
lie for
reasons,
everything. And
or
if they lie about a few things, what makes you think they'll not lie about a lot of things, like almost everything? So you got to
But
be real careful thinking
being
that
a
people
globe is
are liars
like
are going to tell you
actually
truth.
common knowledge. I don't know why would you guys even question it.
Well, the thing is, like I said, you first need to find out how do you know if they lied to you. When you're investigating a crime, you don't usually go for the motive first. You find out if there was an actual crime committed. Was there a murder committed? Was it an assault? Whatever is going on, you got to find out if that's the truth.
No.
Were you being
Why are
lied
you
to?
answering my question with another question? Can you just
Because you need to
please
think,
get to the point? No,
and
please
one of
get
the
to the
things
point.
you're not doing is you're jumping to why would they lie. And like I said,
I want to
I
know the
can make
facts straight up. I
I
don't
can make
want to
it.
hear nothing.
Stop interrupting her.
Why
Can
don't we
somebody?
just
I don't have
tell
mod
him?
powers. No, hold on. I don't have mod powers. When somebody's interrupting a lady on ladies' night like that, can we have a mod put them on mute? Like,
I'm a lady though. I'm a
you're
lady.
You're not a lady.
stop
I'm
interrupting.
Are
sorry.
you assuming? You're assuming
Where
right
is the
now.
mod?
Oh my.
Is there a mod?
Yeah, I'm here. I can, somebody
Thank
else
you.
muted him. So, yeah.
My goodness.
People are giving you an answer, and I don't think you're focusing on what they're saying to you.
Yeah, I was getting ready to ask him to share his flat Earth experience, like how he came to the knowledge of flat Earth, because he's talking as if he already knows the Earth is flat. He's wanting to move on to find out why they lied to us.
Good question.
All right, I'm sorry for interrupting like that. You know, I'll talk normally from now on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for
All right,
sorry.
back to
That
what we
means
were
a lot.
saying.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
ta- you're- okay. So flat Earth, right? I think the idea was brought up around the 1600s, 1700s. I don't know, but it was debunked by back then. With the
Actually,
Halo show.
No, that's wrong.
You're wrong.
Very
can I
wrong.
correct you before you go any further?
Thank
So
you.
everybody always knew the Earth was flat. This idea of a globe is very new and recent. It's only about 100 years old. So now you can continue.
100 years old, really?
Yes.
Okay. Hold up. 1 second.
Whoa, what?
I love you, ladies.
By the way.
I love you, ladies.
Welcome. Very glad
Thank
to
you
have you.
so
Very
much.
enthusiastic motivation coming, like the energy. It's like I love it. So welcome.
So excited. I don't know how to work this thing, so I don't know any of your names, but I can't wait to get to Like, what's your name, lady with the, like, you were just talking with the southern accent. What's your name?
Olive. My name is Truth Prevails. Maybe we can all just introduce ourselves while he's looking for
Oh yeah,
evidence.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Yes.
So I'm
Awesome.
Truth Prevails.
I'm Shines.
I'm Dan Flemetic.
Awesome. I'm Olive.
We got Dandelion. She might
Yeah,
not
I'm
be with us right
Dandelion.
now.
Yes,
There you
yes.
go.
Nice
With a
to have you,
beautiful
Olive.
voice.
We're glad that you're with us. We're glad that you're with us. Yes, and the enthusiasm is very nice to hear.
Okay, I'll try to calm down too, though. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. I mean, it's good to be excited. I get excited all the time. You can ask anyone. I'm very passionate, and sometimes it can be overbearing during certain moments. But I don't know. I like the passion. I dig it.
It's been a while since I've been able to talk about any. I have a couple friends and my sister. My sister's a fellow truther, so I could talk to her. But you know, it's been a while, and honestly, I felt like I'm just like listening to this radio show or whatever, and then all of a sudden they were like Olive, and I was like, what? It was so cool.
The radio's talking to me.
Like, it's so cool. So I just wanted to tell you guys, like, it's like a dream come true. Like, best moment of my life so far. Not like seriously though. Awesome. Thank you so much. And we can move on now.
Great to have you here. Really.
You're good. I think he's looking for whatever he's looking for. So you're good to if you have more to say.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, so I love I've listened to a lot of David Weiss. I get a lot of my info from him. What do you guys think? What about some conferences? Have you guys been to any conferences? Are there any coming up that you know of or planning to go to?
There's not any that I know of coming up. I was supposed to go to the last one, but I couldn't make it. I had something
Like
come up.
Blacktoberfest
Yeah,
or
I was supposed to go to Flagtoberfest, but I'm in Arkansas, so I was trying to make it, but I wasn't able to. But if you want to start hooking up with other flat earthers, especially in your state or close state,
that app.
they get together through David Weiss's app. So a lot of people will hook up to that.
The app is where it's at. I live in California, so it was amazing to me to find out that there are other people here, because California it's just like hell on earth. But through that app, I've realized that there are other people here. It's pretty cool.
Oh, well,
Okay, I'm back. Hello?
Oh, been waiting. Welcome back.
All right, like I was saying, let's go back to the other
Welcome
topic,
back.
actually. Why would the government lie to us?
Okay, well, we already talked about that for a moment. Like I said, I could make a lot of ideas about it, but again, would I know for certain? No, of course not. I'm not going to know why liars lie for certain.
But
I have
we
ideas.
do know
Yeah, I can
some
speculate. Sure,
We
I
do know
speculate about a
some
lot of it. But
We
when we
know
come
that
here,
they
we want to
wanna-
be able to.
Hold up, Olive. Let Damsel say what she was going to say. Really.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
What we do when we come here, we try to actually figure out if they're lying to us first. And if you haven't figured that out yet, how to determine whether you're being lied to or not, that's your first step. That's what I was trying to get at. Is I could tell you all kinds of reasons, but they may not be accurate. I can't prove why they lie. I can't prove it. But I can determine whether the earth is flat. I can do that. And I can teach you how to go do it for yourself and determine if you're being lied to. That's what we're here for. So if you want to learn how to figure out if you're being lied to first and then come to us and figure out for yourself why they're lying, I'm all for it. All for it. But I could speculate. Yeah, money.
Okay, here's
power,
another question.
control.
Why would you question it? Why would you speculate? Why?
Because I have worked
Well,
in the
something has-
government and I
never
know
mind.
they lie. And also, when I walk out my front door, I don't feel myself moving and I don't see things moving the way they tell me they do. I don't see a curve anywhere, and I've flown all over this world. And I've never seen a curve at elevation when I was in the military. I don't see it.
I don't understand why you're asking us why someone else chose to lie. You'll have to ask them. And I'm just curious, which
Well, I couldn't ask NASA. I really couldn't. I couldn't ask any other space organization or any other government official.
Why would they
lie? Why not?
Like, okay, if they're lying and I ask them, can I believe what they're telling me? So it's like a nonsensical
I mean,
question.
what would it really matter, even if it was a lie?
Unanswerable question.
Well,
Here you go
It
again.
doesn't change the fact that we live on the planet Earth. It really doesn't. It's not going to change anyone's lives. It's not going to make it.
Yes, it does. Again, you're making an assumption for everybody. It changed my life and the way I view my world and the way I interact with my world. So you're not telling an accurate picture. You're just painting us with a broad paintbrush and saying, oh, it doesn't make any difference to you all. Yeah, it does. And it would to you if you actually understood what we were talking about.
No, I understand. I really do.
Go ahead, Olive. What did you want to add?
I just wanted to repeat something that you said earlier. I forget who said it because I'm still learning everyone's name, but you said it's not why they lied. You need to ask, did they lie? What did they lie about? Do you know that they lied? And the question is, did they? So it doesn't matter why. Just know that they did. And can you trust them? Like, no, they lied to you. Okay,
Can you prove that they did lie?
Yeah, it might matter why.
Yes. Wait, hold up. Yes, we can prove
Explain
that
to
they
me.
lied.
Explain to me, please. I want a detailed explanation.
We have been going over that this entire freaking time of how the moon landing mistake. You cannot.
Oh yeah, the moon landing.
You cannot. Wait, hold on.
They claim the Earth is a sphere and it measures flat.
they cannot, the moon landing was fake. You cannot get beyond the second law of thermodynamics. The earth does not rotate. We see way too far. There is no geometric horizon. Every single thing that encompasses this topic that we're talking about right now, not to mention everything else that they're talking about that is a complete and utter lie that can be debunked in like 2 seconds flat. Yes, they have lied about the shape of the earth. We've exposed that within here, and I don't understand what you're missing. So if you want to ask actual scientific questions instead of going out into the la la land of why would they do it? Why would a human being lie? I don't know, maybe because we're all natural born liars, that manipulation is a tactic since the moment we're born, that babies cough to get attention, that manipulation turns into lying and then it becomes a habit, and certain people realize that they can lie to gain access and control and all that kind of shit. Like, people lie. And to act like they don't lie, you're being naive. And naivety is not a good look. Like, you're just letting people walk all over you if you're going to be naive like that. And you're not witnessing the world as it actually is. So get rid of the naivety, stop being naive,
Can
and
I ask one more
realize
question?
that they're lying about a lot of things.
What is the point in them manipulating the entire Earth into thinking that
Again,
it's a
here
globe?
you go again.
What do they gain with that? Please, what do they gain?
Again.
What do they gain?
Same question, different way of asking it. Same one. Same question again. See, again, would you like us to show you how to figure it out if they're lying to you? We can tell you how to figure it out on your own. Would you like to go through that argument?
I'd like to know, please.
I would like to tell you the point is to keep you from knowing exactly who you are, what you're meant to be in this world, to keep you from knowing the true creator, to keep you from knowing what you're supposed to be doing for this world and for everyone in it. It's to keep you from your true destiny. It's to keep you from everything you're supposed to be doing. That's what the lie is for. They want to control that and harvest it for themselves. These people who are evil, they want that, and they're stealing it from you every day.
What?
Well, that is the truth. There is that. That is one of the explanations that we have. But again, it all comes down to, are you being lied to, and how do you figure it out? How do you figure out if somebody's lying to you? You test what they told you.
Okay,
You
this
find
is
out
starting
if
to
they
get a little too psychological. Let's move on to another topic.
No, it's scientific at this point, right here. It's how do you
Because
figure out if
you're
they lied
questioning
to you?
whether or not someone's lying to you. That goes into psychology and
Yes.
the human psyche.
No, that's not
This is turning into
psychology when it
something else
comes.
entirely.
Hey, wait,
To be honest, let's
let
move
me
back to
finish.
flat Earth.
We are talking flat Earth. I am telling you how we can figure this out, and it is by asking the question of how do we figure out this is a lie? They've given us certain parameters for this Earth that they claim is a globe, which means it's got geometry. It's got geometry. Do you understand geometry?
Yeah. It's ninth grade stuff. I know.
I know. So, okay, if you can figure out the surface of a ball, and they give you that size of the ball, you can figure out if it actually matches that claim. If it doesn't match the claim, you're being lied
I don't think
to.
you could. Never
That's
mind.
what we're
Keep going.
talking about. Well, you're wrong because you probably don't even know what size your Earth is. What size is the Earth? What's the radius and what's the circumference?
Repeat that.
What is the radius and the circumference of the ball that you claim to be living on?
It's like 3,000 something. I don't know really.
And that is the what?
The radius.
And then what's the circumference?
I'm not sure.
About 24,000 miles. So you think it's huge. They tell you it's too big to see a curve, right? That's what you think. You think you're so small that you can't see this curve.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
Well, you're probably wrong because you don't understand what the distances are. And again, that comes down to geometry and math. So again, and observation. So we do something called the black swan, and we're going to explain that to you. And I'm actually going to let somebody take it over because I'd like to hear somebody else do it, just not me this time. But we can put up a picture. You need to be in the live chat so you can see it, so we can explain to you what the black swan is.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, Daniel.
Yeah, continue on with that. I want to learn more.
Responding to really like what they say. Like they say it's too small or too big to see the curve, and unless they're trying to tell you that boats are going over the curve, then you can see the curve. It's like it depends on what they're responding to. Sometimes they say you can see it. Sometimes they say that you can't. It depends on who they're talking to because they contradict themselves. I just wanted to point that out for people that's not like actually noticed that yet. Maybe you, Jumbo, you can have some awareness of that moving forward, and you'll hear their contradictions in their own statements.
Also wanted to throw out that we're throwing out the size of the Earth. It's like the circumference is 24,000 miles at the equator. I mean, that's not very big. And then they say that we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, right. I mean, and you feel that you can watch a sunset. You see that sunset, it is going down. It's so slow, it's so tranquil. You're not falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour like you're on a bullet. Like, that's not happening, y'all. Just saying.
Right on. So somebody want to take over the Black Swan, or do I need to do it?
Black Swan.
I don't have to do the video thing. I'm still trying to work all this out. But basically,
Do you think he's ready for it?
Are we showing video? Or are we just talking about it?
Well, we're going to show the picture so we can explain the math behind it.
You have the picture?
Yeah, if you go to the live stream chat, you can see the picture. I'm going to tell everybody to look at that.
Yeah. So the Black Swan is it's just the picture of that oil rig right there. And
yeah, so the one I want him to look at, though, is the one with the math. So it's the one at 5 minutes after the hour, and it has a statement called the modus tollens at the top. Can you guys see that?
Yes. I think the modus tollens should be corrected, but yes.
Well, it's pretty simple, so it's real easy. So a black swan is called a black swan because if all swans are white, they should all be white. And if you spot one black one, that means not all swans are white. So that's where this comes from, this kind of argument. So we call it the black swan because, again, if we show that the radius of the Earth is not at the distance that they claim, if it's further, then their measurements must be wrong. And it can't be a sphere if it has no curvature to it. So we know the rate of drop based on the math. So this is the argument here. So looking at this picture, which is from a beach in California, that you can go to yourself, or you can go to another place where you have distance markers. That's what we're using the oil platforms for. It's not because the oil platforms are that important. What they are is only to mark distance, because they are known on Google, and you can also take a boat out to them and measure the distance, so we know their distance. So those are markers. So we want you to look at that picture and tell us, where do you see the horizon in the picture?
That's a question for you, John Jumbo. Are you there, John Jumbo?
We might have lost him.
Oh, no.
I guess we didn't want to go over the math and the proof and how to prove it, but they're lying to you.
Oh, no. I'm sure
We could say hello to, I don't know if Red Rose, are you able to say hello to us? You had something to say there.
Hi.
Hi, welcome to the server. Good to have you here.
Thank you. I'm a friend of Shine's, and she sent me the link, and I jumped in, and I've been listening for like 2 hours now. I'm like, I'll just.
Oh, good.
But you guys are all amazing. Just got to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I gave you the ladies' night role, so then if you want to come back, we're here every Friday night. So we're really glad that you joined us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm learning a lot. I'm a noob when it comes to all this stuff, but with everything, like questioning everything, and you guys are just handling it so beautifully, and I'm being educated, so I appreciate it.
She's not that much of a noob. I've been screaming to her for the past how many years
Oh yeah, that's true.
And all this stuff. So she knows a bit about it. She's being
I was
humble.
getting ready to say, if she's your
Yeah.
friend, she can't be that much of a
There's
noob.
no way. Exactly.
Not that much of a noob. Okay, that's
But,
true.
she doesn't know a lot about like the actual arguments and stuff. Like it's always in passing, and we talk. We're friends, so we talk about a lot of other stuff. But she gets the gist of it. She knows what's going down.
Well, and the
but
innate
she has a lot to
feeling.
learn, for sure.
Yeah, I do have a lot to learn, and the innate feeling that all of us talking about of like always questioning what we were being told, even as children, and knowing like within ourselves, like no, this isn't right, something's not right, and then just in general, when people argue like, oh, I don't want, why are you questioning it? Just believe what you're told. I'm like, wait, what? That doesn't resonate with me whatsoever. I'm like, why would you just believe everything you're told, knowing that it's just this big government and the way we're told to live in society, and just it's beyond even this topic, but this is a huge topic. So I don't know, I relate a lot, and it's nice to see a lot of people on the same page pretty much.
Could you imagine being someone who can say with a straight face to someone, just believe what you're told and be okay
No,
with that? Could you?
I cannot.
I'm like, what?
That's
Well,
not my style.
I think it's so easy for people to believe what they're told because everyone else believes what they're told. So people just go along with the herd.
Totally.
They just go along with it.
No, yeah, they do, but they don't really. Because I mean, when your parents tell you, and when your parents told you, how many in here? When your parents told you, just do as I say.
Well, that's
and
different,
don't
I
ask
think, when
questions.
you're a
Just
child.
believe what you're told. I'm telling you, it's this way. Just believe
Right.
it and go on. You still ask 100 questions. You want to understand. You want to know why.
But
Yeah, it's like, why is the sky blue? Why is this? Why? Well, then why is it blue? Then why is it that? Then why is it that?
That's what they talk
our,
about
that's
too.
our natural. That's our natural default, is to ask why, and our parents
We
have shut
did.
that down, right? Like
The education shuts it down. Like the childlike curiosity and the childlike imagination always gets shut down as we get older, because nope, you got to believe this. This is what we're told. This is what it is, and it's like you should never lose that.
Exactly, because the indoctrination system doesn't teach them to think and ask questions. It teaches them to regurgitate.
Obey. Yeah, I agree.
And to fall in line. And to have herd mentality. Do what everyone else does.
And that's what that's why I can't understand. I get why people can question and like argument against everything you guys are talking about. I'm all for like both sides of anything, but when people say, why would you question, it's just like that, I can't wrap my head around that part.
Just ask them when they say that. Ask them, say, why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
I don't understand why anyone would ask. Why would they lie? Like, whenever someone asks that,
I know that. I still don't get that. I've heard them do it like literally hundreds of times, and like it's just weird how so many people who don't know each other ask that question. I mean, how many times have we heard it? Like thousands of times.
What's so
I
funny?
just don't understand.
Well, nothing's perfect.
no.
And like even the 9-to-5 job was made by Henry Ford. That's a man-made thing. And like it's just when people don't realize like everything that we're, even religion to some degree, spirituality is separate, but religion, it's like all these man-made things of rules to follow. And we think that everyone has a great, a want for greatness, for people to reach their best potential. No, it's to silence people and to stop them from going further. Right.
Yeah, the whole why would they lie? Like it is literally the number one question that is always asked. Why would they lie about the shape of the earth? And it still blows my mind. And we still need to get that lady song out there, ladies. Like we need to work on that. It needs to freaking happen. We have the male
song?
version.
Oh,
yeah. So
I wrote my verse, Shine. I woke up in the middle of the night and I had the verse come to me and I wrote it down. But now it's been so long that I haven't done anything with it.
That's amazing because I have my verse done. I have little things changed in the hook. My microphone was broken, so I had that sent off. I just got it wasn't my microphone, it was my little amplifier, my I can't remember what it's called, but that just got sent back to me, so I can record that part of it. Get that done. We can send it off, whether it's Elijah, whoever else that can help us with leveling it out once those recordings are done. I know Karma wanted to be on it. Of course, Kai wanted to be on it. We need to get that out there because I think there needs to be like, how many Why Would They Lie songs could there be? Like, how much do we need to cover? Why would they lie? It's amazing.
And we all like, is it like a rap? Like, is we all like rapping out their own
Wait,
verses?
hold up. Olive, have you never heard the male version of the Why Would They Lie?
No.
You never heard that song? Oh my goodness, let's post it. We can even play it.
You just sent that to me.
Let's play it right now. Let's play it so that all.
But I want to do it. I was.
There can't be too many. Ruth, you're absolutely right. There can never be too many. Why would they? Let's play it. 100%.
I have a quick question.
I was going through an old journal earlier, and I saw some things I wrote like years ago, and I was like, "What? I wrote this?" And it was like a flat Earth rap, and I was like, "What?" And I had like doodled these things. It was like there is no curve. Earth is stationary. It's funny. But that's awesome. So you guys like are trying to record something? Do you have a girl group? Do you have a name?
No. It's nothing like that. It's just that, we have ladies' night, and Kai is in here, and What's It was on that song, and we all talked about making a ladies' version of that song. That there are more voices to be heard when it comes to that topic. And that's why even Truth said there can't be too many. Like, it doesn't matter. We can have more guy versions and more girl versions. And it doesn't matter how many songs we put out about why would they lie. People will still come in here and say, why do they lie? Why would they lie? Why would that ever happen? Like, it's some like, I don't even understand.
Like, the more you put out,
phenomenon,
the better.
It'd be cool. We'll just have like a sampling of all those different voices. It may be too hard to go through and find them all now, but like just to have all these different thousands of voices saying that, it would be cool. But yeah, I've got it ready whenever we're ready.
Play it.
Oh, do it.
Everyone go on mute.
Let's go.
I'm Black. Can you tell me what a black swan is?
We're about to listen to a song. You can talk to us right after that.
I have a quick question. Is that okay?
Please mute. We're actually doing real quick this song.
Song first. Everyone go on mute. Perfect.
I'm so excited.
I don't know. It started, but then it stopped. It's gonna work.
Sorry. The excitement is just overflowing. I guess I got a little too excited.
I love it.
I know what's happening. I thought somebody was going to play it. It's somebody.
Just wait. It's so good. You love it.
It's not playing. I must have done something wrong then. Let me try it again.
No, I have the DJ bot, and I can never figure it out. They gave me the DJ bot, and I was like,
that's not the room. Let me try it again.
Thank you, Dandelion. Thank you.
I love how you all. Yeah, I was sitting there listening to it. I don't know why, probably because I pressed it in the room. I don't know. Okay, tell me if it doesn't work this time.
Nope, here it is. Everyone,
here we go.
Go on. Yeah.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore, you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To stay levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary life may coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on high for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? They're plotting to arrive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy.
That was Texas.
Yo, that was so fun. Oh my.
It never gets old. I don't care how many times we hear it. That's like chemo. I mean, I just can't. It's so
Y'all never told me flat earthers brought the heat, bro.
And Elijah, you did a great job on mixing that. Like, it is solid. It's so solid.
Damn.
We got talent in here.
It
We
got
got
me
other
questioning my
people.
existence, bro. What the fuck?
You should.
So, does anyone else have a question on why would they lie?
One quick, short answer to that. Like, it's at the
Lord.
basic foundation. Mind control. To control the minds of men. Everything else is built upon that. That is the ultimate reason. They just want to control your mind.
I was just saying, like, that song, it's like, there you go. There you go. So y'all are working on a ladies version of it.
Yeah, it's been a long time in the making. I finally just got my gear together, so I'm ready to go. I've had my verses written for a very long time, and I'm helping other people with their verses. That's all done. I just need to know who actually wants to be on it. Who, Dandelion.
Me.
Together. Yeah. Anyone who wants to get on it, like, hit me up and let me know so that we can start organizing it, because I'm ready.
I'd love to be on the new Why Would They Lie track remix.
Not happening.
Why?
Because you're not a lady.
That's actually quite sexist. It's kind of offensive.
And you don't even know why.
I am a lady. Why are you assuming my gender?
We're not going to debate this here. Let's move on. Does anyone else have a question? I noticed Pre-Curious was here. Do you have BC Verified? Did you have any questions about the Flat Earth, Pre-Curious? Maybe not. If anybody else got any questions about Flat Earth, feel free to speak up.
Do you ladies ever do any meetups? I mean, I know we're all kind of separated, but that would be cool, right?
I've done one meetup, but it was with guys and gals. So yeah, I've done one here in Arkansas. We've got a guy on here, Helio Skeptic. He has set ones up for us to do that. So we'll be getting together again this summer with a big group. Maybe going to a local park, hanging out. We've gone to a restaurant together so far. So yeah, it's good.
Was that a Flat Earth group?
Local Flat Earthers meet up all over in the United States so far. So I don't know what they do it overseas, but I assume they do too. So yeah, we do it here.
No, I've never actually seen a Flat Earther in public.
No, you just think you haven't. They just didn't tell you they were.
Yeah, they have conventions.
Well, really, what are those conventions? I'd love to hear it.
They have speakers and, booths and whatnot.
Booze? Really? Okay.
Booths.
Oh, booths. Oh, you think we go to get together just to sell things, huh? Is that what we do?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Promote the Flat Earth, the truth that needs to get out there, I guess. So.
It does need to.
It seems to be catching on.
Well, there's several million supposedly in Brazil alone. So, and if you look on Dave Weiss's app, you'll find out how many are around you that are on his app alone. And there's thousands in the United States on that app alone.
It's amazing.
It's like you need to get your mind off of that we believe the earth is flat. It's the thing is like we know the truth of what's happening in the world and we want everyone else to know the truth. Like you're blinded by so many things. And the fact that the earth is flat is just one thing, but it's the biggest lie you've ever been told.
I mean, a lot of science goes out the window.
And then everything else trickles down beneath it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how much of science is based on a globe Earth? All of it, pretty much. Pseudoscience.
What?
I say, how much of the gospel of science they have is based on a globe Earth? All of it.
Gospel of science they have. What are you? Okay,
Yes.
So are you speaking about scientism?
Yes, exactly.
Right. So scientism is what we've been taught in schools and what we've been indoctrinated into.
I was just emphasizing that you take away the foundation of the globe Earth, then all that crumbles too. All the
Wait a minute. Yo, if the Earth is flat, then is Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and all the other planets flat as well?
Do what?
If the Earth is flat, then
He was in the middle of saying something when you interrupted him just to say that. Can you let him finish what he was saying?
oh yeah, continue, bro. Go back to saying.
Oh no, I was done. I mean, there's so much invested in it being a globe that they can't admit, that you're not going to see DeGrasse Tyson admitting that it's flat.
Right. You're right. Like they're not going to tell you that they lied to you. They're never going to admit that.
They're going to try to make you think you're insane because you're a tinfoil hat wearing flat earther. You see, it's all a label,
But yeah, they want to make us look like we're insane. Like that's what.
Well, flat earthers are insane sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that correct? I mean, there's some of them that are a little slow. Let's be real.
What's up, Don? How you doing tonight? I just had Rad Rose, my girl, just asked me, do you think they'll ever admit that it's flat in a DM? And I was like, you know what? I don't think they would. Unless even what they're doing, like what would happen is that it'll just slowly be brushed under the rug and then they'll put on a different costume change. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll have something else big and grand come out. Like, oh, you know what? This actually did come out that this doesn't really work. Kind of like what we're witnessing now. That lie is kind of being dissolved, but they just kind of let it fizzle out until the next big lie comes in, and then they'll just lie again. I don't think they'll ever go away. Like they'll never admit it.
And I used to think if everyone were to find out the truth at once, it would be such a crazy thing. But now that I've seen what has happened with everything that's happened now, it's like they'd just be like, okay, and then believe what they told them if there was a plausible explanation with alien invasion or something. They'd be like, oh yeah, you guys were right, or they wouldn't, you know what I mean?
It seems like they're busy trying to kill most of the planet right now, so just to get you all to shut up. It's like, yeah, they're figuring it all out. Oh no.
Rad Rose, was that the question that you were going to ask before, when we played the song?
My question wasn't really a question, but I was talking to Shines about it. It was mostly how when people ask why would you question it? It's like, well, what about philosophy? Do you remember that philosophy exists? Why does it? Right? And there's all these people from 800 BC, all these philosophers from thousands of years ago have always questioned all these things, and now you're asking us why we do. It's just like it's innate within us. So I don't know. It wasn't really a question.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they're the ones who came up with these insane things that we're supposed to believe in, that they put in our books that we're indoctrinated with.
Well, it's some, but some not necessarily. Some say question everything, learn something, answer something. I'm reading a direct quote.
Right,
So
you're right. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I was talking about the ones that they're, the ones that they tell us, like, Isaac Newton and gravity and Copernicus and,
Right.
different people like
the whole fact is that philosophy exists. Why does it exist? To question things. So it's like weird to me why people ask why we are questioning things when it's like an innate thing within us. So it's like, don't lie to yourself.
It's the higher.
Why are they trying to censor us?
That's what the higher intellect needs to do, is question things and reason it out and try to come to some conclusions that make sense and whatnot.
And it's hard to get to those conclusions when we are being lied to by people that we're supposed to quote unquote trust, right?
Yeah, they don't want us thinking about any of this. You just memorize it, regurgitate it, and go.
And then when you start thinking, here's your answer, so you no longer seek any more answers further than that answer from
exactly.
Who was the guy that the famous quote where he said that he didn't want a nation of thinkers, he wanted a nation of workers?
I know George Carlin said that.
Well, yeah.
That was
I saw
one of
him
the
before he
Rockefellers.
died. Oh, my dad.
I'm so
took
jealous.
me to Las Vegas on my 21st birthday, and it was his last stand-up show before he died. And I was in the front row. And I can't say what he said when he first came out on stage because it was so awful and horrible. But he said the statement, and then he was like, "Okay, next subject," and moved on. And it was
my favorite.
George Carlin is super bass, but when it comes to thinking, number one, it comes down to logic. And before people were even allowed to study philosophy back in the day, you had to study Euclidean geometry. It's like you had to understand logic before you could move into the greater topics of contemplating stuff.
Yeah.
And we have lost that. We've lost that ability. Like people are just, everyone thinks that they're a philosopher and they can just ponder, but they don't have logic. Without logic,
we were taught that all these things have been figured out, hundreds of years ago, and all of science concurs, and there's no more figuring out left to do. That's what they're trying to tell us.
All they do is teach us not to think. That's basically how the whole system works.
And to trust authority figures.
No, thank you.
They know better than you.
It's ladies' night, so let's let the
They
ladies
have PhDs and whatnot.
I want to hear what the ladies have to say. Ladies.
Hey, lady.
We should do that in the Why Would They Lie song. Instead of it going
Hey,
chemo, it should be like ladies.
like the Missy Elliott.
A little Jerry Lewis there going on, yeah. Jerry Lewis.
Well,
has anyone talked to Struel Stacy? I haven't. I don't think I've.
No, I don't think we have. Nope.
Talked to her. Stacy, would you like to say hello or say anything? Maybe I don't know. Let's see.
She's struggling with her microphone.
She's been at Ladies' Night before. I've heard her talk like a few weeks ago. So
Ladies' Night.
She's got the Ladies' Night tag and the Sun and Moon tag. Yeah, I just want to introduce myself to her and say hey to her since I had never heard her speak. I haven't been around a lot the last couple of weeks, but last month probably. That's probably why. But anyway, I didn't know if anyone else had talked to her. I thought she was new. I just clicked on her name. So.
Yeah, I think she's pretty new. Oh, there she is. She's going to talk to us. Hello, Stacy.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure if you were talking to me because I just went out of my room just when you were talking about that. So I figured, I think she's talking about me. I'll say something.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure how to say how do you say that? Struel?
Oh, Strufel Stacy. It's just a play on the word. There was like a German guy called Strufelpeter. My mum's German, and it was
Are
just
you from
like
New York?
No, I'm from Australia.
No.
I have German background, but my German accent somehow mingles with an Australian one, so I just sound a
Oh,
bit all
wow.
over the place.
Hybrid.
My daughter's father's German, Naren Garden, but they
Yeah.
don't speak German, so I don't even know why I mentioned it. But
No,
yeah,
I don't
I
speak
can
German
hear
either.
the German accent.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm new to this page, but I've found it nice to hear flat earthers like have a place to come to and share things. And yeah, I try and do some curvature tests every now and then, but I've been a bit lazy this week. I'm currently not working, so I do have a lot of time to myself.
You're not finding any curvature though, are you?
No, I when I do my curvature tests, I always see the sky reflecting before the horizon, whereas the curvature you'd want it to reflect at the horizon or after the horizon. So I've just had bad timings and just bad luck with it. But I'll keep trying. Like
You're
Do you use lasers or?
still trying to determine for yourself whether it's a globe or flat. Is that where you're at right now?
I'm at the point where I perceive it to be flat, but I don't want to preach it to other people until I've physically seen evidence with my own eyes at my own location.
Right. No, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's probably, well, not probably, that is the best.
Since your family won't talk to you anymore, if you do tell them it's flat.
No, I mean, they're not flat earthers, but they believe in some interesting stuff too, so
Okay.
they're good to me.
They've seen enough crazy stuff in the world. They're sort of more open now.
Yeah, they are more open. Yeah, even I thought it was a bit wacky at first, but then I came around to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but for my tests, I don't do laser tests. I haven't got a laser, but I've just been doing visual observational tests.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so why? Okay, oh my goodness. Yeah, Jacquees, you're not a girl, so let's talk to. Let's let the ladies talk.
I'll mute myself. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Stacy, we would love to
Yes.
speak with you.
Well, one of the cool things I've learned recently is I've been doing some water observations, and I've done it before, but only recently I started looking into like charts of buoys with BU or Y, just to clarify, like the navigation stuff, and learning that different buoys have different, like there's cardinal buoys, which are direction buoys, and they'll have different flashes of light. So like 12 flashes for north, 6 flashes for south, and a long flash on the 7th. And just learning some cool information about marine navigating. But I've been trying to look into the buoys charts to as a curvature sort of thing to do the black swan test. So that's a fun fact I've learned recently, and I just like how the flat Earth movement sort of thing has helped me learn about random facts like that, which I would not have known otherwise. When I was underwater, I had my telescope in the water, and then there was this lady who must have seen me with a telescope, and then she's like, "Oh wow, what are you doing?" And I had a quick talk to her about optics, and then she tried. I'm exaggerating here for the sake of the story, but she tried to recruit me into the Navy because she was saying her son was in the Navy and would be really cool. I said, "Oh yeah, that would be cool." But it's fun the conversations which come
I
out.
want to hear more about you. You said you took your telescope underwater. You were using an actual telescope underwater.
Yeah,
I would like to hear more about that.
I didn't put the telescope under the water, but it has a tripod. So I put the tripod in the water so it would be as close to
gotcha.
the water level.
Yes, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really cool. And so how far did you see? Did you get anything that was like, what did you learn by doing that?
Well, I was about 8.5 kilometers away from Perth, the main city, and what I've learned about long distance viewing long distance things, or at least in my opinion, is it seems there's always a mirage, and you just don't, unless it's like a very dramatic mirage, you just don't see it unless you zoom in. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just all the times I've gone there, there's mirages. But I see that the lower your altitude is, the higher the mirage starts to blur, and then the higher you are, the more clarified the mirage is, and then I haven't been high enough not to see a mirage, but I haven't really experimented that much with altitudes. But yeah, I'm learning a lot about things like optical things to do with long distance viewing.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I hear you, and especially oh cool, you already have the ladies' night tag. That's awesome. Yeah, like so if you look
Did you cut out? I'm not hearing anything anymore.
Yeah, I think she cut out. Shines, we missed what you said. She probably just had to go or something.
Yeah.
Shines, I don't know if you realize
She probably got a call.
talking.
I'm trying to fix it. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Okay, I was trying to fix it. I was like, I don't know what happened. Sorry, I'm still here. No, I was just saying, like, so, like, if you take binoculars and you're trying to see something a couple miles away, like, you won't really be able to see it. But if you point those binoculars up to the moon, you can see it clear as day. It's because of that density, right? Like, we have more density going forward when we're looking through things, even though it's the same medium. It is compiling, just like. That's why I find it funny when people like to say things about refraction and density, like the sugar water fish tank or whatever. We can witness it through people taking plastic, and it can be a milky type of plastic. And the further through that laser has to go through that, the density is getting stronger, but it's only the boundary between two mediums where it's actually affected. You know what I mean? So those kinds of testings and going out into the real world and experiencing that, it would be really cool to see if you can actually get them through photo or video. I would love to see more of that you're out there in the real world doing this kind of thing. I think it's really cool. So thank you for
Both of you are touching on something that I've mentioned before, like with the Nikon P900, it has 83 times zoom, 83 or 84. I think it's 83. But even with your smartphone, like people really need to think about how far will these devices allow? What's the maximum distance that these devices will allow you to see? Yet you're able to zoom in on the moon and get clear, crisp detail. Like,
Yeah.
they really need to think about this.
Yeah, obviously the people who dismiss that would just say, "Oh, it's the infinite focus, which just makes everything come into that focus when it's infinity far away," or something like that. But also just to do with my river observations when I was looking around 8.5 kilometers away. So I kind of could track where I was looking with like Google Maps and seeing distances and stuff. So when I was looking from 6.5 to 8 kilometers away, I was able to see like some lights from cars, and it was in the daytime. So I found that quite amazing that I could see like this orange light really clearly. And I'm sure it wasn't it looked like, I mean, it was really tiny, but it seemed to be one of those maintenance cars, which just has like a orange light on its head, on its roof. And I could see that from so far away. And I also saw, when it got to the evening and it was dark, I saw this police car or ambulance with its red and blue lights flashing, and I saw it miraging, and it was just really cool, just seeing a mirage of lights just driving past you. Just super cool. I would not have thought I'd be interested in mirages a few years ago, but they are really cool.
You've done a lot of observations or photography. Have you done a lot of photography? If you have, I'd like to see some of them. Like, if you do photography? or
Oh,
do you just have any?
I enjoy photography, but just like as an amateur thing. When I was at school, I enjoyed not stealing, but taking the school's really fancy camera, and I always liked the zoom capabilities. That was my favorite thing. But currently, I just have a P600, which I got from someone else, and I haven't really taken that much pictures. Mainly just observational things when I'm near the coast or something like that. But yeah,
If,
I
if you
could.
ever do any, I'd be glad to see them.
Yeah, I could probably look in, like, because I have not heaps, but quite a few logs of just different times I went to an ocean or somewhere and took pictures of if I could see a certain lighthouse or something. And I've just been learning things. Like at one point, it looked like, oh no, this lighthouse, it has like, say, 20 meters, I think 20 meters is an exaggeration, but say 20 meters of curvature. I can't see 10 meters of the lighthouse or something. But now I'm learning, oh wait, if I continue to look at that picture, I'll see it's just a mirage. So what I'm seeing isn't curvature, it's just a mirage. So it's really good doing it myself and starting to learn what's, how to interpret certain things. And I even showed my friend a picture and they're like, oh, cool. And I'm like, look, there's a mirage there, because there was a really faint line which kind of triangulated. And he's like, wow, you can see that? And I was like, yes, my eye is accustomed to this now. I can see mirages.
It's cool. When you're looking for it and you're not trying to see something other than what's actually there, it's funny how you see things that you never really, paid attention to before.
Yeah.
That you never really noticed, because there's an aspect of psychological tricks that are played on our minds. It's like when people talk about there's even flat earthers that said that they've done it. Like when they talk about seeing curvature from a plane, it's because they're expecting to, and they really think that they've seen it. But then when they go back and revisit those same, pictures that they took when they thought that they saw it, they see that it's just flat and level. They only saw it because their mind, right? Their mind was prepared to see it and was expecting to see it, so it filtered what they saw through this expected curvature.
Yeah.
Only
And
until, that they questioned it and they saw what it really was, and then they revisited them. So it's funny how that will happen.
yeah, and I can see how, like, if someone is looking at a straight line, how they might think it sort of curves, because your eyes, they aren't, rectangles, they're circular. So your peripherals might look a bit more curved, but that's just like the nature of your eyes being circular. Yeah, so I can see sort of why they say what they do, but I myself don't believe what they say about, the curvature, seeing it themselves. And also, yes, the mind games.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that other people like William, and I don't know if he's still in here or not, but some of the other ones actually, consider, what I mentioned if they ever thought that they saw it. So maybe they can revisit some of the things or some of the places they may have thought that they saw curvature, and re-examine it and see what they really seen, which none of them actually said that they saw it. But what you just said also raises another important point that I think everyone should be aware of, and this is something that this is the greatness of community, right? You get all the collected knowledge and all the collected insights from everybody, and it's a vast bit of information, and it's not just pieces here and there. It's like it's full, and it's complete. We're all still journeying and trying to find the rest of it together. The things that we don't know, we're exploring those things together. But one of them, I know I went on a little bit with that, but my whole point that I was trying to make when you were talking about that we see, in a circle like around us, right? It's our vision, the way that we see it's like it's spherical in nature, wouldn't say spherical. I'm just going to say circular because I don't even. It's like it's not a spherical shape. It's just we're on a flat level, right? So, but everything around us in a circle is how we see, and which reminded me of this. So, what they what they did is they hijacked perspective and called it curvature because the limits of our and it's exactly where they claim the curve starts. And if you look into the Rayleigh criteria now, it gets a little complicated when you get into it, but so I don't totally understand the math, and I'll be the first to admit that. Rayleigh criteria um, breaks it down if you can understand all of it in a full way. I can't. I understand when I hear someone explain it, but when I read it, I don't understand it fully. I understand most of it. So if I can understand most of it, I'm sure there's many of them that can understand at least most of it. Okay, this is what I'm going to assume here. But anyway, it's like where they claim the curvature should start. Exactly. I mean, they've hijacked perspective and called it curvature. That's the limitation of your vision. And it has something to do with the 1.225, and then, you know, because you're using two eyes, times it by two, so it's like half of that. Anyway, if you look at it, it's like they pretty much freaking hijacked that and then said, hey, this is your sphere, this is your curved earth, and this is where you should see the curvature at
But
that
then,
limitation.
but then they say you can't see curvature when you're standing at the sea level. You can only see the effects of it when you see a ship pass the horizon. So yeah, they say a lot of things. It's hard to keep track of what they say these days.
They double speak. It depends on what suits them at the time, what
Yeah.
purpose they need, whatever they say to serve. And if it's to serve the purpose of making you think that you're seeing the curvature of the earth when you're watching a boat go away, then they're going to say it. If it's going to serve the purpose of making you think that the earth is too big when you don't see the curvature, then they're going to say that. It just depends on what they need.
Yeah, and
Whichever argument.
one thing I also want to mention about what I like about the flat Earth, the concept of the flat Earth, or maybe concept's not the right word, the truth, the reality, is that, like, obviously it feels like you're going against all odds. No one else believes, or at least you assume no one else believes the Earth is flat. It's not the mainstream view. But something which gave me confidence was the fact that time is on my side. Or my ancestors from long ago, they all knew the Earth was flat. Sure, there were some Greeks who said it was a sphere, and I think some Nordics also had a sphere cosmology. But for the most part, most of them believed the Earth was flat, and that's really given me confidence.
Right, and they mapped, and those people that knew the earth was flat, they mapped the stars out in the heavens, and they knew these cycles, and they were accurate, right, spot on. And then when they created this globe, they used their predictions, right, and slapped them onto the globe and said, "Oh, look, you know, we knew its predictions, right?" But they were right, and they were accurate enough, and then they knew how, you know, our world worked, and how the stars and the cycles and all that. They were spot on with it. They've always known this.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it on a globe, and they didn't like imagine this the cosmos out there in this vast universe of empty space spinning around in this chaotic fashion. In order to do that, they knew that the lights in the sky were just stars, sun, moon, moving, you know, overhead, and they knew to watch for them, and they repeated their cycles, and they mapped them out, and they got them right because they still do the same thing today.
Yeah, it's a shame. It seems like we've lost a lot of this knowledge. I'll go outside and I'll look at some stars and I'll think, oh boy, I don't know anything about stars, unlike the ancestors. But at least I have the opportunity to try and learn these things again. And I also learned a cool fun fact from the Australian Indigenous people. I one time watched some YouTube clip, and this guy had been studying their astrology or something like this, and he said that the Aboriginals could see, could tell if it was going to be a more rainy day or or something like that from looking at the cloud. I mean, the stars. If they were more blue, then they would assume the day was going to be more rainy the next day or something. I mean, that's just one person's word. I've not asked them myself, but that was a fun fact if it's true.
Well, if you ever find any information on that, like, would you care to DM it to me? It sounds interesting. It's like something I really would like to look into.
Yeah, I could find the video.
Also, like going on that kind of thing with survival. I mean, I know this is kind of it might be kind of silly, but one of my guilty pleasures is I like to watch Survivor. And one of the things that I like to watch it because it's, you know, you can see a lot of like the symbolism in it, you know, the Freemason, like kind of like Illuminati, Satanism, like kind of symbolism all in it. And also, I don't know, it's just a guilty pleasure. But anyway, so I was watching it yesterday and they had, hello, they had something, hello?
We hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. They were talking they were like at tribal council and all of the strongest men and everything. They're like, this is the hardest thing we have ever had to do. And then in my mind it clicked. It's like, wow, surviving is the hardest thing you've ever had to do. Like, we have been conditioned so hard into a society where surviving isn't even a thing. Like, they're taking that out of our being, so we don't even know how to survive without what they give us. And then they give us these game show kind of things for us to watch, and then like it was just insane. It kind of clicked. It was like, so none of us actually, like, I mean, unless you were taught, you know, instead of being, you know, unless you were taught when you were a child how to survive off the land and how to do these things, or you taught yourself, and over the years, which a lot of us have, which is awesome, and we're all trying to do, I'm sure. It's like they're like, this is the hardest thing they've ever had to do, live on an island and have to provide for themselves. It's like, that's what we were put here to do. That's like what we were built to do.
So how long have you been under the realization of this? Like, how long have you realized this information for? Like, that they've, you know, robbed us of our survival skills and our knowledge, and their control and the lies. And, like, how long have you had this realization?
It's been probably like 6 or 7 years.
Really? Okay.
Why do you ask that?
I was just curious because, like, it still seems like there's like a bit of that, which, I mean, still, even when I talk about it, I still feel a little bit of shock that we, you know, fell under some of the things that we fell under, and that we believed some of the things that we do. And I still get angry with myself. So, I mean, I get it. But
No, I know
there
what
seemed
you
to be
mean.
like still a little bit of that shock, as if you just like learned this stuff maybe 6 months or a year ago. Like, it was still
No.
yeah, that's why I asked.
No. Okay, and I totally get what you're saying. For me, it's like, I used to love this show when I was younger. So I just recently started watching it again as an adult. So it's kind of like research. I'm watching it in any movie or television show or anything. I don't watch a lot of TV, but if I do, it's like Survivor or like a random movie or documentary or something. But I'm basically just doing research. And I used to watch it when I was younger. Of course, I didn't see those things.
So now I watch these. It's like I said, especially like Survivor. Like I don't know, it's a guilty pleasure. But I see what they're doing in the show and how they're, just kind of, I don't know, like just kind of, promoting the agenda, what they're, doing, while like they're getting it to everyone. Like they're getting it even to me. Like I said, I'm aware of it and I'm still watching it. So
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Even just the idea of living outdoors should not be that difficult for people. I just think a lot of people just don't have those skills anymore. I mean, I do a lot of camping, but I think I don't know what percentage of people do a lot of like real camping, not like RV camping, but I don't know what percentage of people do that kind of thing anymore. But I would imagine it's probably kind of low. I don't know. Good that you do just periodically, even camping, especially if you're car camping, is not even that challenging compared to like backpacking, off-road trail hiking and camping and that kind of thing. But any amount of just kind of having to make do with a small number of things, surviving for a long period of time is good experience, practice for people for sure.
yeah, just surviving. I mean, I know for one, I wouldn't be great at it. I could try, but it's one of the things I wish I would have been taught in school as a child instead of the things I was taught, we could have all been
because people have a lot of fear. People have fear. Yeah, it causes a lot of fear in people if they don't have those skills. Like, what if the food supply goes away? What if the electric grid goes down? And but we didn't have these things.
Right. If we all knew how to grow our own food and
Fear comes
get
from
our
the unknown. So it's the unknown that, for the most part, like, well, in my viewpoint anyway.
Exactly. No, you're right. They don't want us to know that you can grow your own food, that you can use the earth and get your own energy from water, from the sun, from the ether. I mean, there's so many ways, but they don't want you to know. So that's where you get your fear because you don't know. They keep you in the dark and they don't want you to find the light, but we're finding the light. That's what we're doing right now. We're finding the light, ladies. We're trying to spread it, and I love it.
Well, that's part of the dependency on them too, right? You got to depend on them to provide everything for you because there's that fear of the unknown, and the unknown being whether or not you can, without them, whether or not you could survive. So I wouldn't sell yourself short if I were you. You'd be surprised what kind of primitive skills are laying dormant within you if you just go out and do it and try it, and you might surprise yourself.
Oh, well, you're right. I'm not saying I can't do nothing. I'm just saying they didn't teach us these things. My daddy is a hunter, my mama guarded, so I know how to do things, but they didn't teach us these things in school. I was taught a lot of useless things, and it's just crazy. It's just crazy how much time was wasted. I think it's a total of 25,000 hours or something that you spend in grade school. Just wasted of your mind. Like, what does that do to your mind?
I'm sure I'm older than you are, so just look like I have more years that's been wasted on lies and stuff.
Are you sure you're older than me?
For pretty sure. I may not be, but I'm pretty sure that I am. We'll figure it out later. But Imka and Dunn, I don't know if they've spoken or not, but.
Oh yeah, Shines was asking if we have anybody else. Yeah, because I don't know. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to last here, but you ladies are welcome to keep going. But yeah, I don't know. Or we could end the actual event, and then you could just keep hanging around. It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been cool if there were more
So
people
I'm
here.
trying.
But I don't know. Is there anybody else with a question about
Emperor's
flat
got a listening
Earth?
pass, and Erratic
I'm
Done
I
is
invited one
VC
of my friends
verified.
to listen.
Olive, wait, hold on, Truth. What were you saying?
I'm sorry. I invited one of my friends to listen. I don't know if it's going to be working or not.
Okay, Truth. What were you
Is that
saying?
Imka 1500? Is that your friend?
Do I?
Okay, they have a listening pass, but Erratic Done. I don't know if anyone spoke to them. They're VC verified. Erratic Done, do you have any questions? Like to introduce yourself? Say hello? Or anyone else? I have to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Are there any Globers in the house? Because if not, then I think we're getting to the end of Ladies' Night. It's been a wonderful night. If there's nobody who wants to actually discuss the realm that we live in or any questions that they might have, then we can all join the discussion and let the guys come back in again. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, and sold. I guess we are going back into the regular realm of 24/7.
Wait.
Yeah.
What
Because
does
this
that
was a
mean?
good evening. I appreciate everyone who participated. We had a lot of new people come in, a lot of guests, a lot of women came in, some people we haven't seen for a while, so that was really nice. So I appreciate everyone who's been here tonight. It was very successful. We got some good feedback, and I think it went well, so thanks, everybody.
Can I ask something real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
What is you were like, we're going back into the realm of 24/7 live. What does that mean?
That means that we're allowing everyone in, that all the guys get to have conversation as well. When it's ladies' night, the girls are the ones that are leading the conversation, and we do one-on-ones, things like that. When we go back into like regular 24/7, that is the rest of the time. You know, there's different shows that happen as well. Like there's the Precious Metals that happens tomorrow, or different events that take place. But when it's regular 24/7, everyone gets to chime in. So right now, none of the guys have been suppressed, right? They aren't allowed to speak. Where when it's regular 24/7, girls, well, you get what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
no,
The
the
ladies
guys,
control the conversation, and
they
the ladies
control it.
moderate,
Exactly.
right? And so
Exactly.
it's like the guys. Everyone does.
Yeah.
Other times, and sometimes when the guys get in and they start talking, sometimes some ladies just don't really.
They
I
don't
don't
feel
know.
like they
I
can,
guess
or
they don't.
yeah.
Yeah, feel like comfortable with coming in, and then we also have Globers that
Don't want to speak up
want
because it's
to
the
come
guys.
in and
Yeah.
talk to. So they would rather come in during and then talk to ladies instead of guys, because I guess they feel like
Okay.
it's safer. Maybe it's
Yep.
safer, but
And when it's not,
maybe they
actually.
haven't listened often enough. I don't know.
Exactly. So yeah, it just goes back to the regular, everyone gets to speak. So now it's opening the floor so that everyone can have a conversation. That's all that means. Everyone it gets to talk, and it'll still be moderated, and people still need to take their turns and whatnot. But now we're going out of ladies' night and back into everyone gets to lead a conversation, bring up topics, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the View ended. Now it's back to Sports Center.
Oh my!
No, it's not the View at all. So that's really bad. Who was that?
Gosh, who said
Wait,
that?
I want to mark down who just said that. Who was it?
Oh wow!
Who was that just said
I'm
that?
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was
That was
percentage.
33%.
Yo, don't snitch, man.
Yeah,
Jeez,
no, I'm gonna rat you out, bro. No,
Yeah. Wait, who was it? What was their name? How do I look them up?
It was. Oh,
Shines was
Oh,
me,
it's percent.
baby.
Ah, of course it was you. Of course it was you, percentage.
Hell yeah.
Damn, that was cold.
Don't worry, you're Barbara
Ice
Walters.
cold.
That was a good run, dude. But
I'm Barbara Walters as
Yeah.
well.
man, that was a harsh one, dude.
That was pretty harsh. Yeah,
You
the
really
chicken coop.
come on.
That was brutal.
And
That was
everybody.
funny. It was funny.
It's like even liberals don't like the view, man.
I mean, come on. Like, it's like literally a chicken coop. Ba, 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 ba. Like, yeah, no. I'm not down with that. It's not the view at all. But that was funny.
It's
that
a good one.
was a
Hello
joke.
there,
I
Shines.
appreciate it.
Oh God, Opus. What are you doing here, Opus?
How are you?
I am good. How are you doing, Opus?
I'm doing quite well.
Okay, jury, Mr. Opus.
Yeah, this is my my main
Yeah.
account now.
I got it. I memorized it. It's solid in my memory bank. What's going on?
Just chilling. I seen Apocryphon was over here.
Cool.
Do I need to ban someone?
Is this the guy, jury? Oh, I was joking.
The jury's still out.
Jury is Opus.
Jury, is this the guy that was in here earlier under OP?
Opus?
I wasn't in here.
Nah, he wasn't in here tonight. If you're talking about Ladies' Night, he was during Ladies' Night. This is Opus.
Well, Opus is a unique name, and you're saying Opus, and there was a guy in here earlier with the name Opus.
It was OPUS is his name.
I haven't been in here for like at least.
I
a
didn't
week
hear
or
him
so.
tonight. Yeah, I didn't hear him tonight. I'll just say I didn't hear him tonight.
I believe you. It's just like, some coincidence. That's a strange name to have. Like that is a weird coincidence. But the
Well,
other guy had
Wait, are you serious?
was he
I'm gonna
speaking?
check it out.
Are you saying he was speaking tonight, or in chat?
not him. No, the other guy. His name was Opus. It was OOPUS.
Oh yeah, no, he's OPUS.
No,
Yo, jury.
you see what I'm saying, right? That's
Yeah,
a unique
I
name
hear you. Yeah.
Jury, I like how your profile picture matches your Hype Squad banner or whatever that thing is.
I appreciate
Okay, I
it.
reckon
Yeah.
that's percentage that's saying that, right? Oh,
We have the.
the voices.
Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. It's ladies' night.
No, we're ending Ladies' Night right now. I don't know. Do you guys want to end on a song, or do we want to? What do you guys want to do?
I mean, so I think India was wanting to go on for as long as we could take it on,
Let's
and
keep
if
going.
you guys are still
Let's keep
up for it
going,
to
dude.
talk
I'm
to
down.
people, 'cause
Let's keep going.
Jury, I haven't heard from him. Dandelion was feeling
Typical women can't make up their mind.
Oh my god!
Who was
Talking
that?
or you will be
she was wanting
muted.
to go to bed, so I'll say goodnight to her. Is she already gone?
I had somebody interview me to get the flat Earth role, but he said he couldn't do it because he was gold or something.
Oh well, I know that it takes. I don't know. I'm not gold, but the reason why I think you were allowed in here is because usually on Ladies' Night, like to be able to discuss these kinds of things, they allow people in when it's Ladies' Night. So I don't know how does that work. Actually, Truth, you have.
Hold up, Shines. Do you know?
Wait, hold up, because you don't need to be a gold in order to interview somebody to get them VC verified or give them a role. It doesn't take
Well,
gold.
he
to be able
got
to
me
do that, right?
verified, but he said he couldn't give me my flat Earth role because he's
Oh,
not
okay.
a mod or something.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Right, well,
So
you have to be here for a little bit for a Flat Earth Road, and then you have to be interviewed by a moderator to make and anyway. So when you go through the VC verification process, which it sounds like they did with you, so I'm sure you're fine. And once you get in, as long as you are respectful and adhere to the rules and don't break Discord TOS, I mean, you should be fine. You should be able to remain. I don't see any reason why you couldn't.
Hold up, Shines. Do you know the homie from before?
do I know what?
Opus, jury.
Yes, I know who Opus is.
And
Why
you know
wouldn't I?
he's a flat earther?
Yes, I do know.
All right, then give him the
That
tag.
doesn't. No, that does not matter. I am not a mod here. This is not my server.
I'm not saying
I
you,
do not have a
but like,
moderation role. It doesn't matter. So even like I have respect across
They need
platforms.
to be around long enough for the
Exactly.
moderators to.
I am a moderator on exactly. I'm a
She
moderator
is a
on
mod
multiple
everywhere.
servers, but in each and every server that I'm a moderator in, I respect that server. And here, I am not a moderator. Gold.
fair
So
enough. Fair enough.
I don't have any power here.
Thank God.
All I'm saying is that if you're vouching for him, that carries some weight. And if
Well,
I
I
was a
don't
mod,
think it
I
does.
would, that would be enough for me.
Yeah, I don't think it carries
Why
weight.
are
I
you
think
so concerned about it? Why not let the
people need
mods
to know.
shine?
Why are you so concerned about me being so concerned? Jeez.
Why are you concerned about him being concerned about you being concerned?
Holy crap!
Why are
Concerned
you
trolling.
concerned that he's concerned that she's concerned that
Exactly,
he's
Damsel.
concerned?
Damsel knows what's up.
Concerned trolling everywhere. Stop it.
Damsel knows what the
That
Damsel
was
knows
the
what's
best.
up. I love you so much.
Oh, by the way, Damsel, are you
So
still on
great.
for Sunday?
I remember this from when I was
Damsel,
Who am I speaking to here?
this is Apocryphon. Are you
Oh,
still
hi,
on?
Apocryphon.
President.
Hi. Are you
Well,
still on?
I'm having some issues, but we'll talk later about it. I'm not going to talk about it right here, right now. So
Okay. Well, yeah, I will
Let's
put an
talk about it
invite.
at a different time, different
Yeah.
place, different conversation.
Yeah, well, I'll put an announcement in
Different
24/7
time,
if
different
it
place, different
works.
conversation.
let me get back to you after ladies' night, though.
For sure. Well, we'll
If
be
you
back
actually
over
just
there.
click on my on my account, the asylum.
Thank you
right
so
there.
much, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Hey, it seems like ladies' night is growing. By the way, that's
It
awesome.
is tonight. It's doing really
Yeah,
good.
It's really
we're not
nice to
here
see
promote
that.
other things. So let's keep.
No,
talking
it's
Can't
cool to
promote
see
it. I
it.
think that's a role in
Okay.
it.
So let's keep talking about ladies' night. So, do we have any Globers in here who would like to have a conversation about the shape of the Earth? Let's get it back on track. Anyone here? Any Globers?
No, but I have a song. But if you could explain how the
I
song
wasn't
works
asking
on a
you. I
globe.
was trying to figure out if there were any Globers on here.
Explain the song.
Let's
Nice.
see. We have different people in here. So, like Precarious, are you here to speak? I see you're VC verified. Maybe, and this is a thing that was happening earlier, is that people are VC verified. I'm not a moderator here, so I can actually see if they're actually suppressed, unable to speak. It doesn't show up red. They might be VC verified, but they're still. But no.
If they're VC, I know, but if they're VC verified, they can type in the live stream voice text. If you're on
Exactly,
mute and can't,
and that's the
then they
thing.
can. Yeah, they can.
Well, I'm
So
VC verified, and I
they
am
can
muted.
be VC verified and still be muted. So if you are muted, please type there, because we have been having issues with that where you're VC verified and still are suppressed. Just let us know, and a mod will come in and unmute you. So,
If you're
is
not
there
able to type
anyone
in the
here?
voice text, DM.
Or if you're too scared to
DM me or
talk,
someone else.
feel free to slowly reach over and unmute your mic and start
Opus.
talking about why you think it's a globe.
Next to Jerry, just slap him in the back of the head.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Exactly.
taking a drink of water.
Stop talking. While he's taking a drink of water is my favorite. Maybe have some carbonation in that too. That would be great. I don't know. Is Matthew Learns in here? Like, we going? So, who wants to talk to the ladies? And what do you want to talk about? Who has the best argument, best subject to discuss? What can we do? If they want to keep ladies going, let's do it.
Oh.
Let's have a party.
I want to say you ladies are fantastic, and why isn't Matthew Learns here? I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that.
He comes a lot on ladies' night, but I
You
don't
guys
see him
are-
today.
I know.
You guys are doing great. He's been pleasant. Pardon me. She's right here. She's right here next to me. Say hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Did I hear right? Your name, you go by Chrissy, and your name's Christina. Which do you want to be called, Christina or Chrissy?
You can call me Christina.
Nice to meet you, Christina.
Thank you. And actually, now that I really think about it, I want to be totally honest with you, and I did kind of forget that I had heard about Flat Earth in 2020.
From guess who?
Oh, I wonder who.
Me doing
Probably
it.
some crazy guy that likes to ride a bicycle everywhere.
Yeah, did you see my video where I was riding? Did you guys watch that? So she says she remembered me flat smacking, riding my bicycle, and she said, "What did you say?" I said, "Yeah." Blah, blah. I said, "The Earth is flat." That's what I said. Like something like that. The water always lays level. Look at all that water go out to the harbor. It's all flat all the way across. Stuff like that. That's it. So I'm sorry. I don't want to rumpus ladies' night. Not at all.
But
No, you're good. That was amazing.
I did sit there and tell him I do remember him doing that because he passed me up in 2020 saying it.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Good memory.
So I was going to put the video in that I had. I posted it earlier. It's pretty good. It's actually. Well, you guys have to watch it. I'm not going to give it away. 1 second.
Who's Pizzizzle? Is Pizzizzle kin to Lapizzle?
Pazzo? Pazzo? Pazzo, you mean?
No, Pizzizzle.
Oh. Well, I know that we were
Pizzizzle's the
talking to
homeboy.
Pazza for a long time. Pizzizzle. So you know what a pizzle is, right? So this might be a troll. Because a pizzle, we all know what that is. So hopefully Pizzizzle is not a troll.
We hope.
You know what a pizzle is, so Pizzizzle. It might be
No,
multiple pizzles.
it's Pie Zizzle.
Oh, really? Because I don't know about that.
Pizzle. I don't know.
But Pizzizzle, are you here? Are you? This is the thing. We can't tell if they're suppressed. Only a mod can tell. So, is this person suppressed? Or okay, Pizzizzle, can you talk? Do you have a question?
No.
Anything to say? There you are.
Hey, yeah, I was suppressed. Thanks.
Hey, you were suppressed. See, that's what's been happening today. I don't know why that's going on, but welcome.
They had a listening pass, is all.
How are you doing?
Good. Thanks. Yeah, I didn't have the voice mods or voice permission.
All good. What do you want to talk about tonight?
I was just listening. I'm here to see my boy Percentage and others. How are you, man?
I'm good.
Okay, well, that's not what everyone is here for. We're here for Ladies' Night, and we're here to talk about the shape
I thought
of
Ladies' Night was over.
No, it is going strong.
Nope, not tonight.
So we are still discussing it. So if you have any questions or concerns or ideas or any kind of abstract thought that you wanted to discuss with us about the realm that we live in, the shape of the earth, the movement, the enclosure, anything like that, we're here to talk. Do you have anything to say about that?
I have a concern.
We weren't talking to you, Opus. We can get you next. We're talking to
Thanks, Opus.
I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'll listen quietly for now.
Okay, cool. Then
Thank you.
can listen quietly. Okay, Opus, what is your concern?
What is the overall purpose of Ladies' Night, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh my gosh.
Well, mostly because the guys like to control the sound all the time. We have to bust in, and it's kind of hard. So we've given us a good night to do this. We also have a different style of talking with people, so it draws more people in, and we hope anyway.
And there's way more guys here than there are girls.
Yeah, we're outnumbered a little bit.
We're way outnumbered, so there's a chance for us to be able to speak.
So people can actually get to know us.
Yep. And we have a different approach than the guys do. We literally take it like one-on-one. We don't allow multiple people to come in and talk. We try and shut that down as best as we can, even when their trolls love to come in during this night. But we try and make it to where it's a one-on-one conversation, and we only talk to that one person. Then we move on to the next person. We have a structure to it, and we really try to stick by that structure and make sure that, and questions are answered, and that's about it. That's what Ladies' Night is all about. It gives just the girls a chance to roam freely and have, and that doesn't mean that, globe earthers can't like chat in the chat or even come in and talk sometimes. It just means that we're the ones that are running the show. We are the head moderators tonight.
Okay, I was just wondering,
Just to give us a little more time. Mic time. It's just hard to fight with so many guys.
That's exactly it.
One of the many ways to make a place for everyone and make everyone feel welcome. So if you don't like Ladies' Night and you don't feel welcome or comfortable on Ladies' Night, maybe you could on Precious Metals, which is on Saturday, or maybe you could on Sunday when there's off-topic hour convos about different diverse topics, or maybe Monday through Thursday when everyone is involved and it's just flat earth and you could talk to any of us in here.
Basically, we just carve out some time every week so they can feel they're important and quit nagging at us all the goddamn time.
I have a flat earth question.
Well, that's not exactly it, but okay.
Yeah. Okay, Opus. What is your question?
Okay, so it's not really a question; it's an opinion. But what do you guys think of this whole narrative that with this whole Ukraine thing going on, that Russia
That has
is
no. That we're not talking about that. That's not
no,
what
this
this
is something to do with the Earth.
Okay, then bring it to that.
That Russia is theoretically 50 miles away from Alaska, and that we're going to get blown up.
You still didn't get it to flat Earth.
Yeah, you didn't.
Well, let's just say if most of us believe that our governments lie to us, what do you think we'll think? We'll leave it at that.
You weren't supposed to do that.
And actually, they laughed at what was that girl's name? God, what was her name? Sarah, the one who was
Greta Thunberg.
no, not Greta Thunberg. She was a Republican. Her name is Sarah. She was like, I can see
Sarah
Russia.
Palin.
Oh, Sarah Palin. She actually could.
She could. She could see Russia from Alaska, and everybody clowned her and thought she was so fucking dumb. Sorry, I keep cussing. Ooh, I gotta reel that back in. They all laughed at her. And honestly, you can see Russia from Alaska. So that is so hilarious that they were just like, she's the dumbest girl. Ha 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 ha. Well, guess what? You can see Russia from Alaska. So there.
Just depends on where you're at in Alaska and how good the weather is.
Yup.
It's crazy how times have changed. Because Sarah Palin, I would have picked her leagues above Biden for president.
Well,
I think that
different type of entertainment.
I think that anybody right now in today's America would vote for Sarah Palin over Biden. I think that every single person would vote for her over Biden right now. Like if the polls were there and it was actually honest, it would definitely be Sarah Palin over Biden. I don't think anybody wants him as president. Unless they're like super lost. Super lost. Only the biggest drones of them all would want him.
I think that's our way of saying welcome to flat Earth.
It's definitely. I got hairy legs.
They're all actors. Whatever.
It's just it's short.
You know the thing.
Yeah, you know the thing, man. Come on, man. You know the thing. Ukraine, uranium, same word, doesn't matter. Let's just move on. I can't. It's so ridiculous. But if we're getting back into what we're supposed to be talking about, does anyone, even if it's a flat earther, does anyone in here, even if you're a regular, do you have something to talk about?
I hear somebody very young.
Oh, he cried. He said, "Come and give me a kiss because I have a boo-boo. It's my son." I'm so sorry.
That's awesome. No, don't be sorry. It's always fun to hear him. Come on.
Well, you asked someone to speak, so there's that.
There you go. He spoke up. He's got a good laugh too.
Mm-hmm. Chrissy's got a great laugh. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, CB.
Well,
I apologize.
Never mind.
I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I love kids jumping on my lap.
It's just so wrong. It's so wrong in so many ways. Oh.
The subject here and get on the subject of kids.
Because we were talking about Biden.
That's right. Can't avoid it.
Oh, no, let's hear that laugh.
What are you here to see percentage do? You said you were here to see percentage, but you can't see him. You can only hear him, and he's only said like maybe 2 or 3 sentences.
Can't tell him.
He sees me in his mind's eye.
Tell him, Anna.
Okay.
But isn't his voice beautiful?
The manners.
Okay.
Don't say it.
Jeez, is that what you think? Okay.
If you say so. All right.
I appreciate it.
Well, I'm sure you can get some of the YouTube clips and play them over and over as you fall asleep. Maybe.
Sweet lullabies.
Hey, no homo. This is my boy.
Yeah.
What a doofus.
Okay.
Yeah, papi.
Were you gonna ask something, or?
Yeah. Ladies' night.
You didn't hear me.
Hey, boys, it's ladies' night.
Hey, any of you boys
I was asking you what you thought about the Earth.
Just say.
Or where are you at with it? Do you believe it's a globe? Have you seen how flat it is? Do you have any questions?
Or whatever. No, never mind. Wait.
Your own?
I think
percentage.
I'd say it's a globe, but I'm not like stern on that. I also like the matrix or the matrix theory. You know, what's that called?
People call it simulation a lot of times.
Yeah, simulation theory. I love that. I've dove into all these subjects. I mean, I've been hanging out in Gem server for the past couple years.
Really? In Gems for the past couple of years?
I can't stand it anymore. Yeah.
Oh, you're done with that, huh? Okay.
Are you? Yeah, you may need to like just maybe Listening Pass might be good, so you can take that breakaway and have that in between stage, so you can have this period of time for therapy, rehabilitation, to kind of clear your mind of place. I don't know. I am curious though. You said that you're not stern on it. What's the few things, or the one thing? No, there may be 10 things. Who the fuck knows? My bad. Sorry for cussing, guys. But anyway, what's the thing that's got you like not so stern about the globe now? Because I'm assuming you used to be stern.
Well, I've always looked into the anomalies, like the hollow moon theory. I looked at hollow Earth. I find Admiral Byrd's like documentation, and I don't know if his journal's real or whatnot, but a lot of the proofs I've heard for flat Earth like also coincide with hollow Earth and other things like that. The moon ringing like a bell, and its general orbit is just very strange and unique to our solar system.
So you're saying solar system, but also I'm hearing like a lot of conflicting concepts here.
Well, I don't know what you mean. I mean, I wouldn't.
Conflicting. You're
Well, the
talking
hollow
about
Earth.
Hollow Earth.
Yeah.
But also solar system.
Yeah. Well, I do think that the moon, it rang like a bell, and we have hit it with a satellite, and we've proven that it is hollow.
Wait, what are you talking about? You need to.
So we still can't go to the moon for the last 50 plus years, but we sent something up there to hit it and make it ring like a bell, and we've got evidence, right?
What are you like?
Sure, there's
what?
more. If he just, I was gonna let him go on for a little bit more, because I'm sure there's more. Is there anything more you'd like to share?
Yeah, let's just let him talk. Go on. Keep talking.
When Admiral Byrd flew over the Antarctic, in his journal, he said he saw a warm spot and an opening of some kind.
Anything else? What else inspires you?
No.
What else have you heard?
I don't know.
Be very careful there, Fazzizzle. Very careful. I see where you're going now.
I am.
Yeah.
I am
very
being
careful. You want to stick around here?
careful.
Very careful. Easy, boy. Easy.
I'm trying. I said I wasn't Adam's. Leave me back unmuted. I'll just listen. Am I lagging?
No, you're fine. I mean, just don't go where you started to go. Is all I'm saying.
What?
No, I'm done.
Where did you start to go?
Say,
I don't
I'll tell you
understand.
later.
Oh, okay.
Is that Olive?
Yes.
Who was that?
This is Olive, yes. I don't understand what you're talking about. He said the red hole.
It's
It could go a lot of places there.
Is there like a particular question that you'd like to ask, since you're in here with flat earthers now, and you don't have to
Me?
listen to the Glovers build straw man or misrepresent our arguments or obfuscate or like whatever it is they do. They do all kinds of stuff, right? So you're here with us. So is there anything you'd like to ask us directly?
I don't agree with the way they argue and debate. And no, there's nothing really I want to ask. I do want to stay and listen. If I have any comments, I guess I can contribute.
Why do you think it's?
What do you mean you don't agree with the way we argue? That's silly.
He's
What?
talking about gyms, I guess. I don't know.
Well, how about a question? Like, come on, like give me a like if you're here, you believe in the globe, right? Like, what do you believe in the globe? Give me a proof you live on a globe. Let's do it. Let's debate. Let's do it. Is that what we're doing?
No.
2 years is a pretty long time to hear all the arguments. So, why do you think it's a globe?
What I meant by I don't agree with how they debate and argue is the gaslighting and cutting each other off and yelling at each other.
I don't care about how
We haven't done any of that.
I'm asking you why you think it's a globe after 2 or 3 years.
It's not a hard question. It's really not a hard question.
Yeah, I'm not debating. I'm not adamant about any of this stuff.
Debating. It's just a simple question.
I'm just wanting to have a convo with you.
It's just
Yeah, I got no questions.
He's just here to tell us how he doesn't like
Wait,
how
hold on,
people
hold
have
on,
been
hold
mean
on.
to him.
Let's not do that. It's a very easy question. We're not asking if you have questions. She asked you a very simple and easy question to have a conversation about. Why do you think that it is what they tell us that it is? Why do you think that it is a globe?
I got no comment. I'm not here to debate you.
No, that's not a debate. We're not here to debate.
It's okay. If he doesn't want to talk, he can go back on mute.
Just put him on mute
wanted to
then. If he
understand
doesn't want to
your
talk.
level of knowledge and see where your
But if-
function or
I have a
cognitive was.
question.
That's it. That's all I wanted to know.
I have a
Know your level of
question.
knowledge.
If he doesn't want to, number one, debate, but yet he doesn't agree, what are you here for? Are you just, do you want, question.
But he's here to listen.
You can't blame him. I mean, we're the
I
coolest
hear
group of people
that,
on
but
the internet, so you know.
I hear that, but if you, I mean, you're talking, but yet, I don't know. I just
No,
want to
live
know,
and let
like,
live.
what do you want to say about it, though? I don't know.
I wasn't talking. I was muted, and then you guys wanted to question me and see where I'm at, which is fine.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he has the listening role. It looks like he has the listening role, so he actually came in here just to listen. So, but I appreciate you actually talking with us. I do. So thank you.
I do too.
If it's fine, no. You said it was fine. If it's fine, then why don't you, share? Like, tell us a little something about yourself.
Yeah.
Where you're at.
I think he made it clear that he kind of wants to have a passive kind of like, just listening. And it seems like you guys are trying to bait him into an active, like, kind of argument or something.
Uh-oh, concern trolling again. No, we're not baiting him. So don't concern troll for him, okay? We're okay. It's okay.
I've talked to you enough that you should know that I never try to bait anyone into anything. I try to have genuine conversations with them, dude. You should know that by now.
About a year and a half ago that happened. I got unmuted. You guys asked me some questions, and then I think I got muted again or banned or something really quick. So I'm just, I like.
That wasn't with us girls, though. I can guarantee that wasn't us.
Definitely not the ladies. No. And
different forms.
Yeah, and I do love all these subjects. I like listening, and I do learn a lot. I'm Googling stuff. Like, if you guys bring up something, I Google stuff. I don't know.
So okay, so do you know of any time where anyone or yourself has ever actually measured any curvature or Earth movement?
No.
Rated gas pressure would exist without a container.
Yeah. And from ground level, I couldn't demonstrate or prove any of that. Yeah.
have you ever seen or experienced the Earth as a globe or moving?
No.
So you know that this debate's going on. You've been in the argument, listening to it on the other side. You said for years. So if you've never seen it, never experienced it, never observed it, never known of
Yep.
anyone ever measuring it, so why do you still believe it's a globe? Have you done an observation to try to determine for yourself whether it is or not?
Nope. You can move on to the next person, though.
Does it matter to you? It doesn't matter to you, does it?
Why are you?
Well, it matters.
What's your?
It matters.
Why does
Yes.
it matter to you if it's a globe or flat?
Why does it matter? Well, I heard, back in 2015, 2016, I heard some arguments that putting us in an infinite universe on a floating marble makes us fairly insignificant, makes us seem like we aren't God's creation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you guys. I'm Christian for one. I still think
you are.
Yeah, go ahead. What? I am a Christian. Yeah.
Well, then
That's
let me ask you
awesome.
this. Then I do have a really good question. How do you have? Well, I mean, I have several questions actually, and I'm sure you've seen them. You've seen all the verses and everything that refer to Earth is flat, haven't you?
Sure. The clay seal stamped like a clay. Yes.
We can go over
Sure.
them all.
Anyway, he was in the middle of telling us something. What were you
Oh
saying?
yeah, I was. Well, thanks for bringing it back. The marble in an infinite universe. I do think that if God created the universe, that we could be, a marble floating in an infinite universe. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's a matrix or a flat Earth.
That has nothing to do with anything that is said in the Bible, though. Like in the very first verses of Genesis, it tells us that we, as the earth, were created before the sun and the moon, and that we are a fixed, stationary plane. And the sun and the moon were created equal and opposite of each other around our earth, and that the stars were fixed above us, and that we were created before the sun and the moon, and they were created for us. I mean, that has nothing to do with the infinite universe. We are earth. We are God's creation.
Yeah. And
that is in the very first verses of your Bible.
And the uniqueness of the moon and its orbit, I would say it's a creation that's created for us. It doesn't necessarily have to be.
Yeah, the uniqueness of the moon and the sun and the orbit of the moon, for sure. I mean, the fact that we can only see the one plane of the moon, it doesn't actually. I mean, it might orbit around us. Yes, it does orbit around us, but it never actually spins. We don't know what the moon is. None of us do.
Yeah. So I take all those anomalies with the moon and I say, like, wow, how unique and how awesome God created it for us. I don't necessarily say that it's flat or anything like that.
Yes, but if you're believing otherwise, you're believing that we were created around the sun. And that is a whole different creation, and that the sun was created around us. That is a whole different model. Satan's model is to take the sun away from us, to take Jesus out of his creation, out of God's creation, and put it into his creation as something different. And that is his son. So he's taking the Father's Son away and putting it into his Son as the sun in our sky, and telling us that we are orbiting around that. That is taking away worship from the actual Son of our Father. Excuse me. The sun and the moon are equal and opposite of each other in our sky. They represent equal and opposite things. But we're taught that the sun is 93 million miles away from us and how many billion times bigger than us, and the moon is right here us but yet we see them in our sky and they're the same exact size. So they're the exact same ratio away from each other. No.
Yeah,
And then
400
like I
times.
said, right. I mean, it just that doesn't I mean, come on now. Come on now. And like I said, it says right there in your Bible, if you want to open it up right there in Genesis 6, says he created the sun and the moon equal and opposite from each other, one to rule the day, one to rule the night, after he created the earth.
You can have one person under the sun. Let's say they had a stick in the ground and it casts no shadow. They're directly under the sun. That's like, and then let's say you drove on a straight road away from your friend. It's like a certain amount of miles away. And so you got that right angle with the dude under the sun, and then your dude however many miles away. And with those two measurements in the right angle, you can determine the distance of the sun away from you. So it's definitely not 93 million miles away.
Well,
and just for the audience to know that it doesn't require a religious belief, and you don't have to be religious to understand flat Earth, and it's not
You're
about
right.
religion. However, it is important to point out that, well, other than the fact that Pazizzle said that he was a Christian, and this was the thing that had him not so stern on the globe. So, but it is important to point out that all cultures and religious beliefs depict and represent Earth as flat and stationary.
Well, it's true.
And that's the globe.
That's true. And it's not a religious thing, but it does talk about it in your Bible. And what you're talking about right now is Aristophanes with sticks and shadows. And just because you put a stick up and you see a shadow does not tell you can determine that the sun is 93 million miles away, boo. That's just not how it works. And I'm sorry that they taught us that in science class, because they did. They taught us all that. We believed it.
Did they teach you Eratosthenes in science in school?
They taught it. Aristophanes. I remember. Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And I remember the sticks and shadows. I remember skipping biology class because I didn't resonate with what they were teaching me about space. And I literally did not go to class. And I would sit in the bathroom and I just wouldn't go to class. It wasn't because I was doing anything wrong or I wanted to go and do anything else. I was just I don't want to hear this, what they're teaching me. And for some reason, I didn't know why. And I didn't know why. But now I know why.
You didn't understand why.
It did not. Yeah, I couldn't even sit through it. I had to take that whole class again. Ended up taking it from a first year. She was our substitute teacher the year before, so of course it was just a super easy peasy class the next year, and I already knew everything, because I did well in school. I was a good memorizer and regurgitator. I definitely got well grades on tests, but I didn't want to sit through those science classes for sure. It was because at the same time, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I had a similar experience in science class. My science teacher was kind of it didn't, I asked twice to make sure that I heard him right. And he said, well, they say that not about Eratosthenes or about the Earth being a globe, but he said, he told us that they said that the Earth was 4.95 billion years old. And I said, really? They know that? That? Oh, he goes, that's what they say. So I could tell by the way he responded to me that he didn't even believe it, right? He was just telling me what he was supposed to tell me. But Pazizzle, do you think that the Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, proves globe?
That experiment works on a flat Earth model as well.
Good for you. I'm glad you know that both can work. If you got a closer sun, yes, you can have the same thing happen. So it proves neither. So yeah, Eratosthenes does another. Yeah, it's a null and void, and it's not even a scientific experiment. It's just an observation. So, once again, doesn't do you any good.
See, we're making progress. I'm seeing where you're at cognitively with this and how much you understand, and you seem pretty on it. So I mean, so far.
Yeah, with personal perspective and personal horizon and stuff, I see these debates come up, and I'm like, that works on the Coriolis effect. You can make that work on a spinning or on a disc. You can make that work as long as you add some.
Wait,
if you add, if you add rotation to a spinning disc, you can create a Coriolis effect the same way on a spinning globe.
What Coriolis?
Anything that's got anything that's got moving parts can create this Coriolis effect, right? This is they use the moving parts of machinery to determine the Coriolis force and the effect, and to establish the equation for it, right? So, but do you know why they used moving parts of machinery? Because they tried to establish it with the Earth and they couldn't, because they failed to detect any movement. And if you look up Coriolis force, even though it's on Wikipedia, and you scroll down, right, the history, and you read first part of the history, it tells you about the 3 Italian scientists that failed to detect the movement of the Earth, and they concluded that the Earth wasn't moving. These are 3 scientists, right? And so there's your little history about Coriolis.
Sagnac experiment, right? And Michelson Morley and Michelson Gale also didn't prove that the Earth moved. They couldn't get it proved. And Airy's failure, yeah.
Airy's failure is actually my favorite one. I don't know why. I just think I like the name, and
it's a cool name.
How simple yet ingenious it was of how they did it, actually.
Yeah, the reason why I mentioned it is
4 or 5 examples that I've shared where there's been, lack of movement, and it's the conclusion was that the Earth was not moving. So, do you have anything?
To add to that?
The Earth moving?
Well, the reason why I mentioned it is because it's not a proof. It works on both models.
Yeah.
It's very similar to the other question you asked me.
No, you're saying you were saying
talking about movement.
He was saying that you could see how far the sun was from looking at a stick and looking
that
at
was
shadow.
A different guy. That definitely was a different guy.
We already moved on, and he mentioned Coriolis, and I tossed out there some fun facts for him about Coriolis that he or
Okay, y'all, my bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's why I was recapping, because if you didn't follow them, maybe I was
I had stepped away.
Handling the convo poorly, and maybe there wasn't anyone following, as far as I know.
No, I'm following. It makes sense. Like the Eratosthenes shadow experiment can be shown on a disc, is what like the point was. And then I mentioned the Coriolis effect because it's another thing that can be shown on a disc as well. So it's not something I would bring up, and it's something Globers and flat earthers debate. In Gem Server, I've heard it, and it's just a moot point. Like.
So what are you debating right now?
He's not debating. He's just sharing his knowledge and understanding. Which is cool. I appreciate it.
Well, no, I do too. Don't get me wrong. I'm just sorry. I feel lost. So I just was like, bring back into it. What are we talking about? I'm so sorry. I guess I've felt lost.
You stepped away for a minute, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, I stepped away, and then I came back in. I was like, oh, we're still talking about
It's all good. Let's go
I'm
on.
still exploring his knowledge and understanding of.
Go on, Truth.
Go ahead, Sean, if you had something.
No, I was just saying, go on. I wanted to hear what you and him were saying, that conversation.
Oh, okay. So, well, I mean, I do appreciate you sharing, and honestly, it's like I'm glad you did, because you've seemed genuine, you seemed honest, right, and you seem to understand some of it.
Yeah.
Well, what we've discussed anyway, we've not really discussed a whole lot. I don't know about these, what you think are anomalies, and then you refer to, Admiral Byrd's testimony of what he saw and what he did, and their claim of moon, and you thinking like people claiming that it's hollow and we can't actually go to it. It's a light in the sky. We can't go to it and test it. Like, I don't understand how those are anomalies.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
the other lady just mentioned how the moon always faces us, right? Like it's always facing us. It rotates once every, according to mainstream science, it rotates once every 27 to 29 days, right? And it takes that long to do one orbit, so it's always facing us. I would say, the reason why I brought up moon anomalies, like that would be included, like the fact that it's tidally locked and
It's not an anomaly.
that it's okay, sure. But you're saying things like it's 400 times close to, exactly, and they claim it's 400 times closer than the sun, and they claim it's 400 times smaller, but it's perfect, so the size fits up there. Yeah.
The distances
So,
just right where they both look identical.
Yeah.
So, do you know how many miles away they claim that the moon is?
Shoot, no. It's 400 times closer than 93 million miles.
238,000 miles.
Yeah, so an anomaly like that.
Well, think about this for a minute, though. I want you to do a thought experiment. Okay, so 238,000 miles is how far they claim that it is away. So, I mean, you seem pretty intelligent, and you have been around the arguments enough because you knew to say that allegedly, and you forgot to say it on that last one, so I helped you out a bit. But with them claiming that it's 238,000 miles away, and your level of understanding and intelligence that I'm sensing, I'm thinking that this will be easy for you. So if you get a smartphone, or if you get, have you been sitting in here all night? Because I kind of said this earlier tonight, and if you heard it, then I don't want to repeat it.
No, it's just been.
He hasn't been here
If
that
you take
long.
a smartphone or a Nikon P900, which has, if you look at the zoom capability, it has 83 times zoom capability. And if you get any device, actually an Android, a smartphone, whatever, look at the zoom capability of the camera, of the viewing device that you're using, and see the distance that it's able to zoom in on, right? The maximum distance that it could possibly see, because we can't see forever. 238,000 miles, long ass way. Don't you agree?
Yeah, but can I? Yeah.
Do you think that 83 times, and that's a Nikon P900?
And can I just add to that, on top of that, is the inverse square law of light, that the closer you get to it, the brighter it would be.
Well, there's that too, but I'm talking. Yeah, we can.
They're both
touch on that.
connected.
We can touch on that after, but like when you take an Android or a smartphone, people have used their smartphones, right? And they have zoomed in on the moon, brought it really close up, got fine detail on it. Do you think that would be possible if it was actually 238,000 miles away?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
and
well,
the
try to
reason
do this. Get in
would.
the plane, and when you see, like, and look out when the plane is up high and you're high up in the atmosphere, right? Because oftentimes you'll see other things that are like, well, Mount Everest is the highest thing, but if you see another plane, like, try to zoom in and see how close you can bring a plane in. Look at a plane. Do that. Use an airplane. Try to take your smartphone, zoom in on the moon and see how much fine detail, or you can just look up the specs and see if it is capable. That's the easiest way to do it. But this is an observation and experience that you'll have. Take your smartphone, zoom in on an airplane, one that looks like a little dot in the sky. Zoom in on it and see how much of the detail of that plane that you can bring in with your phone, and see if it's comparable to the moon. And then you tell me if you think that moon that you're able to zoom in on and see that detail is 238,000 miles away after you do that.
I mean, the light travels to you, right? Like, you're not pulling it in. Or, like, you're not sending your eyeball out to capture the image.
Did I say that you were?
No, however, you're
Just like,
saying,
take your smartphone,
yeah,
compare the two observations that you can make when you zoom in on the moon, when you zoom in on a plane.
yeah.
Then you tell me if you really believe that moon, you're able to get far more crisper details of than even a plane.
You
After
can't.
that, if you
Yeah.
believe that it's 238,000 miles away, or even just talking about it with the numbers and the math and the logic, right, and your common sense, if it even sounds like it's even plausible, it's like even saying it seems ridiculous to me that anyone would even consider that it could be. But see how far away, get something 4 to 6 miles away, and see how much you can zoom in on it with a Nikon P900, and that's 83 times zoom. Right? If there's a building somewhere or a banner and it's got writing, you won't be able to make out that writing. You won't be able to distinguish the fine details. However, you are able to zoom in on that moon and see the fine details of it. This is with the Nikon P900. So after you do those two things, and can you still honestly tell me with a straight face that you believe that moon is 238,000 miles away?
Can I answer?
Oh, please do. Please
If
do.
you zoomed in on a fully illuminated plane that's flying, you'll be able to get way more detail out of that plane than you would the moon's surface or craters on the moon.
Okay, then do it. Then do that and film it and bring us the video back.
Hang on. There is a video of a P900 zooming in on like an airliner, and they zoom in to the point where they can read the tag numbers and the tail number.
That's with the P900. With the P900,
Yeah.
I was saying, like, you can zoom in 4 to 6 miles away or whatever and not be able to distinguish the details. But when you're zooming in on the moon in a plane and making that comparison, do it with a smartphone.
No, I hear you.
Even if you do it with the Nikon P900, that's perfectly fine. That's fine. I'd like to see the difference, and I'd like to see the comparison. But 83 times our perception, what we're capable, our normal limitations of our vision. You think that's enough to be able to bring that moon that's 238,000 miles away into that fine of a detail of focus? I mean, if you do, that's fine. If you believe that that's possible.
I have a nice telescope, but I haven't I haven't compared. I can't track a plane. First of all, it's like really hard to track a plane with a telescope. You'd be moving
Smartphone.
the tripod like crazy.
Smartphone and the Nikon is fine. That's sufficient. Because as long as you use the same device on both objects, then it's fine. Because look, you're doing a comparison, a scale comparison. So 238,000 miles versus, hey, if you can get the tail numbers or the numbers off the plane, then you can find out exactly the height of the plane. You can look it up and track it and see how high it's flying, the altitude. But even if you can't, you know the range, the limitations within the altitude that it's going to be within, right? The range it's going to be within. So it can't be no higher than a certain number, and it can't be no lower than a certain number. So we're talking about scale here.
I hear you.
38,000, yeah. So maybe do this and that's just on the moon because we were talking about the moon, right? But the best thing for you to do if you're going to do an observation is get yourself about 1 foot off the ground and see if you can see further than 1.225 miles. And if you do, if your horizon extends beyond that, what does that mean? You've been in this game long enough, you know exactly what the answer is.
The terrain you're standing on is, has dips and valleys and hills. Yeah.
If you see further than 1.225 miles, that means topography. What? Come on.
It means
dude.
well,
Act right, dude.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not what that means, and you know it.
Yeah, come on, Pazuzu. What kind of answer was that? It means refraction, obviously.
No, yeah.
That's the one.
Globers, when they answer you with that refraction answer, oh my god, it's
Destroy their own globe, don't they?
yeah, it's detrimental to the argument. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, back to being real here. If you can see further at 1 foot, if you can see further than 1.225 miles away, what does that mean? If you see, say, 10 miles out, horizon extends 10 miles out. We'll stop at 10, even though they never stop at 10. They're far beyond that. We'll stop at 10. If you see the horizon extend 10 miles out and you're 1 foot,
Yeah.
the globe requires it to never extend beyond 1.225 miles at 1 foot. What does that mean?
Well, can you increase in elevation?
You could, but then you're just going to see further if you stick with 1
Basically, you
foot.
wouldn't know. Yeah, you wouldn't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, you just see further.
Yeah.
I mean, if you increase your altitude
Mhm.
and your height, then because it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So it's based on observer height. So if your observer height changes, then the distance to the horizon changes.
100%. Yeah.
Right. So, but at 1 foot,
At 1 foot, it depends. It depends on where you are in the world. Like, if you're by, yeah,
no,
yeah.
not on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. It cannot be any further than, it could be shorter, but it can't be any further than 1.225 miles. If it is, then it's not a sphere the size they claim it is.
Oh, it can't be any further. You're saying, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it can't be any further. Did I say it backwards?
The horizon.
No, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
And it can't be any further.
Yeah.
There is no geometric horizon.
It can't be further. So
There is no geometric horizon until
Not
yeah.
even until.
Okay.
No, there is no until. There is no
Yeah.
geometric horizon.
No,
Period.
there's not.
Okay.
What were you going to say?
Exclamation point.
Until what?
Well, as mainstream science would say, until you reach like a sufficient altitude to see the geometric horizon.
No.
Okay, so
There's not even there. There's not even then. No.
Well, they say you need to be around the height of like the ISS.
Hey, is it logical to just
And
math that
hold
out?
up,
Because that's
hold
not
up.
what they say anyway.
That's BS. And the higher you go, no matter what, there is, of course, the attenuation of how far we can see. And yes, we can view everything in a circle. So we would see something in 360 degrees, and you can only see to a certain distance. You wouldn't be able to see beyond that. That doesn't mean that that is a sphere, and they have never shown anything to show that it is actually a sphere. Period. There is no geometric horizon at all.
If it was a flat disk, there would be a point in altitude.
Who said
Yeah,
Okay.
nobody said
If
that.
it was a flat anything, if it was any shape,
You would
when
only
you
be
get
able
to
to see so far.
yeah,
And
so
you
when
would
you
only
get
be
to a
able to see
certain
in-
height,
Hold up.
yeah,
You would only be able to see so far, and you would always see in 360 degrees, no matter
Look,
what.
hey,
So when
let
you
me tell
spin
you.
around, you would see what you were seeing in a circle. That's it. Like that.
Yeah.
There's still no geometric horizon or
Let
anything.
me give an example. All right, so or even something you can test yourself. Go buy a drone and take it out to a park and shoot it straight up, like 50 yards, and then spin it 360 degrees, right? And then you're gonna see that it could only see so far, and then but that the world's obviously bigger than what your drone's seeing. And that's a good example how you're saying when you go straight up, you could only see so far, and then you could see like you're not seeing black or darkness behind that. It's not like it.
okay, yeah, I hear you. Is he cutting off?
Yeah, he is. And
Oh,
no
okay.
matter what, this is ladies' night, and he is spot on. And what you were saying is 360 degrees, period. That's it. There is no geometric horizon ever. You see 360 degrees here. The farther up you go, as you spin around, you see 360 degrees. That's it. That doesn't mean
So
that there's a geometric horizon over a curve that is cutting something off. No, it's just that you can only see so far, and we see in a circle. It's funny because Dawn likes to call it rim curve, which, we can call it whatever we fucking want to call it, but no matter what, you can only see in 360 degrees. And that's it. We aren't seeing over something. We aren't seeing a geometric horizon. We're seeing as far as we can see and in 360 degrees.
I'm sorry. I got a phone call.
all good.
And it cut out.
Who is that? Because
It's Apocryphon.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just want to apologize, but you guys keep talking.
Yeah, you're good. I just didn't want to get away from this because I wanted to go back to what Pazizzle said. Because when he initially said that, like, I'm just like, it triggered me a little bit, and I thought about it, but then I just went ahead and started asking him questions and wanted to see what his responses were. But when he said that, he never said that he believed or that he saw or that it is. He said they claim. At altitudes this and altitude. Okay, so you tell me what you experience and you tell me what you believe. Your viewpoint, not what they say. Your viewpoint.
Well, that's why I try to preface everything I say with, the mainstream scientists say, and they claim this. Yeah. Thank you for bringing it back. When, like, okay, is it an infinite plane? Like, so if it doesn't matter how high you go, it's always going to be a 360 bubble around you, right? Like, is she saying it's infinite?
Well, no, she's saying
No. Yeah, no. What I'm saying is that we can only see so far. Period. No matter how far we are in the ground, we can only see so far. You go up a little bit higher, you still can only see so far. You go up a little bit higher, you still can only see so far. Just because you keep going higher doesn't mean you're going to be able to see everything that you're supposed to see. And when these balloons go up there, yeah, it's black, no stars. You might be able to see the moon, right? But we aren't seeing any kind of anything else, and we're only seeing so far. And as it pans around, as it spins, we're seeing in a 360 degrees, just like our eyes would see. We see in a circle. That's it.
I hear you.
Good. So
I would argue that. Yeah. I mean, I would argue that the higher up you go, the more of a hemisphere you'll see. You'll see.
No, we wouldn't. We're not seeing any curvature when people go up high. We're not seeing any curvature at all.
If it's a sphere, even if it's a sphere, like when you go up in altitude, there's a limitation even of the angle because the Earth is going to drop away and it's going to form this sphere. And if you're going directly up, you're not going around it. So there's still a limitation to how much of that curve, right? Of there's like what is it, like a 15 to 45, somewhere between 15 and 45 degree angle of that curve from where you're at and where the rest of it is. Like that's the maximum that you're going to see of it. You're not going to just see more and more and more as you go up higher. That only happens on a flat surface.
What he's saying is if you're in a plane and you can see another state, you can't see that state while you're on the ground. You can see more when you're higher up. That's what he means.
But even if it were a sphere, that wouldn't be the case because the higher up you go, there's going to be a limitation to how much the Earth you're going to be able to see unless you go around the curve. Because once it curves away, if you don't have a line of sight, it doesn't matter how high up you go, you're never going to be able to see around that curve. So
Well, there is no
you're
curve.
not going to just continue to see more and more and more the higher you go up if it's a sphere. It only happens on a flat surface.
I understand that the horizon rises with eye level, but never mind. Just never mind.
Yeah, on a sphere it wouldn't. It would drop away.
How about if you got to a high altitude and then traveled towards the, how did that guy say it was the rim of the edge? Wouldn't you see that there would be the horizon is suddenly cut off and then it's darkness like above that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to because anytime anyone has ever experienced like a limitation, if they can enhance their vision with either Zoom or infrared, like Jay Tolan. He uses infrared a lot, so it takes out a lot of the, like anytime that they do that, like they can just see further and further and further. The only limitation is the limitation of the device that they're viewing through. It's not limitation due to lack of access to the Earth because it has curved away, lack of line of sight.
Well, on a flat Earth, wouldn't you be able to float towards like Antarctica, and you'd see that the horizon's just gone? Like there is, there's no more Earth past this point.
I don't know where the Earth ends. They don't let us go past the.
Well, yeah,
66
you have this idea that like somehow the Earth ends. Do you know that for a fact? Because I don't know that.
No, I would. Yeah, that's. But if it's a disc, then you should be able to get.
There's obviously some containment, so there's some limitation because it is contained.
But we don't know where that's at.
Yeah, we don't know where it is or what it is, but it is contained. So if it goes on beyond the containment, I guess that's possible. But we
Have
don't
y'all heard
know
of Operation High Jump?
Yeah. Where they
Colonel Bird.
The atmosphere, or okay, that one.
Again, Bong, Sonny, did he say disc again? Did you say disc again?
Yeah, he keeps saying it. It keeps happening. Yes.
Now?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna start charging you
Not
$5
a
every time you say disc and apply it to us.
Nobody's ever said that.
$5.
Nobody's
I'll give
ever
you my
said it
cash
to
app.
this.
I'm gonna start charging you $5. $5 fine every time you
I
say
love
disc.
that. We should make people like literally come in and put in their code so Truth can get the money because it happens all the time. I was gonna cuss again. It happens all the time. Disc. Nobody's ever said that. Like that's some. It happens all the time because we're so used to it that like we pass it over. It's just nobody.
What should I say? Edge?
Not disc. No, not even edge.
How about Earth?
Who has ever seen an edge?
Why is everything that's flat a disc? Why is everything
nobody's
that's
ever
flat
seen an
have
edge.
to have an edge?
This is the point. We don't know where it ends. We don't, like Shel Silverstein, end of the sidewalk. We don't know where the end of that sidewalk actually is. Nobody's ever been able to explore out there. We aren't even allowed to explore what's happening at the center where the north is. We don't even know what's going on there. There are multitudes of ways that this could like expand our minds and we could learn something new. And it might be something that we don't even understand what it is. And it's not an edge and it actually loops around. Who knows? So we don't know.
I'm more interested in the north anyway. If I had a chance to do
Me too. Oh my God, Truth. Exactly. That's exactly where I'm at. Everybody's so interested in the south. And I'm like, I would much rather go to the north. I want to go to the center. I want to know exactly what's happening there. That's where my heart has always been at. My heart has always been there. That's why I'm like, Carmen and Drace, you want to like let me camp on your couch? Let's go do an adventure. Like, I definitely want to go there. Hands down.
I'm down to plan it.
So, gas pressure, man.
Yeah, gas pressure. Yeah.
50 torr pressure adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr with no container. How is that working out for you? How's that working out for you?
Yeah. Well, whatever we call gravity. Yeah.
Hard, right?
Yeah.
It sucks that they've done such a piss poor job with their freaking story, doesn't it? And you're like leaving you guys to defend it without any freaking help from anyone other than Bill Nye or Don Pettit. Like seriously, I feel so bad for you guys. You need to just just leave them in the dust, man. Leave them behind. Say, nah, it's flat. I'm just divorce it. Maybe I don't know. You got some personal investment, some reason why you want to stick with it and defend it. Maybe it's fun for you. But what about that gas pressure, man? 50 torr.
What about that gas pressure?
17 torr.
That was a great. What about that gas pressure, guys? What about it?
Allegedly flying and zipping in and out of it, right? No problems whatsoever.
Is there gas pressure in space?
They
Is
claim,
my question.
their claim, right, is, well, if you're asking me reality and what is, I'm not even going to say there's space because I haven't seen any evidence for it. What is space? The space between you and I? Or this 10, because this is what they claim. You asked about the pressure. They claim it's a 10 to the negative 17 torr. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, at ground level or ocean level or what's it called? Sea level?
Near perfect vacuum. Space,
Oh,
outer
oh.
space. 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. The atmosphere, 50 torr. 50 torr, like 10 to the negative 17 torr, like orders of magnitude. Really? Okay, so they can't even create that kind of vacuum here on Earth.
Well, they can create a near vacuum, like with, a part.
Well, that's
No.
a near vacuum. I think 10 to the negative, what is it?
You can't
Someone
get.
please correct
I
me if I'm
know.
wrong, and if I'm
You're
not
not
right,
wrong.
then if you know the answer, maybe you can put it in the text chat. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, the greatest
It's,
vacuum they've been able to create artificially, man-made, is 10 to the negative 14
you're correct.
torr.
And there's no way to even get it close to the 10 to the negative 17th torr. And even the 10 to the negative 17 torr is still not a perfect vacuum. But somehow they're claiming that it is this vacuum while balls of freaking gas are, like, literally, they're claiming gas giants and suns and all of the stars are actually suns are in this near vacuum spewing off all of this energy. And then we have Earth that is, spewing out all of their gases, but yet it's still contained. Like, none of it makes any sense whatsoever. It's so, like, when you really get down to the nooks and crannies of it all and just think for 2 seconds beyond what you have been taught and what you were supposed to believe, and just for a brief moment, just kind of think about that for a second. Does that make sense to anyone?
They're zipping in and out from 50
And
torr
yeah,
to 10
and
to
then
negative
there's
17 torr,
containment,
and
but
back
there
again.
isn't containment. It's amazing. Isn't it
And they
amazing?
hadn't discovered the Van Allen belts then,
Yeah.
so they didn't bother them. Now they discovered them after they've already went through them, right?
Yep.
Allegedly went out there, came
Well,
back.
And then it's a difficult process to build it back because, they can't build it back what they learned how to get to the moon on a freaking, like,
Yeah.
001 calculator type of freaking anything. Like, all of it falls apart. And if you are literally trying to stand up for that, I mean, we can talk about it for days and hours. And that's why there is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, is because of how silly all of this is. So if you have something
We
that's
could
really good,
talk about it for days and hours.
if you have something that's actually something we haven't heard before, because I haven't heard you say anything that we haven't heard before. If you have something that you think is like, this is it. This is what really, truly makes me think that we live on a globe in the solar system, in this universe that they claim that it is, with the evil of access that actually makes the universe flat. It's a flat universe that is contained. I would love to hear it. What do you have?
You went on for so long. Going through the Van Allen radiation
I
belt.
literally just asked you a very quick question. at the
That's
very end.
that's another anomaly that it's like, so did we go to the moon or not?
What do you think? What's your honest opinion about that?
Like the shielding and the Van Allen radiation belt.
Gun to your head right now, and you have to say your honest opinion. And they have a lie detector test hooked up to you, and if you lie, they're just going to blow your brains out. So, a hypothetical: someone's got a gun to your head. Which is it? Did they go to the moon, or did they not?
I don't know.
Oh, dude, it's Russian roulette. Then you can't do that. You gotta answer yes or no. No, I won't do that. I'm being honorary. Settle down.
There's so much there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think
There's so much there. Like, how do I begin to describe? Like, I can't explain to the whole room what causes air pressure.
why can't you? It's known.
Is it known?
Molecules of it's when the air
Ooh.
molecules, because they move
The-
in all direction freely, right, until they until they hit a container. So when the gas molecules bounce off of the walls of the container,
Do you think that it's because they layer themselves out? Yeah.
Huh?
Do you think that they layer, like the gases layer out, and based on their density, and that's what causes like?
got to do with the tea in China?
What's that?
What's that got to do with the tea in China? Price of tea in China? Sorry, I'm
Well,
tired. In the morning for me. What does that matter? Whether it does or whether it doesn't. We
Well,
can talk
density.
about that all day long, but what
Density apparently. Density is how is how I understand you explain gravity and things like that. Like, it's all filtering based on.
explain gravity, because gravity is nothing to me. I don't know gravity. No one showed me gravity. No one's demonstrated gravity. Gravity doesn't exist in my mind. In my world, in the world that you live in, it doesn't exist. Density is just it is. It's how dense an object is.
Well, it comes
It's the
up.
relationship between the object and the medium that it's in, right? In terms of several things, not just density, but several things: electrostatics, electromagnetics, vibration, density, like all of these things. And it's probably not limited to that. That's just the ones right off the top of my head. None of those are gravity. So it's the relationship. It's your relationship between the object and the medium that it's in. It's going to determine how the object behaves in that medium. Period. So, that's probably not the right way to say it, that we use density to explain gravity. No, we don't explain gravity. It's not ours to explain. It doesn't even exist.
How would you describe the vacuum of space?
Why would I describe it? It doesn't exist. It's a fairy tale. Show me the vacuum of space. And let me see it, and then I'll describe it.
I describe it as a violation of natural law and impossible.
That's a good one.
I describe it as a fairy tale.
I would describe it as a place where there's very little molecules bouncing around. It's not necessarily a sucking force like a vacuum cleaner, although it's just a place where there's very few hydrogen atoms, very few.
Where did you get the information to form this?
Made up by NASA, which is bullshit.
Yeah, sure. Well, when you look at
explaining it, like in the terms in the way that they explain it, like this is what they say.
This is what they say. Yeah.
You observe it and experience something you know.
No, that's how they say it. Obviously, none of you guys, and including myself, none of us know.
Been there.
Yeah.
You've never seen it.
If you go to the NASA website,
Explain it, and then continue to.
There'll be.
Why even bother?
The reason is because there's two definitions of a vacuum. One is like a sucking force, and then the other one is an emptiness or a void space.
And you said you didn't know if there was pressure, and I explained to you what they claimed it was. We just covered that.
Well, I'm explaining that it's not that there's no pressure in space; it's that there's very little. If you were to
now you're explaining it to me when you didn't know what you mean.
Oh,
okay.
That's a new one.
If you bring a box, for example, that's been in outer space, and you seal the box, and then you bring it.
Been out
No.
Me neither.
No.
So, do you know anyone that can? Do you know? This is like I don't even want to go with any. Do you know anyone that can take you? Because there is no outer space.
Hold up, what were you gonna say though? You bring the box from outer space, and then what?
You is doing.
It's there's a vacuum inside this box. It's sealed. You bring it down to sea level, and you open the box. What causes air to go inside the box?
Entropy.
So
Because where you closed the box was a lesser pressure than at sea level, which is a 14.7, right? Maybe it was just a lesser pressure or a different pressure. So
yeah. So when you open the box at sea level,
if it's slightly less, it doesn't matter. That's all it takes.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and
Is the Earth flat?
Yep. Next.
Observably flat and stationary.
Who asked that?
It's a very flat and smooth marble, yeah, for its size.
Well, marble's
Flat and marble is an oxymoron there.
Yeah.
No, you've had a marble countertop. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Okay. So you open the vacuum box
Hang on a second.
at sea level.
I think it was the blue guy.
Over a lake.
It was the blue guy, Greg.
I have another question.
Oh, this should be good.
Okay, well, hang on.
No, let's hear it.
How about you exert a little politeness, though, and stop interrupting the other guy? I'm talking to the guy that keeps interrupting.
You guys have evidence that the Earth is flat?
What did I just say?
He was just talking. Let him speak. Thank you.
Oh, my bad.
Well, I mean, thanks, India. But Pazizzle, he's been in this argument for a couple of years, and I was just trying to get in his head and see what he understood and what he knew. But if this guy's new, like, we can get back to Pazizzle if another.
Well, I mean,
lady
yeah,
maybe
it's up to you. I mean,
Greg?
I don't like rude
another?
kids.
Oh, you're fine. I appreciate it. Yeah, because I don't like to.
He was butting in a little bit.
Just me and you, Shines.
Wait, who is butting in? What's happening now?
The other kid. There's a young man on here who just like instead of saying like "excuse me," I have a question. He's like, Bart,
He bounced.
Oh, whoever's hot micing, is that Forex memes, please? Like, have a lot of noise going on in the background. Go on mute if you're not talking. Every time I talk, you go mute, so it's silent. Thank you. Thank you. Whoever did that.
Well, he wasn't responding. So Forex memes, please just message us in a voice text if you want to message us in a voice text if you'd like to speak. Or I don't even think I've ever talked to you. Are you even VC verified? Oh, you're on the fence. I'd actually like to talk to you. So did the new guy bounce?
Yeah, he's up.
Are you kidding me?
he left.
Come on,
That
man.
kid?
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, he was gonna.
I'm still here though.
Well,
Okay.
I sensed some troll in him.
Yeah, he wasn't going to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, Forex memes. Thanks for muting. Right, so I guess back to you. Unless, hold on, Forex memes. Do you have any questions that's got you on the fence? Because we can go back to Pazizzle.
You don't got to go back to me.
Oh no. It's like look. I find it interesting, and I like to get into the mind and understand. And you seem pretty genuine with your responses, so it's like it's not like I believe every word that you tell me, just because I think you're honest, right? But so far, I've not sensed any dishonesty. So it's like if you tell me that you think this because of this, or you understand this because of this, like maybe I can find the place of cogniz, or maybe I can find whatever personal investment you might have. Or maybe there is some fault in your understanding. Who knows? I don't know, but it's interesting to me. I want to know. Like, you've been in this for what, 2 to 3 years?
Well, I mean, I've known.
Like, what's the thing about the box? Where are we at with that? Okay, so I answered that. What was after the box? What'd you say after that?
So there's no pressure, or very, very, very little pressure inside the box. There's maybe a few hydrogen atoms bouncing around.
you bring it down to sea level and you open the box, what causes air to go into the box?
What do you think causes it?
Well, I'd like your answer. I'd love your answer. Yeah.
Well, I answered you a minute ago, and I'm curious as to why you're asking, because this is
Well, you're saying because you're saying low pressure, and Earth likes to balance that out, right?
Entropy.
You're saying
the higher pressure is going to move into the lower pressure.
yes.
You just stated that that
So
you know that it's a lower pressure in the box.
yes. So
why are you
air is is it being sucked into the box or is it being pushed in? Yes, by the atmosphere above, right? And like around. So if you take that box that has no pressure inside of it and you bring it back out to space, supposedly what happens when you open the box in space?
If it has no pressure?
Mm-hmm. No pressure inside, yeah.
If they claim that this place you're calling space, I'm gonna premise it again. It doesn't even exist. It's a fairy tale, but they claim within this fairy tale paradigm that they've created that it's 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, right? And then the greatest vacuum that they can create, and this is with, if I'm not mistaken, there's like many feet thick concrete, right? This is like a massive. A lot of reinforcement put into this vacuum chamber that they could only manage a 10 to the negative 14.
Yeah.
So
on the surface,
which is higher? Which is a higher pressure, 10 to the negative 14 or 10 to the negative 17?
Sure. So assuming it's a slightly less of a vacuum. So when you open the box in space, according to what they say, then a slight you'll see the pressure.
You're going to read it's going to leave the box and it's going to go into space, right? Because it's a higher pressure in the box than it is out in this fairy tale story that we're hypothetically talking about that doesn't exist.
Yeah. So yeah. So whatever hydrogen atoms were inside the box would get shot into space and contribute to the amount of hydrogen atoms in space, like per square meter.
So since you understand that that's how it would work, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's allegedly zipping and zooming in and out of this medium into that medium, the two mediums we're talking about, right?
Yes.
They're allegedly doing that, just zipping in and out. No worries, no container to bust through, nothing. So since you understand that, and I don't know why you were asking me those questions. I don't know if you were quizzing. I don't know why you're asking me those questions, but maybe you just wanted to find a way to get around for me to say that vacuums suck, so that you could say vacuums don't suck. I don't know what you were doing, right? But
it's just to get an understanding,
okay, that's cool.
It just
you understand that. Since you understand that, what and you understand we have atmos right here. That's
atmosphere.
Atmos plane.
Sure.
Pressure. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, so it's a pressurized system that we're breathing.
Yeah, so you're saying we whiz in and out, right?
50 torr. We'll stay with the same category, the same dimensions, right? 50 torr. And then they claim that's 10 to the negative 17 torr. And if a 10 to the negative 14 torr is going to move into the 10 to the negative 17 torr, then what the hell is going to happen with a 50 torr and a 10 to the negative 17 torr with no container?
So the explanation is that the atmosphere is the thing that's causing the pressure, right? So
the gas molecules bouncing off of the walls of the container, but we're in this hypothetical fairy tale that we're talking about, right? Where there is just magically this pressure without a container, and they claim it's. But if you understand a higher pressure moving into a lower pressure, and you understand 10 to the negative 14 torr moving into a 10 to the negative 17 torr, then what the hell is going to happen with a 50 torr to a 10 to the negative 17 torr without a container?
Yeah, you're saying it would equalize, or what? The pressure would equalize?
You tell me. What do you think? I want to know your understanding.
Well, I don't get your question, to be honest. I don't get what the.
Listen. This box that you went through this long drug out like hypothetical, right? Very.
Sure.
So I know you get my question because you understood it well enough to ask me 3 different ways, right, dude?
Could you repeat the question?
The box, instead of it being the box, it's our atmos, right? It's the air that we're breathing.
So the whole Earth.
Atmosphere. It's our air. It's our pressurized system that we're breathing.
Sure.
They claim that they measure it to be what 50 torr.
At surface level, at ground level, right?
50 torr. No, that's if I'm not mistaken. Now I could be wrong about this, but if I'm not mistaken, it is in the outer, like the.
No.
That's what the upper atmosphere is supposed to be. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's a high pressure, right? It's a higher pressure than 10 to the negative 17 torr. You agree?
It's slightly higher as you get closer to the Earth.
Slightly higher. Wait. We're going from a 14.7 psi all at sea level, 50 torr pressure, right? We're going from that. And you understood very well that a 10 to the negative 14 torr pressure is going to move into a 10 to the negative 17 torr. You understood that. So why do you not understand that a 50 torr, what it's going to do next to a 10 to the negative 17 torr without a container? How come you can't understand that?
Well, can I explain it? Can I explain it like in an easy way?
I don't know. Can you?
First of all, yeah. If you go down to the for like the Grand Canyon, for example, there's a much higher pressure at the bottom of the Grand Canyon than at the top of Mount Everest.
Well, what are you talking about? What's this got to do with the prosody and whoa?
Because you got to understand where the pressure comes from. It's from the amount of atmosphere above you. Yeah.
I know where we're talking about 2 systems, okay? Just like you were talking about the box.
It's not a closed system. Yeah, go ahead.
You took the box down here to sea level and opened it, and then you took it up into space and opened it. Like, you understand this very well. These are 2 systems, 2 different systems, just like the box and this fairy tale outer space.
But we can open up the box.
Only replace the box with our atmosphere.
Yeah, I get it.
Different. All right. Instead of 10 to the negative 14 torr pressure in the box, we have a 50 torr. Okay? So that's all you're doing. You're switching the box to the atmosphere into the negative 14 torr to a 50 torr pressure. Now, if you understand what the 10 to the negative 14 torr next to the 10 to the negative 17 torr will do, and why are you having such trouble with the 50 torr next to the 10 to the negative 17 torr? Could it be a little cognitive?
Because there's because there's no pressure out there. There's nothing to push. There.
How do you know that? They even say that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. Okay? So it's not even a perfect, it's a near perfect. So that's what they even say. So why are you saying that?
There's so many things and so many explanations. Like, have you gone swimming?
You're killing me. You are dying.
Why can you not address the going from 10 to negative 14 to the 50 torr?
You can't address anything.
2 variables out. Not the box, it's our atmosphere. Not 10 to the negative 14, 50 torr. Right?
Well, your explanation and your questions
wait, hold up.
strange.
No, you need to stop. No, they're not strange. She has been legitimately on point this entire time, and it's been going on for what, like 5 to 10 minutes now. And she has been doing such a great job, and you are obfuscating, going here, going there, like you're saying, oh, her questions are odd. No, they're not. Like, she is on point, and for some reason, it's just not connecting. It's just not connecting at all.
He's
being genuine. That's why. Exactly. He has been genuine, and that's why it is blowing my mind as well. But it's like killing. I feel like my face is melting. I'm listening to it in the background. Like, other people are hearing it too. Like, what is happening right now?
Well, what's happening is she's.
So let me try rephrasing the question. Let me just try rephrasing it really quick, and truth prevails.
I'm still talking. Truth is doing a great job.
I don't get it.
Truth is doing a great job.
She's basically asking you, why is there a gas pressure gradient?
No, I'm not. That is
No, that's
absolutely
not what
the
she's
pretty
talking
thing
about.
what I'm asking. I'm not even talking about a fucking pressure.
Oh my
You
god.
trying to trigger me, dude.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's what I'm getting from it.
Oh.
No. I never
Wow.
said, where do you get that? Where you
Yeah,
get
you're
that? I
asking
never
why
said
isn't
the word
the
gradient.
That's not what she said. Truth, go on. Do it again.
Dude,
Run
please
it
mute
down.
yourself. Please mute yourself, because he gets
Mute.
it. He totally understands.
Everyone go on mute, and so Truth can
Totally
run it down.
So, come on, man. All you gotta do is say honestly what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen. So why can't you address it? You've been pretty genuine up to now.
Well, the reason why I can't address it is because it's based on so many wrong assumptions.
What about you? Yours was a hypothetical. Take a box, right? Go up into space. All right, open it up. Bring it down to sea level. Open it up. Take it back up into space. What the fuck? What are you talking about? This is not even replace the box with our atmosphere. Replace
Yeah.
the 10 to the negative 14 with a 50 torr. All right, now tell me what happens.
Yeah, the pressure gets sucked out.
Where's your box?
Thought it pushed. I thought we just okay, but it gets sucked out from where to where?
From
whatever.
the Earth to the vacuum of space, I guess.
Okay, so it pushes out from Earth to vacuum. Okay, good. Thank you for being honest, because
Well, I'm answering your question the way you posed
and I
it.
had a lot more patience than most people would have, and I actually have a lot more patience than I would generally have. Okay, so anyway, so how are we living? You say we're not contained. They're zipping in and out of there. There's no containment. Right?
The higher up you go, the less air pressure there is.
Point. We have pressure. You know it's two systems. We just addressed this. We're not talking about a gradient here. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
There are two systems, sure.
After we finish this combo, but that'll be a totally separate combo.
You're saying there are two systems, like one ends and then the other one begins. Yeah.
I know it's not true. That's what they're saying. If you have a problem with what they're saying, take it up with them. But this is what they're saying. This is what you've got to work with if you're going to defend that.
No, I mean, all right, well, go on. Anything else? Any other questions for me?
Explain how you lost.
How are we living? Because you just, right, you addressed and you admitted that, that this pressure will push into the lesser pressure without a container, okay? And they say we live in an open system. There's two systems. So what do you do with that? Like, how are we living? Can't be true, right?
Obviously something in our system is keeping the atmosphere attached to our system or in our system.
What do you know in the natural world that can do that?
Well, they call it gravity.
Do you know gravity? Have you seen
gravity? That's what they call it, yeah.
That's what they call it. But have you? Are you claiming that? I know what they say. I don't need you to tell me their claims. I get their claims. I've heard them for years.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, what do you say?
Yeah, gravity makes sense. It's keeping it attached. Yeah.
Is that your claim? Gravity?
It's keeping the atmosphere attached, yes.
All right. Well, even before I even dismantle gravity, and before I even toss it into the garbage, right?
Yeah.
Into the black hole of existence, because you guys like black holes. It's the answer for everything. So if I've got something that doesn't make sense, black hole, that's the answer. Anyway, but before I do that, let's pretend gravity does exist. Even logically thinking and logically speaking. If it did, it doesn't even, not even in their claims does it affect gases, because in how many vectors does gas molecules have?
Well, it does. It's always pulling down, but other gases and other forces affect it.
Which direction do gases move?
Well, first of all, they move downward towards the center of the Earth. And then there's other gases that get in the way.
Freaking breathing, man. You need to be crawling on your
other gases. No,
If that's
they're always. It's always flowing like a river. It's always flowing and being jumbled up, high and low air.
Yes, but gas molecules move in all directions, right?
Sure.
They have many vectors. Every vector is their vector. They move in all directions until.
Not if. Yeah. Well, go ahead. No, they move in one direction until affected by another force. If you.
All directions. In all directions. They're not limited to one vector. How many vectors does gravity have?
They are okay. Listen, they are. Everything is limited to one.
I want to help you understand this. How many vectors does gravity have?
How many vectors does gravity have?
Technically,
that's a tough one.
Allegedly.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fucking weird one. Yeah. I don't. I think every point you measure it, it's always going to be downward, but you have to
One vector towards the center of mass. That's what they claim, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Vector.
That's right.
Not hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Straight up answer,
Not hard.
simple, right? One vector.
that's the first point, right? Gravity has one vector. Gases move in all directions. So.
What do you mean by gases move? Yeah.
They move in
Gases are moving
every
in all
direction.
directions, then they're obviously not affected by gravity. However,
What do you mean they're moving in all directions?
They move in all directions.
behave. That's how they move.
Particles are tumbling.
Hold on. Who keeps over talking?
No, I hear
Who's
you and some
mumbling?
other guy. I think I don't. Who is the?
Thank you for muting them. Thank you. They're muted now. Go on.
Well, sorry, dude. I don't want to be the center of attention here, and
No. We're on a logical thought process, a logical path here. So we overcame the gas pressure. We got past that, right? We got past the movement. We got past the curvature. So now we're on the gravity, right? Acting upon, the gas pressure. That's actually what we're on. But it's brought us to gravity. You think gravity is holding the Earth and
holding the atmosphere down. Yeah.
right. Okay, so it's impossible because it's not like it doesn't even operate in all the vectors, and gases move in all vectors.